That sounds so f***ing stupid to say. This is part 2 of 3 of my Aphmau series, so if you haven't seen part 1, I'd recommend that you go back and watch it. If you're an Aphmau veteran, you'll probably be fine jumping in here, but I still recommend you go back and watch it because I like to think it's pretty funny and I put a lot of work into it. Okay, so a lot of things have happened since I uploaded part 1. First of all, I didn't expect it to get as many views as it did. This whole thing started just between my friends and I was honestly really hesitant to even upload it in the first place, so thank you guys for being so awesome and kind. But now I feel like I've set some kind of standard for myself, and all of the footage that you're going to see from now on is older than all of the footage from part 1. And I feel like you can tell that I'm a little bit more shy and nervous behind the camera. But I've already refilmed part 1 like 3 times, which is why the footage is the newest. I'm not doing that again for part 2. Second of all, I know that Jason included an apology sort of segment in the Everything Wrong with Mystreet Season 6 video, and I promise that I'm gonna address that all in part 3 because I have a whole segment there dedicated to just controversies and like online happenings. I promise I have a lot of opinions on it, we'll just get to it later. And speaking of opinions, that leads me into my third point. I feel like I was pretty chill in part 1 because I didn't have that many issues with diaries, but going forward, my criticisms are going to be a little bit harsher because I just don't like Mystreet as much. But also with that being said, I don't want people to think that I'm coming at this with just pure malice and for the sake of being mean. It's not like that at all, I promise. I loved Aphmau as a kid, and I've seen a lot of comments on the last video saying things like, oh, I really liked Aphmau as a kid. It kind of sucks to look back and see how cringy it was and therefore how cringe I am for having liked it. But I promise, you guys do not have to defend yourselves to me. If you liked or currently like something, then that's the end of that. You don't really need an explanation. Things don't need to be objectively perfect or even good for you to like them. The point of this series is not for me to be like, oh, look at me, I'm 20-something years old and I'm watching this Minecraft roleplay for kids and I hate it and it sucks because I have a huge brain and you all are stupid. That's not the point at all. We're all just here because it's nostalgic and funny. And with that being said, there is a point where my criticisms do get more genuine and serious, but I make that distinction when we get there. If I'm gonna continue making more videos after this series is done, which I do intend on doing by the way, please don't unsubscribe when this is over, I don't want my beginnings to just be me shitting on other people's work. I know that I'm looking too deep into all of this, that's the point. Again, I'm an adult. This content is for kids. If I don't get it or don't like it, then that's my problem and nobody else's. The last thing I have to say is that in the comments of the first part, a lot of people brought up things that I addressed later on, especially things regarding behind the scenes or the community. I promise I have a whole segment designated to just behind the scenes things that happens in part 3, so just hold your horses until then. I promise, just trust the process. Okay, I think that's everything I needed to say, so thank you guys again for being so sweet and kind and receptive to me. I am so grateful for all of you guys watching my stupid little video. I really hope you guys like this part as much as you like the first part, if not more, and if you do, you should consider liking and subscribing because it helps other people see my videos. Thank you guys for the last time and enjoy the rest of the video. Mystreet is a lot different from Minecraft Diaries. It's a modern alternate universe spin-off where Aphmau's most iconic characters from Diaries are living in a world more similar to ours. So it's worse, basically. Episode 1 aired in November of 2015 while Diaries Season 1 was still ongoing, just to give you a little bit of perspective. Even though the reality of this world is more grounded than Diaries, there are still mentions of like magic and cats and werewolves. Throughout this video I've been mentioning werewolves being a big deal a lot and I still have like nothing to show for it, but trust me, when we get there, you'll understand. Also, before we get too into anything, I want to talk about Aphmau's voice acting because for some reason it sticks out to me a lot more in Mystreet than it does in Diaries. Obviously, Aphmau herself is not a professional voice actor, and that's fine, but in Mystreet, it really shows. It's like I'm listening to a shitty English dub of an anime with all of the weird gasps and stutters and giggles and shit. And once we start to see other voice actors in the series, it sticks out a lot more. Most of her other voice actors are genuine professionals. One of them, or at least one that I know of, was in the English dub of Attack on Titan. This bitch is literally Yelena. When I tell you that I was perturbed. All that to say that all of the highly trained voice actors that we're gonna see from here on out make Aphmau, and honestly Eren too, look really bad. And literally every time that they speak, I get annoyed. And now that I know more about Aphmau's voice actors, a lot of my favorite franchises have been tainted too, so thanks. I hope to God Jess paid them well. Anyway, in episode 1, Aphmau, Caitlyn, and Kawaii-chan are buying a house together. Something that most Aphmau fans, old and new, will probably never be able to do at this rate. This first part that I'm going to bring up isn't even really relevant to the plot, but I feel like I need to bring it up because of how much I hated it. It made me cringe so hard, and I feel like it just kind of sets the tone for what we're getting ourselves into. We see Aphmau moving into her new room, and while she's decorating, she's putting up a bunch of posters of various anime men. Again, I'm an advocate for defending cringe, so the poster itself really isn't my main issue. The part that makes me cringe the most is what she says while hanging it.
I want my poster to go right here, and then put it right there, and of course, just make it much more better. Levi-senpai, I'm so sorry to put you in a crate. I just moved to a new house, and it's a new experience, but I'm glad this is an experience I get to share with you, senpai.
Why is she pronouncing his name Levi? Like the thing that prevents flooding? Or perhaps as in attacks? How are you going to advocate for cringe and then be a cringe poser? So anyway, back in the neighborhood, we find out that Lawrence, Dante, and Garth are moving into the house directly across the street from the ladies. See, in Mystreet, all these characters that really aren't that bad to begin with lose all their personality and now are just vessels that exist to be in love with Aphmau. If you thought it was bad in Diaries, you have actually no idea what's in store. One of Dante's first lines is about how he's going to quote-unquote steal Aphmau.
We knew you'd like it. I'm going to like stealing your girl even more.
And by the end of the episode, he's flirted with her at least half a dozen times. And in all of Diaries, he's really not like that at all. I don't recall him ever flirting with Aphmau or really showing her that much interest up until now. I'm pretty sure he's said before that he sees her as a sister, which just makes this really weird to me. And this is only the first of many moments like this. It's also kind of implied that the boys, stalked Aphmau to find out where she was moving and they followed her, which is wild. And then, next episode, we find out that Zane also lives in the same neighborhood and he's in charge of the neighborhood watch. This might be the least realistic thing in the entire ACU. I don't give a fuck about werewolves. How did all of these young adults find affordable homes in the same neighborhood? On a more relaxed note, we get a Caitlyn room tour, and she has the craziest combination of band posters that have ever coexisted in one space. She also has a Once Upon a Time poster, which severely dates this series. I feel like that was outdated even when this episode came out. But I bring that up to mention that Aphmau says she wants to watch Once with Caitlyn, to which she blushes.
Really? Oh, that would be great. I'd love to watch it with you. We could have a night together and stuff. It'd be fun. Blush. She's blushing.
There are too many women in the ACU who are simply not heterosexual, but Aphmau will not let them be who they are unless they're flattering her. So now, Kawaii-chan and Aphmau go to order a pizza, and the pizza delivery man is hot. So naturally, Kawaii-chan f***ing kidnaps him with magics that put him to sleep. She says that it was an accident and she just accidentally gave him a Magix cookie. But even so, why does she have Magix cookies that put people to sleep? We also see inside her room and that she has a free poster, as in the show about high school aged boys on a swim team.
I'm not only disappointed in you for having the pizza guy in your room, but you also told me that you had a free poster and you didn't tell me anything about it. Seriously, I would want one of those too.
Strange thing to admit as literally anyone above the age of 16. Eventually the pizza guy wakes up and he's literally just cool with being kidnapped. He calls Aphmau beautiful before leaving, and that's just the end of that.
Well, in that case, I'm glad I had two beautiful women to take care of me.
No cops called. Next episode, the bros are cleaning house because they're going to have Aphmau over. She's not even physically there with them, and they're still showering her with compliments and talking about how they want to kiss her and wed her and whatever. And I'm immediately going to give the rest of this episode plus 20, and we're not going to go too in depth about anything specifically. Just trust me when I say that it's not worth it. Anyway, Lawrence and Garth's characters have downgraded so much in Mystreet, and it's only episode 3. In this whole episode, both of them are super flustered around Aphmau and constantly stuttering and trying really hard to impress her. But in Diaries, neither of them were like this. They obviously both liked her in Diaries, but never to the point where they were fumbling over themselves like this. Lawrence was always pretty suave and Garth was super composed around her. But none of that exists anymore, and everyone's favorite hotties have lost all substance. Dante shows Aphmau a picture of him as a baby because he thinks this will woo her, which is weird.
It's me when I was a baby!
Lawrence and Garth overhear this exchange and think that Aphmau and Dante are f***ing or something.
Dante, you're adorable.
What?
She's in Dante's room with Dante?
Aw, you didn't have to share this with me, but I'm glad you did. I never knew this side of you before.
Calm down, Garth. We can't assume things.
Seriously, you're so cute. Aww, I just want to hug and kiss you.
So Garth busts down the door, which by the way becomes a recurring bit. Then Aphmau gets stuck in a toilet.
Oh my god! Guys, help! I fell in the toilet. I can't get out. My butt is stuck.
Which feels like the intro to a really shitty porno or something. No pun intended. And then the episode just ends like that, so awesome. But now we're in the Christmas era of Mystreet, which lasts way too many goddamn episodes. I feel like a season of a series should have like 2 holiday episodes maximum, but this one has 9 plus a New Year's special. So here I am in my family home to celebrate. In the second episode of the Christmas era, we see Michi. I wish we fucking didn't, because she's like the worst character ever made, right up there with the chicken shaman. But alas, we're not gonna be rid of her for a while. Michi and Kawaii-chan work together at an IHOP. Like, an IHOP. Because for some reason, IHOP was an inside joke between Aphmau and her friends, and everyone thought it was the funniest thing ever back then. Michi and Kawaii-chan are talking about this hot guy that sat at one of Kawaii-chan's table. The hot guy is also the same guy that Kawaii-chan kidnapped a couple episodes ago. Kawaii-chan is asking Michi for help, but obviously Michi is evil, so she's trying to sabotage her. And in case you didn't know Michi was evil, she literally states it.
Wait, did Kawaii-chan just tell me I was the best? She knows I'm evil, right?
Media literacy is dead or whatever. So now, Kawaii-chan is trying to get the hot guy a gift for Christmas, and she asks Aphmau for advice. She refers to the hot guy by his name, Reese, and then the very next scene, she asks Aphmau if she knows his name. So, editing scripts, right? At the mall, Kawaii-chan gets scammed by a guy working at a kiosk, and then Aphmau gets mad at her, so she runs off and cries somewhere else. When Aphmau finally finds her, Zane shows up, and he's a security guard at the mall. And he offers to buy back everything Kawaii-chan got guilted into buying from the salesman because what she bought was a bunch of My Little Pony collectible dolls. And Zane loves My Little Pony. And this is his personality until further notice, by the way. Next episode, Caitlin and Aphmau have to cat sit for this old lady. Over 10 minutes go by and nothing important happens, but eventually in some turn of events, Aphmau gets turned into a purple cat. And now she has to spread Catmas cheer to turn back to normal. So she goes over to the guy's house and then Garth bathes her.
Huh? No, put me down!
It's an actual purple cat. I bathed it.
This has got to be an indicator of something. I'm gonna add that to the counter because something has to be done about whatever that was. Nonsense ensues, she's a human again, I don't fucking know. One nonsensical fight later, the ladies start decorating for Christmas outside, and the guys catch on, and it starts a Christmas light fight. They're arguing and insulting each other, and again, it just makes me mad how much they dumbed Garth down. Like, this is when you really start to see it.
That's the kind of house that belongs on an ugly sweater.
Yeah! Or like, as Cole. For the bad kids. They get that house.
Garth, leave the witty remarks to me and Dante.
And maybe I'm crazy, but I think in Diaries, Garth was usually the smart one. He should not be this stupid. Now there's a neighborhood-wide Christmas light competition, and of course, Zane is the judge. The girls and the guys both lose to Aaron, who lives alone. Do you guys want to see what his house looked like?
Look for yourself.
When I tell you I laughed out loud, something about picturing Aaron specifically making that house is really funny to me. Why would he do that? And the cherry on top is that it makes all of the women attracted to him.
He's single, right, Aphmau?
Ah, those Christmas decorating skills, though.
I think I want to marry him.
I was about to say that that's an ick, but then the more I thought about it, the more I realized it's actually domestic husband material. So I'm the fool. Get you a guy who will hang up Christmas lights for you and settle for nothing less. Aaron is still the ick though, to be clear. The next day, the girls are having a Christmas party. The guys get invited and they all are talking about how they're going to use it as a way to kiss Aphmau under the mistletoe. And I'm just so bored.
It's a holiday-themed party. There's bound to be mistletoe there.
That's right, I totally forgot about the mistletoe. This is perfect!
This is my chance!
At the party, Nicole shows up for the first time in Mystreet. And I'm an unironic Nicole fan, especially after all the shit Dante put her through back in Diaries. And speaking of Dante, here he is to put the moves on Aphmau. He delivers a few weird pickup lines and Aphmau thinks he's joking, but he's not. And again, it just bothers me so much how Dante is all over Aphmau in this series when he did not try to put the moves on her once in Diaries. And Nicole and Kawaii-chan are both here for him to pick instead. You know, the women he has actually canonically f***ed. In Diaries, I can understand this love triangle / square Aphmau has going on with Garth, Lawrence, and Aaron to an extent. But in Mystreet, every single man has feelings for Aphmau without exaggeration. Dante probably said less than 4 flirty things in this interaction, but I'm gonna give it a plus 15, just because of how mad it makes me that he should not have feelings for her. And now, Lawrence and Garth are fighting over which of them is going to kiss Aphmau under the mistletoe first. And it gets worse, because now Cadenza bursts into the room and says that Lawrence should be the one to kiss Aphmau. Then Nicole starts picking a fight and saying Garth should be the one to kiss her. And Dante has nobody advocating for him, which is good. F that guy. But in the end, Aphmau kisses nobody under the mistletoe, and instead, Reese and Michi kiss under the mistletoe, which Kawaii-chan is obviously not happy about, to the point of losing consciousness. Garth and Lawrence continue their duel for Aphmau when Aaron shows up, which just makes their fight worse. They're spewing insults back and forth, and in their fight, Lawrence admits that he reads Larmau fanfics in his spare time.
Hey, Aphmau!
Don't you dare tell her about the Larmau fanfics I read!
Chaos ensues. Eventually, Lawrence, Garth, and Dante end up under the mistletoe together, but they don't want to kiss each other because that's gay, guys. And by the end of the party, nobody has kissed Aphmau. Aw, drat. Zane is in his house ranting to himself about how he hates Christmas, and then his My Little Pony doll comes to life and starts talking to him and telling him to steal Christmas. And it looks ridiculous. After everyone's all asleep, Zane actually breaks into everyone's homes and destroys Christmas while a parody of You're a Mean One, Mr. Grinch plays in the background. But it's You're a Mean One, Mr. Zane.
You're a monster, Mr. Zane.
Obviously. Also, during this montage when he gets to Aaron's house, Aaron is just sitting on his couch with a bat. What is this implying? Why is Aaron trying to kill Santa? While Zane's trying to steal Christmas from the girl's house, Aphmau wakes up and catches him. They have a heart-to-heart where Aphmau gives him a Christmas present, and do you want to know what the gift was? It's fan art of Zane with cat Aphmau. So yeah, moving on. Aphmau invites him to spend time with them on Christmas, and he gets really emotional about it because he's never been invited to anything ever in his life. The next day, the whole squad is over to celebrate, and Zane and Aphmau are under the mistletoe together. And she kisses him on the cheek, which in this universe is basically the equivalent of having sex with God. Give me a break, dude. Lawrence, Garth, and Dante are appalled, to say the least. The next day, Kawaii-chan and Caitlin are mad at Aphmau for kissing Zane, and Kawaii-chan says it's ruining her ship. Aphmau says she thought Kawaii-chan was done with the shipping nonsense, which I initially left out, but to put it simply, Kawaii-chan has a shipping shrine for Aphmau and Aaron in their basement. It's weird. Anyway, Kawaii-chan says that she was done with it, but that was because there was enough Armau fan art to quote-unquote get her by.
Kawaii-chan was, but that was because there was so much fan art of it to get her by.
Girl, what do you mean get you by? Are you jerking it to the Armau fan art? I don't want to think about the implications of this. Finally though, it's the last episode of this holiday era and the guys are throwing a New Year's party. While they're at Aaron's house to invite him, Aphmau walks out from behind him and Garth and Lawrence have to maintain their composure while they invite him despite being absolutely bursting at the seams with jealousy. After Aaron accepts the invite and shuts the door, they say,
"You can walk away from this like men."
How many times can the same joke be made? Of course, at the party, Garth has to tell Aphmau he loves her, and Brendan shows up and tries to flirt with her too. And now Jeffrey's back, you know, the guy that died, and he too immediately calls Aphmau beautiful and then says she could mother his daughter Abby if she wanted to. I miss when there was plot. After the party, we find out that Garth and Dante spent hundreds of dollars on feathers to impress Aphmau, as in like to wear, like a bird. And also the guy delivering the feathers to their house is the fucking chicken shaman. I don't like to talk about him though, so we're not going to. Basically, Dante and Garth spent so much money on feathers that they can't afford rent this month, so they have to bring in a fourth roommate who ends up being Travis, everyone's favorite sexual predator. And he gets right down to it. I would expect nothing less. He asks where the hotties are in the neighborhood, and Dante starts listing all of them off, and he literally says that he thinks Kawaii-chan is annoying.
First off, there's Kawaii-chan, who can be a little annoying sometimes, but she is a cutie.
It's kind of crazy that I'm starting to feel actual genuine sympathy for her. Dante's bad in Diaries, but at least he has some redeeming qualities, like he stays with his wife and he's in his bastard son's life. He went from being a strong, noble man who would fight for his honor into a loser that would touch women inappropriately at a frat. Anyway, Travis overhears that Aaron is the local babe magnet, so he shows up to his house with Garth and Lawrence while Aphmau is there just to try and show off how much more of a babe magnet he thinks he is. He immediately greets her by kissing her hand, and he's super flirty and flattering, and I'm just gonna add +10 for this whole scene. Aaron and the guys start getting territorial, and this all ends in them watching Frozen together somehow. Aphmau and her harem. Eventually, she gets up to go to the bathroom, leaving all the guys alone, and Travis uses this time to compare his physique to Aaron's by taking his shirt off. And then he forces Lawrence and Garth to take their shirts off. So Aphmau comes out of the bathroom to 3 shirtless men. 4 if you count Aaron since he never wears a shirt. And of course I laughed out loud because it's 4 naked Minecraft men in a room together, but also I'm not gonna act like Aphmau isn't living the dream. 4 hot guys are all lusting over her to the point where they take all their shirts off. Hello? Anyway, after some more nonsense, My Little Ponies, etc., the lady's house is set on fire. Now the ladies need more money to fix their house since Kawaii-chan. And Kawaii-chan's bright idea is that her and Aphmau get jobs at a maid cafe. Because, of course. So they walk in and they both are immediately hired and put on the clock without any training. And it also happens that Zane works there, and he calls Aphmau's uniform cute.
You look, really cute.
Then the guys walk in, and Aphmau doesn't want to be seen in her uniform, so her and Zane switch clothes. So Zane is in a maid uniform. Guys, be honest, is this hot? I feel like this must have something to do with the femboy maid uniform epidemic of 2020. Aphmau was way ahead of her time when she wrote this. Next episode, Garth and Lawrence find out that Aphmau spent the night at Aaron's house. How scandalous. But obviously it's not like that, guys. She's not a harlot. They were just hanging out and watching anime, like all cool people do, when she fell asleep and Aaron just didn't wake her. The next morning, she says that working at the maid cafe has her exhausted, but she can't quit because of some complications at her last job. She's really vague about it, but from where I'm standing, it sounds like she's talking about her Five Nights at Freddy's mini-series where she works as a night guard. I'm starting to think I'm putting a little too much effort into this video. If you were starting to think that the lore of this universe was making sense, you're wrong. Five Nights at Freddy's is canon in the ACU. So Aphmau's Five Nights at Freddy's series is a short little special, which I guess violates the rules that I made up for it to be a part of the ACU in the first place, but I'm counting it just because I'm bored. There's 5 episodes, 1 for each night of course, and the first episode begins with this message. Warning, this series is a story based in the Five Nights at Freddy's world. It's meant to line up with the existing games. However, there will most likely be developments in the Five Nights at Freddy's timeline that invalidate our story. If so, please enjoy the series for what it is. Boy, was that the understatement of the f***ing century. The first episode of this series came out on July 30th of 2015, which was only a week after Five Nights at Freddy's 4 came out, and less than a year after the original Five Nights at Freddy's 1 came out. You know, pre-FNAF World, Sister Location, Pizzeria Simulator, Ultimate Custom Night, Help Wanted, the 15 novels and 11 graphic novels, Security Breach, Ruin, and the movie. Safe to say the timeline has certainly invalidated this story. But we're gonna do what she says and enjoy the series for what it is. Or at least we're going to try. So the story starts with Aphmau and her roommate Claire, and she says that she's just recently picked up the night shift at a phone company working customer support answering calls and stuff. But obviously that's a lie, and she's actually working as a night guard at Freddy Fazbear's Pizzeria. Why would she lie about this to her roommate, you may be asking? Have some patience, we don't know yet. So Aphmau shows up on the first night at 12 AM and gets settled into her office. Nothing super crazy happens that night. She explores around and checks the cameras, and nothing too out of the ordinary happens. Bonnie leaves his spot once, but that's really it. She doesn't think much of it, and then the night's over. The next day, Aphmau wakes up and talks to Claire. She asks her if she wants to go out and get lunch, but Claire adamantly refuses and then mentions being down on her luck more than Aphmau is aware about. But Aphmau chooses not to worry about that, and she heads to work just the same that evening. During night 2, Aphmau explores around some more and then heads back to her office where Bonnie and Chica appear outside her doors. She's freaking out, and then she gets a pre-recorded message from the previous night guard, and it's just like the original game, where he says, if the animatronics see you, they're gonna stuff you in a suit and you'll die. She is reasonably pretty upset about this, but she continues on. But then a weird, scary sound starts playing from the cameras, and the back door alarm goes off.
These animatronics wandering around want to stuff me inside of a suit. Wait, back door alarm?
It's kind of her job to deal with stuff like this, so she goes to investigate. Despite, you know, all the animatronics being off the stage and wandering around and wanting to kill her. But once she gets to the back door, there's nothing there, and the clock strikes 6 a.m. and she leaves. The next morning, Claire brings Aphmau breakfast, and Aphmau asks if she'd want to go out to an arcade with her, and again, Claire adamantly refuses, and this time she says,
"No. You know how I feel about those kinds of places."
And Aphmau responds,
"You mean since Andy?"
And then nobody elaborates. We don't find out who Andy is or what happened to him, and Aphmau's shift begins. Night 3, Aphmau shows up early, and she is reasonably panicked. Right at midnight, all the animatronics leave their spots, and Aphmau gets another call from the previous night guard. He warns her about Foxy being super aggressive, and then Aphmau asks,
"I have something I want to ask you. A few years ago, there were a few, murders here, weren't there? Of children?"
"How do you know about that?"
I was just wondering, the animatronics that move around, and the suit thing, and maybe the animatronics were responsible for the—
Those murders were not murders. The kids just went missing. It was due to negligent parents who talk on their phones instead of watching where their tykes are. End of story.
And then he hangs up. So Aphmau goes back to her duties. She's looking at the cameras, everything's normal, but then the puppet appears on one of the cameras, and Aphmau can't change the camera to get away from it.
Okay. Oh my god! Oh my god! Why can't I change the camera right now? What's going on?
And I'll be real, this did actually make me jump a little. I'm still f***ing traumatized from 2014 when these games first came out. So she puts the camera down and the puppet's gone, and then Foxy runs down the hall and smashes through the glass into her office. She runs away into this little nook where she can hide, and then Bonnie shows up and just stares at her for a little bit, and Aphmau makes a comment about him feeling different.
Why are you different?
And I'm sure that'll be important later. Then the back door alarm goes off again. This girl cannot catch a fucking break. So Aphmau goes to the back door and it's actually open this time, but then it's 6 a.m. and her shift is over, so she just books it, and that's the end of the night. Next morning, Aphmau and Claire talk again. It's revealed that this Andy person, who I'm assuming is Claire's little brother, or maybe her son, went missing at an arcade, and it's implied that this arcade is actually Freddy's, if you couldn't have already guessed that. And that's why Claire is so depressed and traumatized. Night 4, Aphmau has a message left for her from her supervisor, and he says that he found a picture of Claire in the arcade.
"I found a picture in the arcade lying on the floor. I'm pretty sure it's yours. The girl in the picture looks an awful lot like you. In any case, I put it back up on the wall where your other pictures are. That's about all I needed to tell you."
Andy is stuffed in Bonnie, alright? We don't have time for subtlety. Some nonsense happens with Golden Freddy and Bonnie, who actually cares? And Aphmau finds that the back door is open again. But this time she sees someone inside the pizzeria. And he kinda looks like her supervisor? But whatever, it's 6 a.m., she's out of there. The next episode opens with Claire confronting Aphmau about where she really works, and it's revealed that Aphmau lied about where she worked to protect Claire. And Aphmau also took this job to find out more about Andy's disappearance. I think it's pretty presumptuous of Aphmau to think that she can just solve this mystery that has stumped detectives and police officers just by being a f***ing night guard at a pizzeria. Claire is reasonably pretty mad about this and storms off, and then off to work Aphmau goes. It's the final night, and immediately the back door alarm is going off again, but this time when Aphmau goes to investigate, the door won't shut. Then she's cornered by Freddy and Foxy, and it's a whole thing. Then she sees Springtrap on the cameras and gets chased by him, blah blah blah. She finally decides that she's had enough of working here, and she calls her supervisor and says that she's quitting. But she can't get out of the building, and now she's stuck in a room with Golden Freddy. Her supervisor shows up to help her, and all the animatronics leave her alone because they actually all just left to kill her supervisor instead. And now he's literally fucking dead on the floor, stuffed into a suit with blood everywhere. And that's how the series ends. No conclusion, we never find out about Andy or who the killer is, that's just the end. So wasn't that fun, guys? I'm glad we went on this journey together. Well, wasn't that a welcome change of pace? Anyway, before we were so rudely interrupted, we just found out that Aphmau spent the night at Erin's house. As she's leaving, we see Garth and Lawrence sitting in the bushes outside of his house, watching her walk away. I could have another separate counter just for the amount of times that Aphmau has been stalked by her love interests. On her way home, Aphmau runs into Dante and invites him over to hang out for a little bit. While they're talking, Aphmau brings up Erin, and she's shocked that Dante isn't getting super jealous like the other guys normally do. Then Dante says, I mean, I like you, yes, but recently, Nicole and I have been hanging out. Which raises questions. Are Nicole and Dante really endgame? Is he ever going to have a thing for Kawaii-chan? Who will he end up with in this alternate universe? Spoiler alert, he and Nicole disappear after a couple seasons, so we'll never know. Next episode, Caitlin is talking to Jeffrey about how she wants to write a play, which feels really random, but just go with it. Jeffrey's being a really good and encouraging friend, and this makes Caitlin mad and sparks a fight. So he leaves before they actually get violent, and while he's on his way out, he runs into Zane, which is just wild, because remember, Zane killed Jeffrey in Diaries. Jeffrey tells Aphmau about Caitlin's thespian dream, and Aphmau makes it her goal to make this dream happen. She makes some shit up about a neighborhood play, and it works, so now Caitlin's directing their neighborhood production of modern Romeo and Juliet. Do you see where this is going yet? Aphmau's trying to recruit people to audition, and while she's trying to get Kawaii-chan in on it, she walks into her room and says she wants her free poster. Again.
Can I have that poster already? Anyway.
And this is the second time this is being brought up. Caitlin's doing preliminary auditions for the play, and she has nobody willing to play Juliet. Do you see where this is going yet? Aphmau, wanting to maintain Caitlin's dream of directing a play, speaks up and says she'll be Juliet. And upon hearing this, every guy wants to be Romeo, obviously. Next episode, the guys are all at home reciting lines and stuff when Dante and Nicole walk in. They explain to Dante what's up, and when he finds out that Aphmau is going to be Juliet, he says he also wants to be Romeo and that he really wants to kiss her, while Nicole is standing right next to him.
Aphmau's lips are as good as mine once I...
You know, the girl that he is actively talking to and going on dates with. She gets mad and runs off, and Dante's like, it's just a joke, I don't get why she's mad.
She knows about the whole playful rivalry thing with me and you guys. I don't get why she's mad.
And hearing that quite literally awakened some deep rage within me. His dialogue is probably the most realistic that Aphmau has ever written, and certainly not in the way that she intended. More so in the way that he is the perfect young adult aged asshole. Are we as the audience supposed to be on Dante's side? Fucking probably, but I am #1 Dante hater until the day I die. Now, we're finally at the real auditions for the play. Dante's first, and he's still auditioning despite how uncomfortable it makes Nicole. And he's still on the it's just a joke thing. I hope he dies. Everyone else's auditions are alright, nobody really sticks out. But then Erin gets on stage and all he has to do is take his hood off and all the girls in the audience are swooning, so he gets the part just by default. Garth and Lawrence are both so mad about this that they swear to find a way to stop Romeo and Juliet's kiss. And they go so far as to board Erin into his house to keep him home. It doesn't work though, and Erin shows up as expected to the dismay of both Garth and Lawrence.
Erin is backstage rehearsing his lines.
What?
Are you kidding me?
Garth, we boarded up Erin's house. Did you not make sure he was inside?
Then Lucinda mysteriously shows up for the first time in this series and just gives Lawrence a potion that will switch his place with Erin's right before the kiss. She doesn't ask for anything in return and she just already has this potion on her. Why is she on their side? I want to defend her so bad, but I literally can't. Everyone takes their places before showtime, and I thought this was supposed to be a modern rewriting of Romeo and Juliet. It's simply not. Most of it, if not all of it, is just word for word from the original.
Two households, both alike in dignity. In fair Verona, where we lay our scene, from ancient grudge break to new mutiny, where civil blood makes civil hands unclean. From forth the fatal loins of these two foes, a pair of star-crossed lovers take their life.
And it doesn't take place in a new setting or in a new time either. Like, they're still in Verona and they're still sword fighting and speaking in Old English and everything. The only modern exchange is that in a couple of the scenes there are phones and characters' text.
Ah! I'm dead! Must update
Facebook status?
Oh, kids these days and their phones, you know. During the intermission, Aaron goes to use the restroom and Garth locks him inside so he, as the understudy, gets to kiss Aphmau. They go on stage and right as the kiss is about to happen, Lawrence throws the potion from Lucinda. But Kawaii-chan pushes him and he ends up hitting Aphmau instead of Garth, so him and Garth kiss on stage. And the audience is loving it. Another incredible twist ending from Jess. Long after the theater is empty, Aphmau and Aaron hanging around and Aphmau's like, I'm so sorry about Garth and Lawrence. I was really looking forward to that kiss, haha, JK. Unless. And then Aaron actually kisses her for real. Guys, how romantic is this? Just kidding, I still hate him. Next episode, Zane and Aphmau, who are besties now by the way, are gossiping about the kiss, and Zane is actually kind of a good friend about it. Like, he wants them to date and wants to make sure Aaron's treating her well, and it's pretty wholesome for the most evil character in the ACU at this point. Then Lucinda sees the two of them talking and assumes the worst, so she uses a potion to make Zane pass out without any context of the situation at all. So the three of them go back to Lucinda's house and hang out, or Aphmau and Lucinda are hanging out while Zane is passed out. They're gossiping like everything's normal. Lucinda talks about her evil warlock boyfriend Ivan, who she just broke up with, she's asking about Aaron, and then Kawaii-chan shows up. Lucinda says that the two of them used to own a maid cafe together, and then something unexplained happened that made maid cafes banned from their entire city for a period of time.
Yes, I know, and I also know that you guys were the reason why maid cafes were banned from the city for a period of time.
What the fuck? They start arguing about it, and in their rage, Lucinda throws a potion that turns Zane into a cat, and the cat is emo and has fringe. And that's the end of the episode, and we never find out what happened to Catboy Zane. Aphmau starts watching Criminal Brains alone when she gets a series of texts from Garth. Aphmau thinks they somehow found out about her kiss with Aaron and got all pissy, so she goes over to their house where she finds out that what they're actually upset about is that they found her Wattpad account and a story she wrote about her and Aaron. Except they're cats. And it's called Romeo and Meowliette. And you'd think Garth and Lawrence are jealous, right? No, they're mad because she's a shitty writer.
You need to get some writing lessons!
To settle things, Aphmau suggests that her and the boys have a little fanfiction writing competition where they each write a short story and compare. This should be really good. Lawrence goes first, and his story is basically about his life and diaries. A lie, was a soldier in the town of Opolis, and all of the girls there loved him, but he wasn't interested in any of them. Until a beautiful girl sailed into their port and he fell in love and they got married on the spot. The end. Dante's story is about how the world is being invaded by potato aliens or something, and he saves the world with his big hot muscles and all of the ladies love him afterwards. Aphmau says,
"It was creative. It's just maybe you flattered yourself a little way too much."
That is absolutely rich coming from Aphmau. The call is coming from inside the house. Next is Aphmau's story, and she writes about her and the whole squad as cats, but she gets booed off stage and she doesn't get to finish. Yes, humble her. Finally, it's time for Garth's story, where everyone is also cats. So in his fanfic, the cat G is a guard to a village called Kitty Drop, where he's loyal to his beautiful purple cat lord, A. G confesses to A, and they get married and have 40 kittens. Really good stuff here today, team. I'm wowed. Aphmau steps away to go to the bathroom, and while she's gone, the guys look at her browser history. They react really dramatically. Their faces all turn red, but we literally never get to know what it was. What the fuck? I went to the comments to see if anyone had any answers, but literally nobody does. But like, genuinely, what are we supposed to think was in her browser history? Smut fanfictions? Porn? I don't know, but I'm really curious. Next episode, Caitlin is late for a test in her theater class. That she's taking, by the way. But she also has to watch Jeffrey's daughter, Abby. She obviously can't do both, so she gets Travis and Aphmau to watch over her instead. Travis tries to get out of it, and Aphmau guilts him back into it, and he's like, "I can't resist a beautiful woman." Then he makes it 10 times weirder and says, "You know, we could roleplay this." Huh? I mean, I could be your high school sweetheart, just paying you a visit while you babysit and the parents are out. Please keep the children out of your weird roleplay schoolgirl fetish. Holy shit. Quickly moving on. Next episode, Aphmau goes outside to check her mail and finds a letter from Travis. It says,
"Roses are red, violets are blue. Your butt looks nice from here. Now look behind you."
So obviously she turns around and bro is right in her business. He says that he's about to ask her out because it's the day before Valentine's Day, and she freaks out because that means Garth and Lawrence are going to go all out trying to win her over. She tries to run home and hide, but then Travis pins her up against the wall and says that the only way he'll keep her secret about her kissing Aaron, because he knows about that by the way, is if she'll go on a double date with him and Caitlin. Listen, I'm sure many people by now would consider me to be a man-hater, but I truly am sorry for all of the genuinely good guys, though few and far between, that have to be associated with guys like Travis. He says the reason he wants Aphmau and Aaron to join him and Caitlin is because he feels like she'll be more comfortable and willing to open up with them around. Aphmau comments about how that's so considerate and sweet of him, but she still says that she doesn't want to go. So, in response, Travis steals her phone and texts Aaron this message. "Hey baby, come over to my house. I want to talk to you and make out." Sorry, I couldn't deliver that in a normal way. Because what the fuck? So anyway, that's super out of line and fucked up of Travis to do, but Aaron's cool with it and says, ... I'll be over in a few minutes. Which causes Aphmau to pass out, because making out is so scandalous to this grown adult woman. And when she wakes up, she literally doesn't remember what happened. Travis gave this poor woman amnesia. Everyone's surrounding her, reasonably worried about her health, when Aaron pulls up. You know, like he said he would. Travis forces them together, and Lawrence and Garth jealousy ensues, as is tradition. Then, Garth, Lawrence, and Travis are talking alone, and Travis lies to them to protect Aaron and Aphmau's relationship because Aphmau asked him to keep him a secret. And this is the first good thing Travis has ever done. He says that Aphmau and Aaron are just pretending to date so that they can wingman for him and Caitlin. Garth and Lawrence actually understand this and are okay with it, but now they're in on it too. They're also going on this date with fake dates of their own, Lucinda and Cadenza. And now everybody is coming. Kawaii-chan and Reese, Michi and Zane, Dante and Nicole, the entire recurring cast is going to be there. Aphmau talks to Travis and she's mad at him. There are plenty of reasons to be mad at Travis, trust me, I have a list, but I don't think this is one of them. Aphmau wanted to keep her relationship with Aaron a secret, and Travis did what he could to accomplish that. But now Aphmau's mad at him for lying to Garth and Lawrence. I really don't think it's that serious. It's better if they believe the lie for now because it'll at least get them off her back. And all this led to the squad having a nice Valentine's Day dinner. Truly, I don't think there's anything to complain about. This is all going wonderfully for her. But then Travis ruins it and says,
"If this goes south for everyone then, maybe we can get some Aphmau action in."
And now I have a gun in my mouth. In part 2 of this Valentine's Day special, Zane and Aphmau are talking alone about their dates. Zane is nervous about going with Michi, and Aphmau is nervous about going with Aaron. She gets flustered, and Zane says,
"You're cute when you get nervous."
Whatever, dude. The next day, it's date time, and Aphmau is the first to arrive, Aaron arriving shortly after her. So they're on a date together, and he couldn't even drive her to the venue. Chivalry really is dead. But whatever, Aaron's wearing a shirt for the first time in this series, so everybody cheer. More people start showing up, and look how dapper they all are. Ladies, smash or pass? Because I'm thinking double smash. Travis has an entire date agenda planned, and after everyone arrives, he says their first stop is the arcade, which is actually kinda cute. As everyone leaves though, Michi stays behind and says,
"By the end of this date, that hunk will be mine."
But at this point, we have no idea who she's talking about. She's obsessed with Lawrence, if you remember the, her kidnapping him and trying to have sex with him thing from Diaries. But she's also currently on a date with Zane and says that she thinks he's attractive. And Reese is also there, who she previously made out with. And I don't think Aaron is completely off the table either. Regardless, we move on. After entering the arcade, there's some extremely tense dialogue right off the bat.
"Can't play hard in heels, Lucinda?"
"At least I can play in heels, Caitlin."
She's got you there, Caitlin.
You're one to talk, miss. I wear wedge shoes all the time because I'm a short potato.
Oh my god, Caitlin was kind of ahead of her time with that one. Then Aphmau's like,
"You're just jealous because my height allows people to mistake me for a kid."
What do you mean by that? Nicole mentions that Caitlin's nervous around Travis, which is fucking batshit. Caitlin has shown no indication of liking Travis till this point. I'd say quite the opposite, considering how physically violent she is towards him. Nicole saying this makes Caitlin upset, so all the ladies go on a little trip to the bathroom except for Aphmau. In the bathroom, the ladies are gossiping, and Lucinda's upset that Aphmau didn't go with them because she wanted to find out about her and Aaron. More girl talk ensues, and Lucinda reveals that she brought multiple love potions with her in case anyone needs them. and I was gonna hate, but she's just a really devoted friend. The ladies leave, and again, it's revealed that Michi stayed behind and heard their entire conversation in the bathroom. She says that if she can't do it herself, then she'll use one of Lucinda's love potions to make Aaron fall for her. I fucking knew it. She couldn't have wanted any of the other 6 guys on this date. She had to want Aaron, Aphmau's man. Whatever, dude. Back outside, everyone's chilling in the arcade, and Dante, Travis, Caitlin, and Nicole are all playing skee-ball. Or rather, Caitlin and Nicole are playing skee-ball, and Dante and Travis are admiring them from behind. Then Travis makes a comment about wanting both of them, while his boy is right next to him. Come on, dude, have some fucking decorum. Caitlin catches on and is like,
"You guys better not be checking us out."
And Nicole goes,
"Oh, come on, Caitlin. You can't assume every guy's like that."
And alright, I guess you can't assume that every guy is like that, but every guy in the ACU certainly is. And the both of them just happen to pick the worst guys as their dates. Anyway, crazy turn of events. Michi uses one of Lucinda's potions and it actually just turns her into Aphmau. She immediately goes and aggressively flirts with Aaron, and Garth and Lauren see and get really angry. Michi goes on like, "Won't you kiss me here and now?" So he's about to when the real Aphmau pulls up right as the potion wears off and Michi becomes herself again. So Aphmau sees what looks like Aaron about to kiss Michi, and Aaron's like, "It's not what it looks like," which is true, but obviously Aphmau doesn't believe that. Garth and Lawrence could have just walked away and let Aphmau be mad at Aaron, but they did the right thing and explained everything to her, so she forgives Aaron and Michi leaves. Aphmau thanks Garth and Lawrence. And you'd think this is going to be a nice interaction, right? Of course not, you absolute fucking fool. Lawrence says,
"Though if you want to give us a kiss, we won't stop you."
Come on, dude. You suck. With the Valentine's special over, Lucinda shows up at the girl's house because she wants to know if Aphmau and Aaron are dating. Whatever happened to sending a text? Caitlin intercepts Lucinda and is like, "You're not gonna get a straight answer from Aphmau." And then Lucinda turns it into a competition, so now her and Caitlin are racing to see who can get Aphmau to admit she's dating Aaron first. Some fucking friends these two are, holy shit. Both of them barge into Aphmau's room and bombard her with questions, and Aphmau finds a new way to flatter herself. They're all talking about the arcade and how Aphmau can get kind of competitive, and then Lucinda's like, "Oh my god, she can get so competitive. Remember when she won every round of Mario Kart that one time?" And listen, I do consider myself to be a pretty seasoned Mario Kart player. And not to brag anything, but I did win a Mario Kart tournament when I was 13 years old. So I am the champion of my middle school's 7th grade class. All that to say, this is me personally challenging Aphmau to a Mario Kart duel. Anyway, in order to win the competition, Lucinda casts a spell on Caitlin that makes it so she can't move or speak, and then forces Aphmau to come with her back to her house. And Aphmau just obliges. Girl, what the f***? You just watched your friend get hexed. At Lucinda's house, Aphmau says that Lucinda should just mind her own business. And even as a Lucinda fan, I do have to agree with Aphmau here. But eventually, Aphmau does fess up and say that they're not dating. Which is not true, but they are certainly exclusive. Then when Lucinda asks if she's interested in him, she starts blushing and getting all awkward again. Eventually, she opens up and talks more about the specifics of their relationship, and I can't lie and act like the things she's saying aren't actually pretty cute. She talks about how Aaron puts up with all her hyperfixations and will listen to her talk about the things she likes and even participate in them with her even if he doesn't personally care for it. And as I'm saying this out loud, I am realizing that this is just the bare minimum and nothing extremely shocking or special, so I take everything I just said back. Right as Lucinda and Aphmau were getting to the good stuff, Caitlin barges in and interrupts and ruins everything. In retaliation, Lucinda teleports Travis next to Caitlin while he's naked, and his immediate reaction is to chase her down. And this is just another "oh Travis, you silly guy" moment, and we act like it's not actually assault. Next episode, we see the least relevant Romeo brother, Vlad, on the phone with his mom. His mom says that Zane sent her a selfie of him and Aphmau, and she assumes that they're dating. Obviously. Vlad denies this and then jokingly says that they're dating right after.
"Zane and Aphmau are indeed dating. Yes, Mom, we all know you believe in Zane and one day he would find love."
His mom believes him, and then the phone dies before he can get to argue. So he rushes over to Garth's house to explain what just happened when Garth gets a phone call from their mom. It's the same thing. She calls asking if Zane and Aphmau are dating, Garth says they're not, and then one thing leads to another and he says that they actually are dating.
"Mummy, Zane and Aphmau are dating."
And now their mom is going to come to town to visit. So of course, they rush over to Zane's house, where he also gets a call from their mom. But Garth takes his phone and throws it into the road. There were so many opportunities throughout this entire thing for all of them to explain the truth to their mom, and absolutely nobody took a single one. Garth and Vlad take Zane inside and explain the whole situation, and Zane says he doesn't want Aphmau involved at all because she's his best friend and he doesn't want to bring her into a mess that's not her fault. Which is what a real friend would say. But of course, Garth and Vlad don't listen, and immediately rush over to Aphmau's house to rope her in. After a lot of convincing, Aphmau and Zane both agree to fake date, but Garth is upset about it. Aphmau, you know the last thing I ever want to see you do is date Zane. I'd rather you date a handsome devil like me instead of him. Sorry, this is serious. Aphmau, I'm going to put my feelings aside to allow this to happen, only for the sake of our dear mommy. What the fuck? I'm so tired of the guys being like, I'm going to allow this to happen, as if they have any authority over Aphmau. Garth used to be a good guy and Mystreet absolutely ruined him. I am so pissed off. Now, to prepare for the date, Vlad is teaching Zane and Aphmau how to act like a couple. Aphmau is made uncomfortable by all of this, reasonably so, and when she gets upset, Vlad calls her a tsundere. But also Aphmau pronounces it like Sundir.
Sundir, I love it.
Okay. And without elaborating, I'm just going to throw +3 for the way Garth acts during this entire scene. Before we can think, Ziana shows up and now Zane and Aphmau have to put their trials to the test, which just makes Garth more uncomfortable. And again, I'll just give another +5 for the whole last few minutes of the episode. Aphmau and the Romay family go out to the mall together before heading out to dinner, and Ziana is actually such a sweet mother. Her and Aphmau go out shopping alone without the guys, and she's really good to her. She buys her some coffee and new clothes and tells her embarrassing stories about her kids. It's cute, but of course, Aphmau's not actually dating Zane, and it's extremely uncomfortable because she keeps pressing Aphmau about their relationship that isn't real. After they're done shopping, Aaron shows up when Aphmau's alone, and he's being all flirty. Aphmau doesn't have time to explain the whole situation before Ziana shows back up and immediately starts talking about how Zane is dating Aphmau.
Mr. Aaron, I saw the way you were looking at my sweet Aphmau here. I know she's beautiful, and it's hard not to stare. It's human nature. However, you have to put your feelings aside. She's already taken by my little Zuzu.
Obviously, Aaron is upset, but Garth and Vlad drive their mom away for long enough to explain to Aaron what's going on, and he ends up okay with it. When Ziana gets back, she invites Aaron to join them all for dinner, which is just crazily uncomfortable, but he can't bring himself to say no, so he goes with them. And would it be crazy if I said this could be a fetish of some kind? Ziana asks Zane if he likes the dress she bought for Aphmau, and we get one of those cutesy, like, magical girl slice of life anime fucking edits of her in the dress. To which Zane seems to be taken aback and is genuinely flustered and 100% serious and not acting when he says,
"Looks like an angel."
And now Garth and Aaron are jealous. And again, I'm just gonna give this whole episode +20 because who's really counting? At dinner, everyone's waiting outside when Ziana goes in to get a table for them, and Aphmau says she doesn't know if she can keep doing this anymore. Vlad says that he brought a love potion that they could use in case things start to go south, which is insane. Aphmau refuses, rightfully so, but when she does this, Vlad just throws the potion into the bushes for anyone to find instead of just keeping it on him and disposing of it later. You dumb piece of shit. You fool. You motherfucker. So of course, Michi literally materializes, not joking, and finds the potion in the bushes and states her plan out loud, as all good villains are known to do. She says she's going to use the love potion on Aphmau so that Aaron will see she loves someone else and go for her instead, which feels a little bit more complicated than it needs to be, like she could just use the love potion on Aaron, but whatever. Later at dinner, Aaron gets uncomfortable watching Aphmau and Zane and has to excuse himself. While he's away in the bathroom though, Michi has disguised herself as a waiter and given Aphmau a glass of water with the love potion mixed inside. And this works. Aphmau falls in love with Zane, to his surprise. When Aaron gets back, he's shocked and angry, and Aphmau's being super weird. She's saying she wants to marry Zane and that she's loved him for so long and all these other crazy things. They're about to kiss when the love potion wears off and Aphmau comes back down to reality. Aaron has finally had enough and is about to tell Ziana the truth about Zane and Aphmau. But then Aphmau interrupts him and now she's about to tell the truth. But then Caitlin, who's been at the restaurant the whole time, just at a separate table by the way, shows up and is like, no, I'll tell her. And now the next part takes a crazy turn. Caitlin tells Ziana that Aphmau and Zane aren't dating because her and Aphmau are dating.
And we can't hide it anymore. Ziana, Aphmau is my girlfriend.
Caitlin lesbian truther finally gets justice. And Ziana is #1 ally. And this is our first confirmation that gay people do in fact exist in the Aphmau cinematic universe. Can you believe it? What a hero. Ziana says that Aphmau and Caitlyn should kiss, and Caitlyn was down, but Aphmau wasn't having it.
Pucker up, gorgeous.
Caitlyn, we've talked about this!
They could have just kissed and that could have been the end of it. But Aphmau couldn't bear the thought of kissing a woman because she's homophobic or something. I'm kidding, of course. But I, as an ally, would have kissed my lady friend if it meant that I would have prevented a familial argument in the middle of a chain restaurant. Aphmau doesn't feel the same though, and she decides to tell Ziana the truth. She takes it well though, and offers to buy everyone's dinner. But before she can, Travis fucking explodes down through the roof, and he says he wanted to see Caitlyn and Aphmau kiss. As if this fucking creep couldn't get any worse, he's a lesbian fetishist. I want to actually smash his stupid head against the fucking concrete. Next episode, Aphmau runs into Zane and she invites him to come hang out with her and Aaron. Zane says that's not a good idea because it might be awkward after the debacle of the previous couple episodes, especially since he, quote-unquote, got a little too in character, implying that he does in fact have some real feelings for Aphmau.
Might be a bit awkward is all. I might have gotten too into character.
Back of the fucking line. Aphmau doesn't catch on though, and she insists that he comes with her and he agrees reluctantly. And of course, it all goes wrong. Aaron and Zane are bickering and fighting over who knows Aphmau better, Zane as her best friend or Aaron as her buddy. I mean, situationship. Aphmau hears some commotion outside, so she goes to check it out and she sees Travis on the ground, claiming to have just been knocked over by Caitlyn. His story was that he was walking with her through the neighborhood when a bug landed on her ass, so he tried to shoo it away and in the process he grazed her butt. So she punted him across the street. Most normal reaction to Travis being a freak. Aphmau is hesitant to believe him given his track record, but he doubles down and says, "I'm serious, there was a bee. Look, I love to look at butts, but I'm not disrespectful enough to touch them. That's not my style. I'm just a giant tease." Okay, if by tease you mean pervert, alright. And also, it definitely is his style to grab ass without consent. He literally has before, I'm pretty sure.
Reserved. Says the guy who just tried to grab my butt during the sparring match.
Aphmau is shocked that he's telling the truth, and she says she's confused because he hasn't been as flirty lately. And then he says, "Only when I look into your eyes, baby." Asterisk, wink, asterisk. Anytime a character is about to redeem themselves, it's just immediately thrown into the garbage before you can even process what just happened. Zane and Aaron come outside, and Travis asks if he can join them. Aaron and Zane say no, but Aphmau says yes. Zane says, "Really? Even after he flirted with you?" And Aphmau responds,
To me, Travis is always joking when he flirts.
Oh my god, Freudian slip of the fucking century. Travis is such a fucking creep that Aphmau can't even defend him without letting it slip that he's jerking it while thinking about all of the women that he's assaulted in this universe. Regardless, the four of them all hang out, and Travis suggests that Aaron and Zane have a best friend contest to get rid of the tension between the two of them. Basically, the rules are that they have to keep going back and forth asking each other questions about Aphmau, and the first person to get a question wrong loses. After several questions, neither of them has lost, and Zane says they should settle this with a fight to the death. Aaron's response is,
"You can be her best friend, and she can have as many best friends as she wants. But, I'd rather be her boyfriend."
Damn, that was kinda smooth as hell, I'm not gonna lie. But then, Aphmau interrupts and says that there's an anime convention coming into town that she wants to go to, and everyone jumps in saying they'll take her. Travis says,
"Oh, Aphmau, I can picture you now. I have the perfect cosplay in mind for you, baby. One with a really nice skirt."
"Go to hell." But don't worry, Aaron and Zane immediately jump his ass. And then Zane and Aaron bond over their mutual distaste for the anime that Aphmau watches, and they're cool now, I guess. Next episode, the whole squad pulls up to A-Con 2016. Up in their hotel room, while everyone's getting settled, Aphmau discovers that all of her cosplays are missing from her suitcase. But don't worry, she does have fanfics you shouldn't read aloud. Moving on. Lucinda says she can make Aphmau a costume using her witchcraft, because that's just something she can do. She does a little fashion show and goes through a few costumes before settling on one, and Travis has a gross comment to make about every single costume.
That's the skirt I was talking about. Do a twirl, Aphmau. Nice tail, Aphmau.
Lucinda, what is this outfit even from?
It looks.
Don't!
Whatever, dude. I'm so done. Then, out of nowhere, after Travis was repeatedly a creep to Aphmau, Lucinda calls him adorable and handsome and then says they're going out to lunch. There's literally nothing appealing about him, and Lucinda could do so much better. I am continually disappointed by every single woman in this universe. The next day it's time for day 1 of the convention, and I have some qualms with some of the cosplays. Aaron is Orin from Final Fantasy X, who I've previously stated that I'm pretty sure his entire character is based on and named after. And I won't have Orin be tainted this way. And that's really all I have to say about that. Aphmau is Asuna from Sword Art Online, and I fucking hate Sword Art Online. I liked it when I was 11 and all I cared about was cool swords, but then I grew up and realized that literally nothing in the show could redeem it from the actual hellfire that it is. There's blatant incest, the sexual exploitation of minors, rape and sexual assault written extremely distastefully, and the need for everyone in the show to be attracted to the main character. So, wait, does that sound kind of familiar to anybody? No wonder Aphmau likes Sword Art Online, her entire cinematic universe is based off of it. And she did actually make a series based on it at one point, but it went unfinished and has since been unlisted, so don't even bother worrying about it. A lot of the other cosplays I don't recognize because they're from Bleach, Naruto, or One Piece, and I don't have Bleach, Naruto, or One Piece time in my life because I'm busy watching this shit instead. One Piece specifically is an interesting choice to me because the author recently went on a hiatus to literally figure out what the hell he's been writing about for almost 3 decades. Sounds like Jess took a page out of his 108 books because she also makes shit up as she's going and doesn't know what the hell she's talking about. Lucinda and Travis are flirting and he's basically groveling at her feet, as she so deserves. But this makes Caitlin upset. You would think this is because Caitlin is looking out for her good friend Lucinda because Travis is the worst, but no. It's because Caitlin is jealous. Jealous of Lucinda. Because Travis likes her. And Caitlin likes Travis. As everyone's about to leave for the first day of the convention, Aphmau says what I've been thinking forever and says,
You and Lucinda just, need to kiss and make up already.
Thank you! Finally someone understands. Now the next step would be for Aphmau to actually write this, but don't hold your breath. At the con itself, not much happens. They wander around, they buy some merch, and then, oh yeah, Zane and Aaron have a duel with foam swords, and everyone at the con gathers around to watch. While watching this, I physically recoiled into myself out of cringe. While this is happening, Lucinda and Caitlin start bickering about Travis again. Lucinda says she's a better kisser than Caitlin, and Caitlin's like, that's not true, I'll prove it, and she kisses Travis. I literally cannot keep defending these women. Travis asks if that means they're dating now, and Caitlin says no and runs off. Then the camera pans to Aphmau and she literally says, wow, that was a thing.
Wow. That was a thing.
Like, I can't make this up. The jokes write themselves and not in the good way that Aphmau intended. But with that, we're finally at the finale of Mystreet Season 1. Thank Christ. Aphmau and Caitlin are talking about Caitlin's kiss with Travis, and Aphmau says,
I know he's really weird around women, but I'm just saying that Travis can have some really sweet moments.
Guys, we have got to stop with this narrative. Nothing Travis does redeems him. He's a predator. And then Caitlin says she'll go hang out with him. What a cruel world this is. Aphmau goes and meets up with Aaron while he's looking at his reflection and rehearsing what he's gonna say to her, and fine, it's cute, I guess, whatever. Zane shows up, they all go to the convention together, it's all fine, but Aaron is acting different. He keeps trying to say something to Aphmau and getting interrupted, and he's being a bit more forward than normal. But Aphmau doesn't catch on, and she goes to talk to Travis instead. And the first thing he does is be weird, of course. But then he talks about how he likes Caitlin, and he's actually kind of sweet about it, so Aphmau gives him some advice. And then he ruins it again, of course. And then he implies that he's going after Lucinda and Caitlin at the same time. Dude, please just be normal for once. And then Aaron shows up and he starts backpedaling. Finally, Aaron asks to talk to Aphmau alone, so they go all the way back to their hotel room. He starts confessing to her and asks her to be his girlfriend and like, guys, I hate this show and I hate Aphmau and Aaron together, but it's kinda cute. Aaron actually went and spoke to Zane beforehand and asked if he would be okay if he started dating her. How cute is that, dude? Like, he actually got her best friend's blessing. But yeah, she says yes, they kiss, whatever. Aphmau and Aaron tell the rest of the group that they're officially dating, and Garth and Lawrence actually handle it in a very mature way. But then they immediately say, if you mess up, we'll be all over her so fast.
Aaron, take care of her.
I will.
You better, because the moment you mess up, we'll be all over her so fast.
Okay guys, super cool thing to say. And that's the finale of Mystreet Season 1. Thank God, because I don't know how much more of this series I can... Oh my god. Before we move on though, I want to talk about each individual character and how Mystreet destroyed them. If you don't know, flanderization is a term used to describe a character that used to have substance and personality and depth, but has since been boiled down to one personality trait over time. Usually this takes place over the course of several seasons, over the course of several years, and happens to longer running shows like The Simpsons, South Park, and SpongeBob. But Aphmau seems to be speedrunning. She managed to ruin all these characters in one season in less than a year. That must be a new record or something. The guys are some of the most different characters in my opinion. The men that used to fight and die for their comrades are now the type to send unsolicited dick pics via Snapchat. Dante especially. He certainly got around in diaries, but he was still not a fucking freak. Now he's easily second, or perhaps even equal to Travis when it comes to being predatory. It just so happens that he's in a relationship for a portion of the season. And while in said relationship, he is constantly lusting over Aphmau, and the audience is sort of made to believe that Nicole is the bitch for being upset with him. I just know he uses Snapchat as his main form of communication at his big age, and probably used beer pong as a way of flirting back in college. Unfortunately, he is probably one of the most realistic characters in the ACU though. I've met at least a dozen guys just like him at my SCC school. Of course, Garth and Lawrence are not safe either. Garth was always very well spoken and almost elegant in diaries, but now he's genuinely just a bumbling idiot that actually giggles and kicks his feet whenever he interacts with Aphmau. I wouldn't say he was ever as suave as Lawrence in diaries, but I don't think he was ever nervous to the point of running away from her. And speaking of Lawrence, although he's not as different, he has lost a lot of his charm. He too was always well spoken and almost overprotective of Aphmau, but that has quickly dissolved into just being a creep, more than before anyway. Caitlin was another character that really upset me in Mystreet. In diaries, she's very professional and composed and never really showed much anger, and whenever she did get angry or violent, it was always justified, and other characters acknowledged this too. I remember once in Diaries Season 2, she's described as very in control of her emotions. In Mystreet though, anger is her only emotion. All she does is pick fights and physically assault people. She has genuine anger issues and scary violent tendencies. There weren't many places where it made sense for me to bring it up until now, but you'll definitely see it more as we continue on. Kawaii-chan was a freak in Diaries, but she's somehow even more of a freak in Mystreet. She's infantilized to an extent that she wasn't before. Like, in Diaries she was a traveling entrepreneur in her younger days and has always been a powerful magics user, able to summon real living beings to do her bidding. And after the time skip, she was a mother, which is a strength of its own. In Mystreet though, she needs to be read bedtime stories. And thus, the worst recurring character has become even worse. Even Nicole is different, and she's barely present in either series in the grand scheme of things. She used to be a badass leader of an entire village and a strong single mother, but alas, in Mystreet, she's reduced to the annoying, jealous girlfriend. And she's portrayed as if she's supposed to be the annoying and crazy one, but she's always justified in her fear of Dante cheating on her. Because he was cheating. Zane's also different, but not really in a way that I can say is bad. It's not uncommon for evil characters to have this soft and wholesome rebrand, so at worst it's unoriginal as opposed to like insulting to me as a viewer. Aaron is one of the few characters that didn't change much, but he didn't really have a personality in either universe, so I wouldn't even be able to tell if there was a difference. It's kind of hard for me to get all of that across because, like I said, Mystreet doesn't have a cohesive plot yet, and if I were to bring up every little thing that annoyed me, we'd be here for 9 hours, 18 minutes, and 14 seconds. But once Mystreet starts to get more serious, you'll definitely see what I'm talking about, and I'm so sorry for that. Hello, welcome back to the tier list segment of the video. If it wasn't already obvious, I really don't like Mystreet compared to Diaries, and Season 1 is a pretty bad start to the series. I think the concept is fine, great even, I do love myself a little modern AU, but Season 1 of Mystreet takes all of the charm from the Diaries seasons and absolutely fumbles it. All of the characters that I genuinely do like are watered down heavily, and now I genuinely don't think I could pick a favorite like I could with Diaries. It hurts extra because I do think that Dante was probably my favorite in Diaries, and I think he had one of the worst downgrades out of everyone. Arguably, I think Aphmau had one of the worst downgrades too, because she was reduced to basically just being a sought-after love interest, and obviously that goes for all of her love interests too. Pretty much every male character was boiled down to just their relationship to Aphmau. None of these characters have lives outside of their relationships. But with all that said, there are still some not terrible parts to the season. I have to give credit where it's due, and Eren and Aphmau's relationship does have its good moments compared to Diaries. They felt really bland before, but in a modern AU where Jess and Jason can base it more closely on their real relationship, it feels a lot more genuine, and the moments that are clearly inspired by their real lives do shine through the rest. Don't interpret this as me defending their self-inserts though, I still have a lot to say about that. Just stay with me now. Another thing I do like about this season is that a lot of the jokes actually do land. Not all of them, but enough that I noticed. And that's more than I can say for some other seasons. Even with that though, I do still have to give Mystreet Season 1 a D, just because of how much they f***ed up all the characters. So Phoenix Drop High is a spin-off of a spin-off. Mystreet is a modern spin-off of Diaries, and Phoenix Drop High is a high school spin-off of Mystreet. Here, the ACU cast heads back in time and we get to see their high school years, everyone's favorite part of life. And Jess can make it as unrealistic as she wants because her viewers are a good 5 years away from their freshman year. And boy golly is it unrealistic. And the entire thing just makes me hate Eren even more. Like, okay, from here on out, Eren is Drake and I am Kendrick. I'm Eren's #1 hater and I'm here to destroy his publicity. And he's eyeing up freshman girls. But let's hold our horses for now. Episode 1 begins with Aphmau being woken up by her mom, Sylvana, and this is the first time we ever see Aphmau's mom in the ACU. Aphmau's really excited for her first day as a freshman in high school. She's packing her bag and making sure she has everything she needs, including her school uniform because I guess she goes to a private school? The logistics don't even matter. We all know the real reason she made the school have uniforms is so that it would fit her dream of being in an anime. Her excitement is short-lived though, and almost immediately after, we cut to her crying in her closet because she doesn't want to go. Her mom asks her what's wrong, and Aphmau tells us that she was homeschooled for her entire last year of middle school, and even before that, she didn't have any friends at her in-person school. So she thinks she's gonna be super awkward and nobody's gonna like her. As the audience, you're supposed to feel bad for her and say, no, you're not awkward, everyone's gonna love you, but yeah, she is pretty awkward and it's really embarrassing. The literal very first thing she does when she gets on campus is say,
"But first, let me take a selfie."
And that immediately dates the series. While she's doing that though, a mysterious guy bumps into her. I wonder who it could be. It's Eren. Despite the question marks over his head, it's Eren. And he pushes Aphmau and has bandages and scratches on his face to show that he's such a badass and doesn't care about anyone but himself. Isn't that so hot, guys? After Eren leaves, Aphmau's trying to get in through the front door of the school, but they're locked, and a new character named Tioni goes up to her and is like, oh, trying to get in? Well, you can't. They lock the doors on the first day. Why the hell would this fictional school not let their students in early on the first day? Tioni gets called away to do something else, and as she leaves, she calls Aphmau cutie, because wouldn't you? As soon as she's left alone, Aphmau starts panicking, and in her frenzy, she backs into Garth and immediately thinks, sorry, I'm allergic to bad stories. In her frenzy, she backs into Garth and immediately thinks,
wow, he's so dreamy.
And then he's like, haha, are you lost, freshman? Well, see you later. And then he leaves. And then Ivy shows up, if you remember her from way back in Diaries. She was the member of the jury of 9 that betrayed Okassis for Tula, beat up Caitlyn, and then got beheaded and then was never mentioned again. All she does is say some shit like, Garth is mine, and then she runs off too. It seems that nobody here is capable of having a conversation that lasts longer than 30 seconds. So after some random things that don't matter, Aphmau's searching for her homeroom when she gets extremely lost. After like 10 minutes of searching, she just gives up and sits on the floor when Lawrence shows up. And it's an extremely uncomfortable interaction. He offers to help her find her classes, and when she looks at him and sees that he's hot, he's like,
please don't tell me you're falling for my looks. I have that effect on most girls in this school.
And people in this universe act like lines like this are normal and not extremely douchey. He brings Aphmau to her class, and as he's leaving, he says,
by the way, that uniform looks good on you.
Okay. Aphmau enters her homeroom and introduces herself to the person next to her, which just so happens to be Travis. Terrible mistake, because the first thing he does is call her pretty.
Just shocked a pretty girl would be the first person to talk to me.
Here we fucking go. They both bond over being bullied for being freshmen, and Travis says, ugh, it's like a little label they put on us.
That's so annoying. It's like a little label they put on us.
Well, yes, that's actually the point, believe it or not. In fact, every grade has a label put on them. Don't act like being called a freshman is equivalent to being called a slur, it's literally just what you're called. Aphmau and Travis declare themselves not alone buddies.
So we're essentially not alone buddies?
Otherwise known as friends, and their homeroom departs for this little event where the freshmen go look at all the clubs and their representatives. On the way, Travis and Aphmau are talking about their other friends. Aphmau has none, unless you count her online friends, and Travis's only other friend at this school is a sophomore who once dated 2 girls at one time.
He dated 2 girls at one time.
And we just act like this is super casual and not really fucked up. The guy remains unnamed in the moment, but like, it's Dante. They arrive at this little orientation day thing, and Aphmau's eyes immediately befall the anime club booth. Travis admits that he also likes anime, and then he immediately gets hit in the head with a volleyball by Caitlin.
I like anime too.
Travis!
Which is the only appropriate response. Keep that shit to yourself. During the club meetings, Aphmau gets a text from a contact named FC. At this point, we don't know who FC is, but we can assume that it's her online best friend. This isn't that important right now, but you will have to store it for later. Then Tioni shows back up and tells Aphmau that she shouldn't be texting during class hours, and then calls her a cutie. Twice. The orientation event ends, and Travis and Aphmau have to go their separate ways. Aphmau heads to her next class, and when she walks inside, there's a fight going on between 2 students. One of the students is the mysterious guy who pushed Aphmau at the beginning of the day, aka Aaron, but we're still acting like that's a secret. Aphmau asks another bystander if they should intervene, and he says no, and then says, "You don't get to be the alpha of the pack by playing nice." Remember how I keep bringing up the fact that werewolves become a common occurrence in a really f***ed up way? This is the beginning of that. Aphmau tries to go break up the fight, but obviously it doesn't work because she's like 4'0", and then Aaron gets up and just tosses his opponent out of the window. The teacher walks in completely unfazed and says, "Haha, looks like werewolf class is off to a good start this year." Werewolf class. Werewolf class. Werewolf class. As in, this is a class for werewolves, and everyone in it is presumably a werewolf, except for Aphmau and Aaron. But they both have to stay in this class for the time being until they can get their schedules changed. Class starts and their teacher tells everyone that they need to pair up, and of course, Aphmau and Aaron end up as a pair. Aphmau tries to be polite and introduce herself, but Aaron's being a dick and just tells her to mind her business. Doesn't it just make you giddy to see young love such as this? At the beginning of her second day, Aphmau begins her walk to school and is so rudely interrupted by Ivy. Ivy's like, "I saw you with Garth and I know you want him, but he's my boyfriend. He just doesn't know it yet." And to be honest, if she wasn't so much of a bitch, that might have been relatable. Her and her Mean Girls / Heather's trio leave, and it's safe to say that Aphmau has gained her first rival. Once she gets to school and goes to homeroom, Travis isn't there. I'm devastated. So Aphmau starts texting this FC character again, and when she tells them that she got bullied this morning, FC is super dramatic about it. They're like, "I'll come over there and deal with her myself." Like, okay bro, you met Aphmau playing an MMO together. You're not dealing with anyone. The bell rings and Aphmau goes to her first period, which is creative writing, and she sure could use a few lessons.
You need to get some writing lessons!
And of course, Garth and Lawrence are in that class together, and they ask her to come sit with them, despite only knowing her for maybe 30 seconds total between the both of them. That would warrant maybe a wave at best. They ask her name, and she's all stuttery and nervous and shaking and whatever.
It's Aphmau.
Lawrence asks why she's so nervous, and Garth responds, "It's because she's sitting next to the hottest guys in the sophomore class." Heh wink. The entire class is pretty much just the guys showering Aphmau in compliments, some of which are kinda creepy when you think about the fact that adult Jess wrote them. Like, what do you mean the schoolgirl uniform is cute? And you were this age when you met your adult husband. After not even 5 minutes of conversation, Lawrence drops this bomb. "Hey Aphmau, you seem really cool. We should hang out sometime." What, is your mom gonna drop you guys off somewhere? In response, Aphmau says,
"But I didn't even talk!"
And Lawrence says, "But you listened, and that's nice for a change." And I rolled my eyes into the back of my head. After just the duration of their conversation, the bell rings and class is over. There was no teacher the entire time. Why would there be? Later in the day, Aphmau has to go to gym class, and she is perturbed by the fact that she has to change in front of other people in the locker room. But then, what do you know, Dante shows up. And if you thought he was insufferable in Mystreet, it actually gets worse.
"If you want to change places with me, I wouldn't mind."
Huh?
"Hey, baby." "Travis, I didn't know your girlfriend was this adorable."
He makes things super uncomfortable and kind of flirts with Aphmau a little until Kawaii-chan and Nicole both show up and are super mad at him. Because they're the girls he both dated at the same time as described by Travis. Thank God we're finally acknowledging this, because honestly we kind of brushed past it too quickly for my tastes back in Diaries. But also, let's think about this. Dante is currently a sophomore. This is known. Travis told Aphmau that in the first episode.
I have one friend that attends this school. He's a sophomore and he's really cool.
But Nicole and Kawaii-chan are in Aphmau's homeroom, meaning they're freshmen just like her, and Dante dated them in the past. And considering this is only the third-ish day of the school year, Dante dated middle schoolers as a high schooler. You know the rule, if grades don't touch, neither do you, but if you go to different institutions, you're going to be institutionalized. I fucking hate this guy. Aphmau goes into the locker room and gets changed, and she encounters Ivy and her squad again. It's the same shit. They're bullying her, telling her to stay away from Garth and whatnot, but this time, Ivy pushes Aphmau to the ground, and Aphmau stands back up and pushes Ivy to the ground. A teacher walks in while Ivy's on the ground, and she starts fake crying, so Aphmau gets in trouble even though she didn't start it. The teacher gives Aphmau detention. Once the day ends, Aphmau's lost and can't find her way to detention, and of course, she has to run into Lawrence. He asks her why she has detention, and for some reason, she won't tell him. Me personally, if I were framed, I would be telling everyone about it. He shows her where to go and then gives her his number out of nowhere, and tells her she seems really cool. What the hell? And then to top it all off, as he's leaving, he says, "By the way," I can't read this shit. "By the way, I like nice girls, but bad ones are okay too. Asterisk, wink, asterisk." Guys, I think I actually threw up in my mouth a little reading that one. Reminder, they're like 15 years old. Aphmau walks into detention where she sees Aaron there too. They're the only two in detention, and the teacher watching them doesn't give a shit, and he falls asleep on the floor immediately. Eventually, Aphmau gets bored, so she decides to try and make amends with Aaron. He's not having it though, so he tells her to leave him alone, and this starts another fight between them. Then Jeffrey walks in because he's the teacher's aide for detention, I guess, and then he says, "Get this, you're one spunky freshman to speak up to a senior like that." So Aphmau is a freshman, and Aaron is a senior. Criminal. Jail time, like genuinely. But guys, who knows? Let's not be hasty, maybe they don't even end up together while they're in high school. Eventually detention ends and Aphmau leaves, and outside she runs into Lawrence. He must be stalking her at this point, because how is he always where she needs to be? This time, he says he had soccer practice after school, and he decided to wait for her afterwards to see how detention went, and he offers her a walk home. I wish I had something negative to say about this, but I really don't. It's actually pretty sweet, and I'm just bitter. But I'm gonna give it +3 anyway. Back at home over the weekend, Aphmau gets a text from Lawrence. Don't know how though, since he gave her his number, but whatever. He asks her if she wants to hang out, and she says yes, but then she says,
"A hot guy like that talking to a potato like me?"
They decide to meet up at the park, and Lawrence says this. I'm not reading that shit. Bro, she's 14. Their date doesn't get very far before they're interrupted by none other than Gene. He's at the same park with his squad, aka just Sasha and Xenix, where he declares that they're the Shadow Knights, but they're not as cool as they were in Diaries. It's just what they call their lame little gang, if you could even call it that. These kids would get made fun of to hell in a real school. I don't know how people take them seriously. Lawrence doesn't want to stick around those freaks, so he and Aphmau leave, and they just so happen to run into Garth. And now, the two of them just fight over Aphmau for a whole episode. They both say that they want to be alone with her, and when Garth asks to be alone, Lawrence gets jealous and tries to intervene. Garth snaps back with, "What? You know I'm interested too?" I don't like this at all. They all sit down and talk together, and Garth immediately asks if Aphmau has ever thought about having a boyfriend. Bickering between him and Lawrence ensues, and Lawrence tries to one-up him by just straight up asking Aphmau to be his girlfriend.
Aphmau, want to be my girlfriend?
Oh great, you killed her.
At the most inconvenient time, Aphmau's mom shows up and gets mad that she's hanging out with two guys, so Aphmau decides to just leave with her mom and abandon Lawrence and Garth, leaving their proposals unanswered. That entire exchange was actually the f***ing worst. You know how the mean kids at your school would pick on the weird kids by like pretending to be their friends and like asking them out and shit? That's exactly what this entire thing feels like, even though Garth and Lawrence are really supposed to be 100% genuine and really do like Aphmau. Treating Aphmau like some prize that they're competing for is actually pretty f***ed up. Next morning on the way to school, Aphmau gets a text from FC addressing Aphmau as Shu. Just remember that that's FC's nickname for Aphmau. Shu. It doesn't really fit anywhere right now, but you'll have to remember it for later. Like, much later. Like, finale of Mystreet later. Lawrence appears behind Aphmau, and then we just get a rapid fire of him complimenting her.
Hey, beautiful. Because I dream of you. Fainted again. Should I wake you up with a kiss?
Why are you doing this?
Doing what?
Making me blush like this.
Because it's cute. What do you want to walk to school together?
I mean, yes. I'd love to.
That voice crack is cute too.
They walk to school together and are greeted by Garth when they arrive. Then he calls Aphmau beautiful. Then Lawrence calls her beautiful, and they start fighting over who gets to walk her to school.
How about yours?
I went to the park too with this beautiful girl, so it went pretty fantastic.
Too bad you missed walking with her this morning.
What?
I just walked with that beautiful girl this morning to school.
Oh, maybe I'll have to walk her to school next time.
I cannot put up with this much longer. Then they all find out that they have art class together, so I'm sure this will be really fun. In art class, Garth whispers to Aphmau, "You should teach me how to draw sometime." Buddy, that's why you're here. In class. Focus! The teacher asks if anyone would like to model for everyone else to draw, and Aphmau immediately jumps up and says she'll do it, and then she says some shit about how everyone has different views, I'd like to embrace them.
Are you sure you want everyone to draw you? Some people aren't too pleased with others' perspectives of them.
I don't mind. Everyone has different views, and I'd like to embrace them.
This is wild. Weren't you super insecure like an episode ago? And then, of course, their teacher calls her beautiful.
Do you have 1 hour to draw this beautiful young lady?
Someone called the police. If you took a shot for each instance in this episode alone that was just used for Aphmau to flatter herself, you would die, like halfway through. Next day in homeroom, they have a new student, and it's Vlad. Aphmau and Travis introduce themselves to him, and they all become friends. Or, no, sorry, not friends. Not alone buddies. Vlad is the first person so far to actually acknowledge how weird this is, but this doesn't stick. And now all three of them are not alone buddies. The three of them talk about normal stuff and their classes and whatnot, and then Aphmau says she couldn't get out of werewolf class, so now she's stuck in it for the rest of the year. What the fuck? How is a human even supposed to pass werewolf class? Her GPA is just f***ed forever. Then there's some weird dialogue about how Vlad has home ec, and Aphmau's like,
Nice! That class is awesome! I call it second lunch. Ah, do you take it? No.
So what the hell was any of that about? Vlad says he doesn't remember signing up for home ec in the first place, and this school needs to get a grip on all of their scheduling problems. Humans in werewolf class, men in home ec? God forbid. This is all unheard of. Aphmau shows Vlad to his class, and on her way back, she sees the Shadow Knights vandalizing the school with their shitty PNG logo. And she overhears them talking about some new rival that's super tough and mean. This new kid has allegedly gotten into 5 fights, but he hasn't gotten into trouble yet because nobody can prove that it's him? What the hell do you mean? If there's ever a fight at an American school, there will be at least 10 different perspectives up on Snapchat within the hour. Before she can hear anymore, Aphmau gets spotted and interrogated by Jean. He tries to get her to hang out with them, and it's low-key working. I guess Aphmau is really susceptible to peer pressure. But thankfully, Tioni shows up and saves her ass, and she's like, don't worry, Aphmau, I'm gonna write these guys up.
I'm gonna rate these 3 here up for skipping.
So Aphmau leaves, and as she's walking away, Tioni calls her adorable.
She's adorable.
As is tradition. The next weekend, Aphmau's mom drags her to the park because she wants to hang out with her other mom friend who's bringing her kids, so Aphmau's just there to babysit, basically. So you probably expect, like, toddlers, right? No, the mom friend is Ziana, and the kids are Garth, Vlad, and Zane. After the moms leave the kids alone, it doesn't take long before Zane and Garth start bickering. Aphmau doubles down on Zane and is like, "Aw, Zane, why didn't you tell your brother you love him?"
Aw, Zane, you should just tell your brother you love him.
And Garth goes, "I'd prefer if you told me that instead, Aphmau." I miss when Garth was silently pining over Aphmau and not outwardly being a creep to her. The kids all decide that they're going to play some soccer together, and Aphmau is really hyped about this. Before they start playing, Garth and Aphmau have a moment to talk alone, and Garth says he's really happy that Aphmau happened to be the daughter of their mom's friend that they were hanging out with today. But alas, their conversation is interrupted by Zane being a misogynist, so Aphmau has her girl boss moment where she just f***ing kicks the soccer ball into his face. He's hurt and whatever, but who cares? And then their mom comes back and they start talking about how this isn't the first time Aphmau's done this to Zane. And everyone's like, what? That's not possible. We all just met this year at school. But then their moms are like, We all used to live in the same neighborhood and you all played together as kids all the time. How come you don't remember? And yeah, that's a good question. How come all these kids just have collective amnesia and don't remember their childhood together? Garth and Aphmau seem especially distraught, and as Aphmau leaves, Garth is super ominously under his breath like,
"No wonder I feel this way about her."
What do you mean by that? That night, Aphmau and her mom are preparing to have dinner at the Romave house. When they arrive at the Romave's house, Garth calls Aphmau stunning, and Ziana says she'd let Aphmau marry one of her boys.
Gargar, what do you think?
She's stunning.
Dinner is ready shortly after they arrive, and we see Garte Romave for what I think is the first time ever in the ACU. And of course, one of his first lines is telling Aphmau, "I bet you get all the boys at school."
I bet you have all the boys chasing you at school.
Throughout the dinner, Zane keeps pestering Garth, saying he has googly eyes for Aphmau, and he's thirsty for her and whatnot. Eventually, Garth gets frustrated and storms out of the room. Aphmau follows him, and he tells her that he likes her, but she's like, "Aw, Garth, I like you too," because somehow she doesn't realize what he means. Dumbass. So he clarifies, and he's like, "No, I like you."
I like you.
And then he kisses her. Holy shit, guys. He goes on about how he couldn't get her out of his head, etc., etc., and he's like, "Don't tell Lawrence about this because he really likes you too."
Can you not tell Lawrence about that?
Huh? Lawrence? Why not?
He really likes you too.
So now, Aphmau is super confused and doesn't know what to do. Because both of the hot guys she likes like her back, and now she doesn't know who to choose. Life is so hard. The next day at school, Aphmau is just so lost because she loves Lawrence, but she loves Garth too. Whatever will she do? When she's alone, Jean approaches her and says he knows something that she doesn't want Lawrence to know, and he tells her to meet her in 15 minutes somewhere across the school if she wants to know what the hell he's talking about. So she does. While they're there, Erin walks by and tries to give Aphmau an out so she can get away, but she's too stubborn and she stays with Jean willingly. They start bickering and it's really stupid, and once Erin leaves, Jean makes a comment about how she's the only one that can look Erin in the eye. They're really building up this enemies to lovers thing, and I can't say that I'm enjoying it. Once her and Jean are alone, Jean shows Aphmau a picture that he took of her kissing Garth. What the hell was he doing in that exact spot at the exact moment that they kissed? Beats me. He threatens to show the picture to Lawrence, which Aphmau obviously doesn't want, so he offers her a deal. He'll keep the picture to himself if Aphmau agrees to do whatever he wants, basically. And stupidly, Aphmau agrees. She meets up with their little gang outside during lunch where they give her the nickname Kitty, which is just insane. While they're trying to initiate Aphmau into their cringy gang, Lawrence shows up. He tries to get Aphmau to leave with him because he doesn't want her hanging out with Jean, but Aphmau insists she's fine and she's hanging out with Jean because she wants to. But obviously that's not true, she's just being blackmailed, and Lawrence literally doesn't realize that anything is off despite this entire interaction being super uncomfortable and unnatural. Later, Jean makes Aphmau skip class, and their whole gang goes to the park. Jean insists that Aphmau's going to join their gang, but only on her own accord, and that he's not gonna force her, because he's such a kind and loving gang leader. Jean makes Aphmau do an initiation, which is her tagging a bridge with their logo, which is like, actually a crime. I feel like at this point I would have just bit the bullet and told Lawrence the truth so that I wouldn't have to like graffiti a public park, but of course Aphmau does it anyway. That same night, Aphmau returns to the park alone to wash away the tag that she just did earlier that day, and a cop shows up. He immediately pins her as the one that did it, which, as we know, she is, but how would he know that? His only evidence is, the criminal always returns to the scene of the crime.
The criminal always returns to the scene of the crime.
But she also showed up with a sponge, very obviously to wash it away. She could have just been any random citizen that wanted to do a good deed by washing away graffiti. But he literally takes Aphmau away. Not to a police station though, just back to her house. Her mom is on her side actually, and the cop says out loud, "I couldn't find any evidence on her, it's just suspicious that she was trying to wash the graffiti away."
Well, I couldn't find a spray can on her, just this sponge. So I can't really prove she tagged anything herself. It's just oddly suspicious she was trying to clean it up.
But he still doesn't realize how stupid that sounds. He says he's going to let Aphmau off with a warning, and he leaves. Aphmau's mom is suspicious and at the very least mad that Aphmau snuck out on her own. Aphmau's about to tell her mom the whole story with Garth kissing her and how she was blackmailed, etc., etc., but before she can get out a single word, her mom is like, "Wait, Did you sneak out to kiss a boy? You better not have or I'll be so mad. So obviously, now Aphmau doesn't want to tell her the whole story. So she doesn't. Sylvana sends Aphmau to her room and then calls Ziana to help calm herself down. Then Ziana says that if she finds the guy who kissed Aphmau, she'll find him and murder him.
Aphmau's too innocent to be kissing boys. But if she did, I swear I'll find this boy and murder him! I'll make him wish he never put his lips on our sweet little innocent Aphmau!
And Garth is terrified by this. Again, neither Sylvana or Ziana know for sure that Aphmau kissed a guy. They're just assuming she did. Aphmau decides to text Lawrence and his first response is, "It's kinda late to be texting." Bro, it's not even 8 p.m. Aphmau lies to Lawrence and does the classic "so I have this friend" thing and says, "My friend kissed her best friend's crush and I don't know if I should say anything." She does this to test Lawrence and see if he would be mad if she just told him the truth about Garth, but obviously it doesn't work out the way she wanted, because he says, "Wow, that's horrible. If I were you, I'd stay out of it. Honestly, that's such an underhanded thing for your friend to do." Man, I'm glad I have a trustworthy friend like Garth. You might want to try to find some new girlfriends if I were you. That is so tough. So now Aphmau is doubly screwed and really doesn't want to tell him the truth. So now Aphmau is doubly screwed and really doesn't want to tell him the truth, even more so than initially. So she says goodbye, and of course he says, "Anytime, beautiful," with the fucking tongue out emoji too, like, okay bro. Also, I have to go to bed at 7:54. The next day during lunch, Aphmau's being tracked down by the Shadow Knights trying to recruit her, and she's looking for a place to hide. She sits down in front of a practice room in what I'm assuming is some music room, and she starts crying. Someone from inside of the practice room asks why she's crying, and she just dumps all of her lore onto him, and he tells her that she should stop being blackmailed and to just be honest and tell Lawrence the truth regardless of how he'll react. Which is true, to be honest. I don't think she knows Lawrence enough to be this concerned about the longevity of their friendship. For now, we don't find the identity of the person in the practice room, but they're not really trying to hide it especially well. We don't see their face, but it is the same voice as Aaron. So, sorry to spoil it, but it's Aaron. But Aphmau doesn't realize this, and Aaron doesn't realize that Aphmau's the one he's talking to either. Because they're enemies in real life, remember? Isn't this so enemies to lovers? Aren't you so hooked? Aphmau leaves, and on her way to class, she gets stopped by Jean begging her to skip class, and she refuses. She finally says she's done, regardless of what Jean decides to do with the photo, and that's that. Jean regroups with his squad and is about to do something dubious with Aphmau's photo when Aaron bumps into him, knocks his phone to the ground, and crushes it. So that's just it. The photo's gone, and now he has nothing to hold over Aphmau's head. A few days later, Garth, Lawrence, and Dante are talking, and Dante is convinced that Garth likes Aphmau, and he's trying to get him to admit it. But he won't, obviously, because Garth is still trying to spare Lawrence's feelings and doesn't want him to know about his little crush, despite them being pretty open about it with each other in previous episodes. But Lawrence is like, "Oh, Dante, you're so silly. Garth tells me everything. I would know if he liked Aphmau."
Dante, Garth tells me everything.
And Garth's like, "Haha, yup," and conversation over. Immediately after Lawrence and Dante leave, Garth goes up to Aphmau and asks her on a date. So much for sparing his best friend's feelings. The next day, their date begins. Garth took Aphmau to the fair, and while in line for their first fair date activity, Aphmau spots Lawrence and calls out to him. "You fucking idiot. You went through all this trouble for him to not know about you kissing Garth and this whole weird love triangle, and now you're just gonna show him that you're on a date with his best friend?" Garth tries to protest, but it's too late. Lawrence comes up to them and he's like, "Wow, what are you guys doing here?" And Aphmau's like, "We're here as friends." And Lawrence believes it. And now they're all gonna hang out together, which is obviously going to be super fucking awkward. Once Garth and Aphmau are alone again, they're both upset and confused that the other didn't tell Lawrence about the date. Why is this shocking? Because that would be wildly out of character for either of them to do. Both of them are constantly seen trying to protect Lawrence and his feelings. Why would either of them tell him about the date? Not that this makes it right, they should have told him something by now, but I don't know what either of them were expecting. But anyway, you're not gonna believe what happens next, guys. Aphmau steps out of line to go to the ladies' room, but then she gets stopped by Lawrence, who asks to do a little photo booth picture with her. She says yes, and he kisses her in the last photo. This is crazy. Afterwards, they just act like it's no big deal and go back to Garth, and their weird as hell love triangle date ensues. I just don't even know what the correct thing to do in this situation even is. I think Aphmau should stop worrying so much about hurting one of their feelings and just go for whoever she likes more. And if she doesn't like either of them more, then obviously she doesn't like either of them enough to pursue them, if that makes sense. But this is the ACU and they can tease whatever relationships they want, and we all know it doesn't matter because she's just gonna end up with Aaron anyway. The next day at school, it's the annual sports festival, which I guess is just like a field day. The day is immediately started off with Travis and Dante creeping on Caitlin from the bushes, so that's how you know it's gonna be a good one. Aaron bumps into Aphmau and she's so fed up with him that she kicks a volleyball at his head. And this starts a feud that lasts all day. Their first matchup is soccer, where Aphmau's freshman homeroom has to play against Aaron's senior homeroom, which is just wild. Like, I feel like a class of 14-year-olds gets crushed by a class of 17 to 18-year-olds, but not in this reality because somehow the freshmen pull out the win. And as the final score is announced, the announcer says,
"Winner of the soccer match is freshman class A. The MVPs of this match are Aaron of senior class A and Aphmau of freshman class A."
And I just reject this conclusion. Like, how was this measured? After the day's over, Aphmau gets shoved into a locker by Ivy and her mean girls, and they lock her in and just dip. I don't know what the plan was, just to leave her there all night. But it doesn't matter, because it turns out the locker she's in is actually Aaron's gym locker. And he opens it up and she falls on top of him, and guys, isn't this just so romance? This next episode doesn't really matter, but I feel like this specific part needs to be brought up. Kawaii-chan turns Aphmau into a werewolf, somehow, and the two of them sell cupcakes together in maid outfits for some school event. And Aaron blushes when he sees Aphmau. What is so hot about a minor with ears and a tail in a maid uniform? And to make matters worse, at school the next day we find out from Jean that Aaron is the new alpha of all the werewolves at school. You know, Aaron, the human. And in passing, another werewolf calls Aphmau the alpha female.
She even looks like us now. So I'm okay with calling her Alpha.
You know, Aphmau, the human. Back in werewolf class, Aaron grabs Aphmau's tail and ears without asking to make sure they're real.
Well, I really don't care about your opinion at all now, do I? Did you just grab my tail?
Oh, it's real?
Yes, it's real. What in the name of Irene gives you the right to touch me?
How was I supposed to know the tail and ears were real?
You ask, like a decent person?
Please keep your hands to yourself. I know it's hard when you're a freak, but try your best. The next day, Jean goes up to Garth and just directly tells him that Aphmau and Lawrence kissed at the fair. No dramatics or manipulation or anything, just straight up says it. Next episode, we open with two werewolves gossiping about how Aaron and Aphmau are mates and how they're a power couple because they're the alpha male and female.
Still can't believe Aphmau and Aaron are dating.
It's about time the alpha male and female were dating.
And I'm going to throw up. If you think this is as weird as the werewolf shit gets, you are dead f***ing wrong. We're at like 5% power right now. Lawrence overhears this conversation and it's really funny to me because one of them says,
"He even grabbed her tail the other day." So cute.
And Lawrence is absolutely appalled.
She let him grab her tail? That means... no.
Like tail touching is f***ing sacred and deeper than sex. Lawrence goes straight to Garth to tell him this, and instead of the bros sharing gossip like real men, Garth gets mad because of what Jean told him about Lawrence kissing Aphmau. And then it just starts a whole argument. Garth gets mad that Lawrence kissed her when he really has no right to be. Lawrence didn't know that he was on a date with Aphmau at the time. He didn't even know that he liked her. Lawrence manages to ignore the fact that his best friend stole his girl and tells him that he thinks Aphmau is playing them both because of what he just overheard. So now they just think that Aphmau is a massive slut that's playing them and the scary delinquent senior. And if you're wondering if either of them ever ask Aphmau for clarification, of course not, silly. Later, Aphmau's in the bathroom and she overhears Ivy and one of her lackeys, Lily, talking about how she's playing Aaron on purpose and going to break his heart.
I just want to use him, break his heart, and get it over with.
It's kind of unclear why she's doing this, just for sport, I guess, I don't know. So when Aphmau hears this, she goes to tell Aaron, but he's not having it, so she just moves on. On her way to lunch, she sees Lawrence flirting with Michi and calling her beautiful and whatnot. Aphmau goes up to him and is super confused and says, "Lawrence, I thought you liked me." And he says, "I did." And Aphmau asks if he still wants to have lunch with her, and he goes, "Nah, I'm going to class. Later." And Aphmau is left very confused as to why Lawrence suddenly doesn't give a f*** about her anymore. She goes to find Garth and he's the same way. He doesn't want to talk to her either, and neither of them elaborate, so Aphmau has no idea why they're both mad at her. She goes back to the practice room where she spoke with that mysterious voice, aka Aaron, and even he doesn't want to talk to her. So Aphmau goes to her last resort, texting FC, while she's sitting in front of the practice room. While she's texting him, she makes a comment about how all of her texts are echoing.
Is that my phone echoing?
I wonder why that could be. It's because FC is Aaron. So they figure this out and have a big grand reveal, and Aaron walks out of the practice room and they're like, oh my god, this is crazy. And they're both super conflicted because Aphmau hates Aaron but loves FC, and Aaron hates Aphmau but loves Shu. But they get over the hatred pretty damn quickly and it doesn't really matter, and they're besties now. The next day, everyone sees them being friendly together and they get a lot of dirty looks from people making rumors and whatnot. But at this point, they're not dating, they're just besties. Freshmen and senior besties. Nothing weird about this. While they're walking, a werewolf shows up and tries to get Aphmau alone. But Aaron does another weird thing.
Come on. You probably don't want to be around this jerk. Follow me.
I know what you're trying to do. Leave her alone.
The alpha male protecting his mate.
Oh my god, could you imagine a real high school couple that acted like this? A senior that refers to himself as the alpha male and a freshman who refers to herself as the alpha female? These people would be bullied relentlessly in real life. But by the way, Aphmau still doesn't know that they are the alpha male and female. She just thinks that the werewolves are joking, I guess. Like, later, they're at lunch doing their f***ing werewolf class homework and Aphmau's reading her textbook and she asks Aaron,
shouldn't there be an alpha male and female in our school?
Yeah?
Really? Do you know who they are?
And again, this still isn't even 5% of the werewolf shit. The same day, Garth and Lawrence are following Aphmau and Aaron and recording them without their knowledge so that they can confront Aphmau for playing them and have evidence. While they're doing this, a werewolf and Jean show up to torment Aaron and Aphmau. Basically, they're trying to get Aaron to start a fight, and Jean is trying to get it on video to get Aaron in trouble. But Aaron isn't that stupid, so he holds back, until Jean threatens to kiss Aphmau.
Then you won't stop me from kissing Aphmau.
What?
Nice, Jean! Get him where it hurts!
That's disgusting! I thought you didn't like me!
I don't. But someone here does.
So he's just casually threatening to assault Aphmau and filming it and thinking that he's the good guy. Garth and Lawrence pull up on Jean and they're like, we just recorded all that. Then Kawaii-chan shows up out of nowhere and turns Jean and the werewolf into cats because how else would you end this segment? After that mess, Garth, Lawrence, and Aphmau talk it out and they all forgive each other and they're all friends again. I'm so glad. I was really worried that they would stay enemies forever. Not like there's an entire series of them all being friends as adults or anything. Now, at this point, Aphmau and Aaron are just friends. Besties, if you will. But the next morning, Aphmau wakes up from a dream she had about kissing Aaron, and now she's confused. She doesn't have time to dwell on that though because she goes downstairs where her mom is looking through her phone and finding all of the boys in her contacts. Her mom comes up with a lie and Aphmau gets her phone back and then she tells her that they're having some guests over for dinner tonight. Travis by himself is the first guest to arrive and Aphmau is pretty confused by this. Then Garth is the second to arrive and Aaron the third. Then Aphmau realizes that her mom stole her phone so she could invite every man in her contacts to dinner, except for Lawrence for some reason. Aphmau and her mom are arguing about this crazy invasion of privacy when, oh no, the ham is on fire. Sylvana pulls it out of the oven and it's really burnt, but don't worry guys, Master Chef Aaron is here to save the day. And he just fixes the burnt ham, somehow. Listen, I'm not Aaron's biggest fan, we all know this by now. I'm more apt to be a Lawrence or a Garth girl. But so far at this dinner, Aaron has done absolutely nothing wrong. He's actually gone above and beyond to be a good guy. But Sylvana takes personal offense to this. He fixed their ruined dinner and she's mad at him for it, seemingly for no reason. And then he makes a Beyonce joke and she chases him out of their house.
It sounds like your mom is crazy in love with Beyonce.
Sylvana knew, don't mess with Beyonce. Next episode, we see Travis trying to flirt with Caitlin, and by flirt, I mean he complimented her ass in front of her boyfriend, who's Jeffrey, by the way.
Are you an angel? Because, girl, that butt be looking.
Ah, Caitlin!
This doesn't work, obviously, so Dante tries to teach him how it's done. Aphmau stops this before it gets out of hand.
Step 3, touch the butts?
Touch all the butts. Hey, my book!
So Dante proposes a deal. If Aphmau can dress as a boy for a day and get a girl's phone number, then Dante will stop trying to interfere in Travis's love life. But if she can't do it, she has to go on a date with him. Now, this sounds bonkers, right? Like, you definitely say no. But of course, Aphmau goes through with it. So we see a montage of Aphmau running up to a bunch of random women and then promptly being beat up by every single one of them while How to Be a Heartbreaker by Marina and the Diamonds plays in the background. Obviously, she's not finding much success, so she takes a minute to pause and think about what a guy would have to do for her to give him her number. And I'm not sure what she's been doing this entire time if it took her that long to think about it this way. So she decides from here on out that she's just gonna be herself, which, again, not sure what she's been doing this entire time. But this still doesn't work, so she goes back to Dante. Travis takes this opportunity to slip away and talk to Caitlin, who's crying on the bleachers outside, and she tells him that her and Jeffrey just broke up. Crazy. They were literally together this morning. He tells her some jokes and they actually do make her feel better. But of course, he ruins it by talking about her ass again and he gets beat up.
I mean, you have a nice, butt.
Back to Aphmau and Dante though, Aphmau found a loophole in the rules and Aphmau wins. Yippee. End of this f***ing atrocious episode. Next episode, Aaron ends up having to babysit, but he doesn't know how babies work, so he asks Aphmau for help. She tells him to come over because her mom isn't home and they're gonna babysit together. Now, does this sound familiar to anyone? Like, maybe similar to when Travis said this in Mystreet? I was upset about this enough when it initially happened in Mystreet, but the fact that it's actually playing out in Phoenix Drop High really rubs me the wrong way. Like, this is genuinely one of Jason and Jess's weird roleplay things. I just feel like when I'm consuming content, I should not be aware of the writer's fetishes. And unfortunately, that's just not the norm. Anyway, the baby's name is Lilith, just like from Diaries if you remember. Aphmau puts her down for a nap, and then they just fucking leave and go upstairs to her room. Listen, I don't know shit about babies, but I feel like, as babysitters, they should be actively watching the baby even though it's asleep. And I'm right, because Lilith breaks out of the crib and they go downstairs to find her sitting on the floor out in the open. But they don't learn from this because they do the exact same thing another 2 times before they actually fully lose the baby. They're both freaking out because they just lost a human and they don't know what the hell to do, so Aphmau says they just need to make a new baby. And then she reveals she doesn't know how babies are made.
We don't need to find one, we just need to make a new one!
Aphmau, have you taken... Do you know where babies come from?
Duh! I'm already on it. I'm looking up the number for a stork right now.
Yes. Yeah, of course.
And I know this is just a haha funny joke, but I feel like it really further emphasizes the age gap between Aphmau and Aaron at this point. Like, she is still a kid, and Aaron is an adult. And also, I think everyone above the age of like 12 at least mostly knows how babies are made, which excludes Aphmau's audience, so the weirdness of this episode is lost on them. Whatever, they don't need to make a new baby because they eventually find Lilith in a fucking tree. They get her down and she's fine, and they actually put her down for a nap and immediately start flirting. And then they both start blushing and they're about to kiss when Aphmau's mom gets home and breaks them up. I feel like I'm not being dramatic if I say this shit is super weird. Like, Aaron, the adult, just found out that Aphmau doesn't even know how babies are made, and he still feels comfortable putting the moves on this freshman. The next day, prom flyers are all over the school and everyone is debating who they're gonna bring. All of the werewolves say that they're gonna ask the alpha female, aka Aphmau, to prom, because what did you expect? The rest of the episode is filled with several accounts of werewolves going up to Aphmau and asking her to prom and Aaron getting jealous. We actually get another montage, but this time with Take a Hint from the Victorious soundtrack. I'm just gonna add plus 15 for this whole episode. After all that, Aphmau tells Aaron that she doesn't really want to go to prom at all because everyone asking her put a bad taste in her mouth. This makes Aaron really upset and they get into a big fight and it's really stupid. The fight ends with them not speaking for the rest of the day, but by the end of the night, they both end up feeling bad, so each of them plans to go apologize to the other in person without letting the other know. So they run into each other and say sorry, and Aaron asks her to prom. But the way he asks her is that he wrote it in her calculator. Aphmau says yes though, so Yay, prom episode, I guess. I'm dreading this so fucking bad. So next episode on prom night, Caitlyn and Aphmau are getting ready together and it's actually kinda wholesome. Garth and Aaron show up to pick them up because Caitlyn and Garth are going together as friends. At the dance, Caitlyn runs into Jeffrey and starts crying, and Garth's actually a really good friend about it and he sticks up for her like the king that I always knew he was.
You look beautiful. She's still heartbroken over you, and you say something like that to her? Stop acting like you care about her. If you did, I wouldn't be the one bringing her to the prom.
This is why Garth has always been the best guy. Meanwhile, Aphmau and Aaron are saying that they think prom is overrated and they don't know how everyone makes such a big deal out of it. Okay guys, just say you want to be different. Prom is fun. Look, here I am at my senior prom. As you can see, I was having a great time. The two of them ditch the dance and go to the iconic practice room alone, and they have an emotional moment and dance together, and he plays the guitar for her. And it's super corny, and that's it. This prom episode was so fucking underwhelming. If it was a real prom, they would have turned up to no hands, and there was none of that, so I'm bored. Next episode, it's finals time, and Aphmau stayed up all night studying. During her creative writing final, she falls asleep and has an Undertale x Alice in Wonderland crossover dream. Like, it's literally just a dream for this whole episode and nothing really of note happens. There's a Hotline Bling music video reference.
Ever since I left the city.
Not really sure why. Then Aphmau is Judy Hopps. I think she kisses Aaron at some point. I don't fucking know. Whatever plot you want, girl. Who gives a shit? At the very least, we're finally at the finale of Phoenix Drop High Season 1. Thank God, because I fucking hate this timeline. At the beginning of the episode, Aphmau mentions to Caitlyn and Kawaii-chan that she's going to be home alone this weekend, and they take it upon themselves to throw a fucking party at Aphmau's house. Without her permission. Which is so fake. So instead of calling her mom or someone like trustworthy, Aphmau calls Aaron and he uses his big, strong, scary man voice to kick everybody out.
You're all going to leave right now.
Heh, no one makes me leave a party.
If you're not a brother or getting with a brother, get the fuck out!
They leave, and then Aphmau and Aaron are the only two people left, and they're being all mushy. After everyone's already left, a random werewolf lets himself back in just to thank Aphmau and Aaron for being the best alpha male and female ever.
Hey, Alpha. I'm sorry, I know you're having some alone time there with your mate, but I wanted to say, for what it's worth, you were the best alpha in a long time. You both were the best and nicest. Take care, guys.
And this confuses Aphmau, because again, she had no idea she was the alpha female in the first place. Don't ask me how the hell she still doesn't know by this point. I have no clue. Her reaction to this is to get mad at Aaron for not telling her, so she runs up to her room and cries in her closet. And this is where the werewolf starts to escalate a little. Still not that much in the grand scheme of things. Aaron follows her into her room and he tries to apologize, and Aphmau asks,
"When did you mark me?"
What the fuck? Mark her? I don't even really know what that entails, but I sure as hell don't want to. But that's why Aphmau's mad, because he marked her, not that she was the alpha and he didn't tell her. Aaron confesses that the reason he marked her is because he always liked her, even from the very beginning when they were enemies. No surprises there. And then Aphmau just forgives him and they confess to each other and of course they kiss. What the f did you think was gonna happen? Then a werewolf breaks into her room and asks if they want to go howl at the moon, and Aphmau says yes, and that's how season 1 fucking ends. And with that, I want to bring something else up. So actually, a couple years after this finale was uploaded, Aphmau tweeted something that's a little fucking weird. She doesn't really use her Twitter anymore, but she used to use it pretty frequently back in the day. And trust me, we have a whole segment about it near the end of the video. But this tweet in particular, you'll find to be relevant to the end of Phoenix Drop High Season 1. I'm sick, and I'm so tempted to write what happened the rest of the night of Phoenix Drop High episode 30, but if I do, it will be rated M+. Oh my god? It doesn't take a genius to decode the fact that she meant she wanted to write smut of her self-insert 15-year-old character and her 18-year-old senior boyfriend. I don't think I need to explain why that's weird for like anyone to do, but it makes it exponentially worse when she is an entertainer for children. Like, yeah, kids should not be on Twitter, but they're going to be, and there's nothing you can do to stop that. And that does go both ways. Aphmau is not necessarily responsible for protecting her audience, and she could just say, well, Twitter isn't for kids, and use that to cover her ass. But also, that's such bullshit. Like, you could say that about any content creator that doesn't make content for kids, like Markiplier, for example. At the end of the day, Markiplier is not responsible for censoring himself because his content is not for kids, even if kids do still end up watching his videos. And that's true, he's never labeled himself as a kid's content creator, so he can do whatever he wants. But Aphmau objectively is a children's content creator, and that comes with a certain level of responsibility. Like, if the fucking Cocomelon social media account started tweeting weird shit about their characters' sex lives, that would be weird, and someone would probably be fired. So why is this any different for Aphmau? And she should especially be aware of all of this as a mother herself. And even if she does say that her content on Twitter or otherwise isn't for kids, that just raises another problem. Are you saying that your intention to write smut between a minor and an adult is for adults? Because that's not much better. And also, since Jess herself is the one saying this, does that make this canon? And therefore Eren is a canonical statutory rapist? That cannot be disputed. It doesn't matter if Aphmau consented. She's a minor and he's an adult. That's just what statutory rape is. Let me calm down. We will discuss their family dynamics much later on in the video, trust me. As with most of these seasons, I have mixed feelings. Actually, as I said that out loud, I realized I don't. I just don't like Phoenix Drop High. What I can say in favor of it is that Garth and Lawrence do get their swag back, which is good coming right off of Mystreet Season 1 where they had their swag surgically removed from them. Unfortunately though, the swag doesn't have anything to do with swords or fighting, so what the f is the point? In this season, Aphmau is reduced even further into just being a vessel for men to fall in love with. At least in Mystreet, she had, like, interests. Here, she does absolutely jack shit outside of liking guys. I don't want to act like the Bechdel test is the end-all be-all for whether a show is good or bad, but I think it's fair to at least mention that I'm almost positive that most of the episodes this season do not pass it. Eren and Aphmau's dynamic isn't awful here. Just kidding, it's automatically awful because he's a senior and she's a freshman, and that kind of just fucks everything up, so I'm gonna have to give it F tier. Welcome to the beach special, baby. Oh my god, I'm so excited. I love the beach, and I love beach specials and TV shows just as much. Almost. Not really. This will be awesome. This season has the least amount of plot, which makes it really hard to pick what to discuss and how to fit it all together, so if it seems weird and nonsensical, that's because it is. And it's not my fault. There is literally no plot. Just beach. The first scene in episode 1 is Eren and Dante barging into the group hangout and saying they got tickets to this resort called Love Love Paradise. But the catch is that they need to leave now and their plane leaves in an hour. Which, like, be for real, you're not making it onto that goddamn plane, but suspension of disbelief. Nobody knows how Eren and Dante got tickets to this Love Love Paradise either, because allegedly it's always sold out. But trust, we'll get back to that later. Once the group gets to the island, they realize they left Travis at home. Thank God. But like, okay, we have this moment where we acknowledge that Travis is missing, but also Lawrence isn't in this season at all, and we never talk about it. Like, much to my dismay, Travis is still recurring this season, whether he's on the island or not. Why couldn't they have just brought Travis with them from the beginning and have Lawrence be the one left at home so that there's a narrative explanation for him not being there instead of it just being unexplained until much later? I will not tolerate this Lawrence erasure. After some more chicken shaman bullshit, please let this bit die. We meet our tour guide, whose name is Guy. And he loves puns. He's not very important outside of that though. Guy shows the squad to the house they'll be staying at and then immediately dematerializes. Like actually. Everyone goes inside to pick their rooms and Caitlin is very mad that Aphmau and Eren want to share a room together. It's certainly not that serious, like they're all adults, and why does Caitlin of all people care? Moments later, everyone's all about to go kick off the summer, but the ladies are taking too long deciding what swimsuits they want to wear. Ugh. Women, am I right, guys? Eventually, the ladies all come downstairs looking all cute, but Aphmau is too bashful to wear her swimsuit. She says it's because Eren hasn't seen her in something this revealing, but girl, you picked it out. And also, it's a swimsuit. Like, I promise bro has probably been to the beach before. He knows what swimsuits look like. But I fucking guess not, because as she comes down the stairs, Garth and Eren turn all red and flustered. It's going to be a long season. At breakfast the next day, everyone's discussing what they're gonna do today, and Aaron and Dante reveal that they have all access passes so they can basically do whatever the hell they want on the island for free. Zane asks how they got those, and Dante and Aaron don't want to talk about it and try to dodge the question. Don't get your hopes up though, because the secret about the origins of the tickets are certainly not going to live up to whatever expectations you're thinking of. And then we see Celestia swimming to the island. I should complain about this, but I really don't think I need to. It's not like this is the first time this has happened either. They had to take a plane and a cruise ship to get to this island. Whatever, Celestia's here now. Next episode, Aphmau runs into Tioni, the woman, the myth, the legend herself. Everyone's favorite and very significant character. The whole squad's catching up with her after not seeing her in forever, and she puts together that Aphmau and Aaron are dating, and she literally just tells Aaron that she's jealous.
Gotta say, Aaron, I'm jealous.
Like, come on, write a character that's attracted to women and not also attracted to Aphmau challenge. Impossible. Then Tioni reveals that she's actually here with Ivy, but it seems like she's had a genuine change of heart, and she's really apologetic to everyone, and Tioni assures them that she's different now. Not that it matters, as usual. Genuinely never relevant again this season. Back at home, Travis has lost his fucking marbles. As in, he hired some people to pretend to be his friends. Like, put out a casting call and is having people act. Someone shows up to play the role of Aphmau and it's like a short man. Travis is disappointed and says,
Or the role of Aphmau is supposed to be a girl? Like a hot girl.
But the weird guy insists, and this is wild. So the guy has some sort of Spanish accent, or at least he's voiced by a white guy attempting a Spanish accent.
So how much does this gig pay?
And then, get this, he says he's willing to play the part if he gets paid in tacos.
Cause I'll let you know right now, man, just between you and me, I do accept tacos as a form of payment.
Are we joking? And Travis agrees. And then he asks the man if he can wear a size 0 dress.
Can you fit into a size 0 dress?
Okay, girl, just had to throw in that you're a size 0, didn't you? Christ. In a later episode, Aphmau's mom and Caitlin's dad show up on the island, and they're in a relationship. Could you imagine having a really close friend for at least 10 years, and then suddenly your parents are dating and you're about to be step-siblings? So that's problem number 1. Problem number 2 is that Aphmau's mom still doesn't know that she's dating Aaron, and she's still Aaron's #1 hater after all these years. So Aphmau and Aaron go over to the house her mom is staying in and say hello. Her mom explains the whole situation with Caitlin's dad, and it's actually kind of sweet. Like, he says he really wants Aphmau to like him, and she really does end up approving of him. She seems really excited to tell Caitlin, but Eric, who's Caitlin's dad by the way, insists that she doesn't say anything to her, because in a flashback we see Caitlin setting their house on fire the last time he went on a date. And speaking of fire, we see Travis set the boys' house on fire back at home. I'm sure that'll be fine. Next episode, Aphmau's mom takes her boyfriend shopping, which is just scouring the beach for a lover, because Aphmau still hasn't told her mom that she's dating Aaron, and instead she would rather go on this insane excursion just to appease her mom. Aaron's jealous, naturally, but he lets it happen. And the first love interest of the day is Guy, the tour guide. Aphmau's mom approaches him and asks if he would be interested in her quote-unquote bangin' daughter.
Do you want to go on a date with my bangin' daughter?
He says no, obviously. What the f is happening? 2 potential suitors that I don't have the energy to elaborate on later, Aphmau's finally over it and she tells her mom the truth. And you'd think 10 years after initially meeting Aaron, Aphmau's mom would have matured a little bit, right? Of course not. She chases Aaron down the beach when she finds out. So remember when I said that Travis set their house on fire? The house fire went wrong. I mean, I don't really know how a house fire could go right, but it causes an explosion that launches Travis off into the distance. And well, would you believe me if I told you that Travis landed on the island? Like, Love Paradise Island? Well, it doesn't matter because that's exactly what happened. And it creates a massive crater, and he assumes that he's dead from the impact and that now he's in heaven. If only that were the case. He walks around talking to people and still convinces himself that he's dead after interacting with several real, alive people, including Aphmau. You'd think this is just a funny haha bit, but Travis starts putting his life in danger because he thinks he can't die now. And this includes jumping off a 20-something story building, and then he actually does survive the fall because of course he does. I wish he would just fucking die already. Next episode, Dante goes up to Aaron and talks about quote-unquote holding up their end of the deal, whatever that could mean. So they both get super dramatic and they decide that it's finally time to come clean about how they got the tickets to Love Love Paradise. So flashback time, a long time ago, Dante entered himself and Aaron into a contest to get these tickets to Love Love Paradise. The contest, though, was a kissing contest. Dante entered them both separately and brought 2 women for them both to kiss, and Aaron adamantly is like, hell no, I'm not kissing another girl, which is good. Good boyfriend. This is just so in character of Dante to assume that Aaron would be okay kissing a girl other than his girlfriend, since Dante is very accustomed to that himself. So he's disappointed. They're gonna just leave when the judge bumps Dante and Aaron into each other, causing them to kiss, and the judge witnesses this and is like, wow, that was so full of love. You win. Just like that. Eric and Sylvana were also there trying to win the contest, and they start throwing a fit when they see that they lost. So in protest, Eric is like, I'll show you what a real kiss is, and he kisses Dante for some reason. And the judge f***ing loves that too, so he says he'll let Eric be a winner as well. But then Sylvana can't go, so Sylvana finds Tioni, who's also there, and kisses her, and then the 2 of them win too. And I really don't know what to say about this. Is this a win for gay people since they won a beach trip? Except the only one of them that's actually gay is Tioni, and she was kissed non-consensually, and all of this was written by Aphmau, so I'm going to chalk it up as a net loss for gay people. So it turns out that all the stuff Dante was saying about upholding their end of the deal was referring to the second phase of the contest. The second phase is a treasure hunt, and it's pretty uninteresting compared to the homophobic hate crime that I just had to watch moments prior. To summarize, Dante wins the contest and the prize is some kind of island tour. I don't care, neither do you, so we're moving on. Speaking of Dante, next episode is Dante going around the island trying to find a new lady, aka him running around the beach and approaching random women with creepy invasive pickup lines.
Hey, beautiful. Want to go on a hot date with me later? Maybe we'll even do a little smooching, eh? Hi there. I couldn't help but notice...
Please, just go away.
Hey, come on, give me a chance. Why not over dinner?
Obviously, it doesn't work. And the conclusion that he comes to is that he needs a makeover. Not that he needs to be respectful. Aphmau and Kawaii-chan agreed to give him a makeover because...
As ladies, we have a natural ability to do makeovers.
Obviously, you knew about that, right, fellow ladies? But the makeover is f***ed and now he looks like this. Guys, be honest, smash or pass. So Dante's not down with this. Not really sure why. And Aphmau's second option is to steal Caitlyn's hair dye and use that over this rainbow mess. Here's the aftermath. Now smash or pass. So Dante's had it at this point and he just runs away out into the public. And this look literally gets him bitches. Some random girl walks up to him and is like, I got you, and just fixes him and now he's hot again. Or hot by this universe's standards, I guess. And he gets along with this girl really well. She introduces herself as Jenna and she tells Dante that she wants to see him again. But then Aphmau shows up in wolf face paint and ruins everything. And honestly, that sentence summarizes the entire ACU. Later, Squad goes to a water park. But Aphmau is hesitant because, uh-oh, she can't swim. At her big age. But Kawaii-chan convinces her by saying she'll see Aaron shirtless. Bro, you've been at the beach for what I'm assuming is at least multiple weeks by this point. Have you not been seeing him shirtless already? And also, are we forgetting that he is always shirtless all the time? Once they arrive, Aphmau still refuses to tell everyone that she can't swim and keeps making up excuses to not go in. It doesn't take much before she gives in though, and obviously this is going to turn out bad. Some nonsense ensues, Travis and Caitlyn are being all weird and gross, and then Kawaii-chan and Zane start to have a thing, and that's kinda weird, but I don't even want to go over that, so we're not going to. Later, the squad is at the top of this really tall water slide. Aphmau tries to bring a pool floaty on the slide, but the lifeguards won't let her, and she still ends up going down instead of backing out. And the slide goes straight into the ocean, so she is fucked basically. Zane reveals Aphmau's secret after she's already gone, and Aaron goes in after her, and it's so fucking dramatic. Aphmau literally sinks to the bottom of the ocean with zero attempt to stay afloat. This clip looks like Pirates of the Caribbean when Elizabeth Swann falls into the water. But of course, Aaron dove in after her and gave her mouth to mouth and saved her life or something. Don't act surprised. So at this point, almost the entire time they've been on the island, Garth has been sneaking off and trying to keep it a secret. He won't tell anyone where he's going despite their constant interrogation, so now everyone's decided to secretly follow him around instead. They've been hyping this up the whole season as if it's going to be something scandalous, but it ends up just being hula lessons. How embarrassing that a man could have a hobby, right guys? That's disgusting. The rest of the boys end up joining him to make him feel better, which is a sweet gesture, but then when Garth wants to thank them by giving them a hug—
You guys! Come here for a hug!
Oh no, that is not okay!
We're already doing the hula lessons! No hugs!
This is a bit that's been recurring in various forms. Like, anytime any of the guys are affectionate with each other in the ACU, someone has to be like, ew, that's gay. Obviously they're not directly saying that's gay, but it's implied pretty heavily. Which is crazy considering that the ACU is written by a Fujoshi. So what's the truth? Do we like it or not? So remember Jenna, Dante's little romantic endeavor? Travis and Aphmau are being nosy, so they go up to try and talk to her, and Jenna refers to Aphmau as quote-unquote woof woof for seemingly no reason, and Aphmau responds to this like it's normal.
It's me!
Then Jenna clarifies and says,
Woof woof.
Yes, that's what she wants her boyfriend to—
It's a nickname!
Oh my god, dude, my jaw actually fell to the fucking floor when I heard that for the first time. Woof woof is fucking diabolical. Anyway, they find out that Jenna's a baby lifeguard, and Aphmau just says that she's also a baby lifeguard. So we're just lying now. But somehow this just gets Aphmau the job, and they lifeguard babies. Garth and Dante then dress up as babies to spy on Jenna. Obviously that shit didn't work. Aphmau sees them and humiliates them and puts them in timeout or something. Probably not a fetish, right guys? Several episodes of nothingness later, we finally get back to something interesting. Nicole shows up to the island and she is super happy to see Dante. She mentions that he hasn't been answering her texts, but she's still super excited to spend the rest of the summer with him. What the fuck? I could cry, dude. Like, please get away from him. I genuinely feel so bad for her. She makes a joking comment like, we can hang out all the time unless you found some other babe to hang out with, haha. And obviously, he has found someone else. But he lies to her and says that he hasn't. Aaron goes up to Dante and is like, I thought Nicole was really mad at you after your breakup. But of course, we know that Dante and Nicole are not broken up. At least we never saw them break up. Then we see a flashback of Dante trying to break up with her, but she doesn't understand what he's trying to say, and it makes her look stupid.
Well, Nicole, I wanted to talk to you because lately, I don't think that we are working out.
We can always make time to go to the gym and work out together when I get back.
What I mean was, I don't see me and you together.
Not for the first part of summer, at least. I told you I'm going out of town for a while, silly.
Don't piss me off, because again, in Diaries, Nicole was smart, but now she doesn't understand basic conversation. Back in the present, Dante says the reason he didn't follow through and make it clear to Nicole what he wanted was because he just wants everyone to be happy. Oh my god, that is not the kind of guy you want to be in a relationship with. We, as the audience, are supposed to be like, oh, that's so sweet of him, he just wants everyone to be happy. But no, bitch, that's still f***ed up. Was he just gonna lead her on forever? Please just break up with that poor girl. So Dante sneaks off with Jenna behind Nicole's back, and when she finds out, Nicole is reasonably very upset. And I'm sure they want the audience to be on his side at this point after the flashback and his conversation with Aaron, but that. You've got to be crazy if you think that I'm gonna be on his side. I've been a Nicole defender since way back in Diaries. She can do so much better than the actual self-proclaimed 2-minute Dante.
They don't call me 2-minute Dante for nothing!
Nicole confronts Dante when he gets home and asks him where he's been, and he continues to lie to her. She doesn't tell him that she knows he was off with Jenna, and she insists that she's gonna get him to tell her the truth on his own. Aaron tells Aphmau about what Dante's doing, and naturally she's fucking furious. But everyone tries to get her to calm down. Zane says,
Don't you think you're overreacting?
Overreacting? No.
I'm underreacting if you ask me. Dante's a horrible person!
Hey, Aph, calm down a bit. He's not trying to play anyone. He's just dumb.
And that might be true, but I thought guys would stop acting like that after high school. He's not 16 anymore, he's an adult. He should know better. Dante's grand solution is to go on a date with Nicole. Obviously that's gonna work wonders. While on the date, Jenna shows up, of course, and she asks who Nicole is, so Nicole introduces herself as Dante's girlfriend. Jenna's confused, so Dante's forced to tell the truth, and both the ladies are, reasonably so, pissed off at him. After the whole debacle, the ladies meet up, and they genuinely become become friends, which is actually quite a cute ending. And this interaction with Jenna is the best thing that happens to Nicole in the entire series, because all of the rest of her friends are the fucking worst. She goes to Caitlin, her best friend, by the way, and tells her what Dante did, and Caitlin's only response is,
"Oh, that's all?"
And then she tells Nicole that their entire relationship was made up in her head.
I mean, Nicole, when did you guys make it official you were dating? Nicole, sweetie, let's face it. You have a tendency to overthink things and make up relationship statuses.
Holy shit, that is so fucked up. Caitlin should have at the very least been consoling her instead of telling her that it was never real in the first place. And then later, she just fucking lies. Caitlin finds out that Travis knew about Dante's love triangle the whole time, and she goes up to him super angry and says that she's so mad he wouldn't tell her because she wanted to be there to console her best friend. Bitch, when you got the opportunity to console her, you might as well have just spat in her face. Anyway, a hot new bombshell has entered the villa, and now Jean is on the goddamn island. Aphmau's mom finds him first for some reason, and her first instinct is to say, oh my gosh, Aphmau, you should date him, because she doesn't know the lore of their past, I guess. Jean begins by apologizing to Aphmau for everything he did to her back in high school, and for some reason, I don't believe him. Aphmau's mom then takes the three of them plus Aaron out to lunch, where he apologizes again and says he's going through some stuff. Aphmau's mom tries to pity him, and he says,
"Please, ma'am, I don't need pity. Aphmau's smile is enough."
I was starting to think that we had gone too long without adding to the tally. Aphmau's trying to determine whether or not Jean has changed since high school, which means they're hanging out a lot, and Aaron is not having it. At one point, Aphmau's making pancakes in nothing but her swimsuit and an apron, and Jean is helping her, and I'm buying a gun. Aaron doesn't interfere, he just sits and watches as he gets cucked by this emo boy. And spoiler alert, it won't be the last time he gets cucked by an emo boy either. Jean says the apron looks good on her, and Aaron rages. And everything is pointless. Later, Aphmau goes and speaks to Lucinda, and Lucinda says that she wants to test a potion. Aphmau offers herself up for it, and it turns her into a dog.
What is it with you and getting turned into animals, Mama?
That's a great question. I've been wondering that myself.
So she decides to use this to her advantage, and she tracks Jean to see if he's up to no good. On her way to find him, she runs into Guy and this hot lifeguard that's been around this season, and they want to adopt Aphmau as a pet, because they're boyfriends. But Aphmau escapes their grasp. God forbid gay people just want to be happy. Then some bullshit ensues where Aphmau runs into Celeste, and Celeste refers to Aaron as the alpha.
Why do you like Aaron so much more than me? Oh, because he's obviously the alpha!
I don't know. Don't worry about it. Finally, Aphmau finds Jean, and he's not doing anything suspicious like she thought he would be. So all that bullshit was for nothing. Okay guys, the moment we've all been waiting for, they're leaving the island. They need to go on a cruise to get home, and we're about to enter 2 episodes of cruise content. While they're packing up, Aphmau and Caitlin are chatting, and Caitlin says that she was jealous of Aphmau and Aaron in high school, and Aphmau says,
"Because you had a thing for me back then?"
Does it count to the tally if Aphmau is flattering herself directly? Gonna go with yes. And also Caitlin lesbian truther. But get this, Caitlin denies it, and then Aphmau counters with,
"Ah, but college was a different story."
And then Caitlin says discussing this is weird because their parents are dating. So does that mean Caitlin actually officially did have a crush on Aphmau at one point? Did I fucking miss something? Because for the entirety of the college series, which we'll get to later and I have a lot to say about, Caitlin does not ever mention having a crush on Aphmau. Quite the opposite, actually. She's in an exclusive relationship with someone else. As they're about to get on the cruise to leave, Tioni shows up and all the ladies are gossiping about Tioni's summer fling, and everyone's asking if they're gonna stay in touch and whatnot. And then Tioni says that her girl is from Paris. And honestly, that is a really cute touch, because back in Phoenix Drop High, Tioni was always talking about how she wanted a girl to go to Paris with, and now she actually can. But Tioni will literally never be seen again outside of Phoenix Drop High Season 2, so who cares? On the ship, Travis and Caitlin are arguing, and it's actually, like, really serious. I haven't really gone too in-depth about it until now because it's not really relevant and I don't care, but they're exclusive now. And now, Caitlin's been mad at Travis since she found out that he kept Dante's love affair a secret from her. I understand being upset, but she certainly has taken it too far. Travis brings this up to her really sincerely, and he says,
"Caitlin, I want to talk to you like a person. Not being yelled at or hit. That's not okay. If you aren't going to grant me the respect of talking this out, then I don't know if I want to get more involved."
Damn, now we're discussing abusive relationships? Like, holy shit, we just got here. Then Caitlyn switches this on him and she's like,
Travis, I just can't believe you didn't think about me! The last person who never thought about me was—
Your mom, I know.
What the fuck? And then this super serious moment with genuinely good voice acting very quickly dissolves into Aaron being Batman and Garth being that cat guy from that one show. And then the episode ends. What the hell? Like, I seriously don't even know what to say. Travis has some really good points, and now we know that Caitlyn is canonically abusive and nobody ever brings it up outside of this very specific moment. And I guess the intention with the writing is that you're supposed to forgive her because of this vague trauma that she has with her mom. Having trauma doesn't give you a free pass to be abusive. And so many writers need to understand that. Like, I don't even... What? So fucking next episode, I guess. Aaron says that he slept on the couch while Aphmau slept in their bed because he didn't want to make Caitlyn upset. I've been a Caitlyn defender for so long, but I don't think I can be anymore. She's abusive and a cockblock. It's literally not that serious. Maybe I am a Caitlyn hater. She's bad in Mystreet Season 1, but she's even worse here. Back with Aphmau, Jean says he's moving into the same neighborhood as everyone else when they get back home, because it's that easy. He keeps being flirty with Aphmau, he calls her darling out of nowhere, and says he wants to get to know her more. Moving on. So for a while, Aaron's been trying to talk to Aphmau alone, but he keeps getting interrupted. We finally find out why he's been wanting to speak with her, and it's because he wants to ask her to move in with him. Huh? I know everyone's different, but they've only been dating for like a couple months at this point. And they also literally haven't even shared a bed together by this point because Caitlyn and Zane keep treating them like preteens. Speaking of Caitlyn, she's talking with Travis and they resolve their issues pretty quickly. She apologizes and they decide to just be friends. I don't know, I feel like we kind of glazed over the fact that Caitlyn is an actual abuser and we're supposed to be okay with it because Travis forgave her. She's actually about to open up about why she has these crazy anger issues and violent outbursts, but she gets interrupted.
Why exactly do you have a hard time opening up to people?
Well, it has to do with
Caitlyn!
So I guess we have to wait a little bit longer for Aphmau to finish writing her characters. So now Aaron asks Aphmau to move in with him and it's actually kind of cute, I can't lie.
Would you, be, interested in moving in with me?
Like, coming to hang out? I mean, I already...
No, not like that. I mean, like, hang out. Always.
And she says yes. But I cannot take this seriously. I'm a college student living in an apartment and I've never known what it's like to own my own house, and who knows if I ever will. But she only bought this house with Caitlyn and Kawaii-chan like a year ago. And in Mystreet Season 1, Episode 1, it's made pretty clear that Aphmau is paying for most of the house. So what are Caitlyn and Kawaii-chan supposed to do? Is the house that they just purchased under Aphmau's name? Are they homeowners or are they renting? Surprisingly, all of these questions are actually about to be answered. In the most nonsensical way possible, but answered nonetheless. We have to take what we can get sometimes. Once Squad finally gets back home, there's some meeting going on in the middle of the street about how they're demolishing the entire neighborhood. And they don't even have time to process it. They literally fucking explode the entire neighborhood in front of everyone's eyes. So remember when Travis blew up their home at the beginning of the season? No consequences. To apologize for bombing their neighborhood, the mayor is going to financially compensate all of Squad and just pay for all of their new living expenses. So all of the bullshit that I said earlier about Aphmau and Aaron living together doesn't matter anymore, and has been replaced with even crazier bullshit. Then everyone realizes that they have to go back to work and we get a bunch of stupid millennial jokes about adulting, but also, where the hell do any of these people even work? Their jobs have never been mentioned, like, at all, aside from Kawaii-chan working at IHOP or whatever. But somehow they all have a steady source of income and tons of free time. But alright guys, crazy turn of events. Lawrence is back. He says his mom had a baby a month before summer started, so him and Cadenza went back home to the country to help with the baby and the farm. Who knew Lawrence was a hick? Later, Aphmau, Garth, and Lawrence are out looking at apartments and they find a vacant building that Levin and Malachi, the Phoenix property brothers, are renting out. They help Squad find a new temporary house while they all look for permanent homes, and it's a giant fucking mansion for everyone to live together because it was that easy to find a house for almost 10 people. While they're out to buy furniture for this temporary house, because I guess money isn't real, they run into Ziana, and she invites everyone out to dinner at Olive Garden because she met a quote-unquote eligible bachelorette who's the daughter of a CEO of a big business, and she wants one of her sons to marry her because Garth is also the heir to their big business, so they can have big business babies or something, I don't know. Like, what the fuck is this? It's giving like South Korea, Samsung, capitalist monarchy activities. Like, what do you mean you're going to betroth your son for capitalism? At Olive Garden, the whole squad is sitting at a table waiting for the daughter of the CEO to show up, and Ziana says that her name is Melissa. Aaron has a visible negative reaction to this and decides to get up and excuse himself, because Melissa is actually Aaron's sister, and the big CEO that Ziana was talking about is Aaron's dad. Melissa and Aaron haven't been in contact for a long time, and Melissa's pretty pissed at him. Aaron's not a fan of the big business aspect of his family, and Melissa's upset that he's not taking it seriously. So they're super passive-aggressive towards each other, and it's very uncomfortable. But not to worry. To end the season, Garth announces that they found a new neighborhood for everyone to live in, because it was that easy. At least it's fucking over now, thank God. That was actually so fucking miserable. I feel like nothing actually happened throughout that entire season. Almost no character development other than Caitlyn's less angry now after Travis called her out for being abusive, and now Aphmau and Aaron are going to live together. I like the idea of a beach special, but like, make it fun. For being at the beach, we did very few beach activities. Like, Dante could have cheated on Nicole at home. I could genuinely sit and watch Minecraft Diaries, and at least there would be some kind of plot and an end goal that I could look forward to. At least half the time. Diaries is like drinking a LaCroix in the way that you can kind of taste the plot if you focus, and Mystreet is like I'm watching someone else drink a LaCroix while I shrivel up and die of dehydration. I know that Mystreet isn't meant to be a serious, super plot-heavy kind of series, and I know I am an adult watching a Minecraft roleplay series, but I don't give a f***. I can't complain for too long though, because once we get to Mystreet Season 4, I will be begging on my hands and knees for the plot to be as simple as something like this. Okay, this season isn't that bad. I don't really have much to say about it either way. It's not anything that special, but it's also not wildly offensive. Like I said before, I love a good beach special, and this season was my favorite as a kid, so for pure nostalgia, I'm gonna give it a B. Okay, I'll be real with you. I took a break that lasted a few months between writing the script for Season 2 and Season 3. I just would have rather been doing almost anything else if I'm being 100% honest. Season 3 just has absolutely nothing going for it, and I could not bear to go on. I sincerely got to a point where I couldn't take it anymore, so I took a break. And then, Aphmau herself started sending me subliminal messages in the real world. I was sharing a meal with my family in every Southerner's favorite chain restaurant, Cracker Barrel Country Store. After enjoying my Southern comfort food made by a senior citizen, I saw this in the store that's attached to the restaurant. Cracker Barrel was the last place I would have expected to see her. And if that wasn't enough, I saw her again visiting my local secondhand game/music/bookstore when I saw this. What poor innocent overseas, overworked, and underpaid employee had to make this shit? By this point though, I took it as a sign. Like seeing the same car that your ex drives too many times, so you send them a text and ask how they're doing. So there I was, back in this hell. And even then I couldn't really focus. After returning, it still took me another 2 or 3 months to finish writing the script for just this season. In total, it probably took me about 5 months to get through this shit. Don't get me wrong, I love hate watching things. Obviously, that's the whole reason that we're both here. But I couldn't even enjoy hate watching this season. It's just so fucking boring. So I'm just gonna try and get it over with as fast as I can. Season 3 of Mystreet is the last sense of normalcy that we have in the ACU. Everything goes wrong after this. So there's 30 episodes in the officially listed, like, Mystreet Lovers Lane Season 3 playlist, but there are also 18 extra episodes released around this era that are just titled Mystreet Minecraft Roleplay. And when I found out that I might have to watch 48 episodes of one season of Mystreet, I actually wept, so we're not doing that. I need us to get to the batshit werewolf season so that I at least have a plot to desperately cling on to. Episode 1 is the squad moving into their new neighborhood where they're all neighbors. They literally just wander around this completely vacant neighborhood and get to pick their houses. Jesus Christ. So here's the living situation. Aphmau and Aaron live together, Caitlyn and Kawaii-chan live together, Dante and Travis live together, Lucinda lives alone, and Lawrence, Zane, and Garth all live together. Just for future reference. And also, Aphmau and Aaron have a cat named Eli the Third, and Aphmau declares that's because it's the name of the cat from Mystic Messenger but gender bent.
I'm going to name him Eli the Third.
Wait, isn't that just the name of the cat from Mystic Messenger, but gender bent?
I don't know much about Mystic Messenger, but I certainly knew of its existence back when it was really popular. I was weird back in middle school, but even that was beyond the line for me back then. If you don't know, it's basically a text message based dating simulator, and I'm like 80% sure that there are time-sensitive messages that had preteen age girls waking up in the middle of the night to respond to their fake anime boyfriends. Thinking about Jess, a grown woman with a husband, 2 children, and a career doing all that makes me actually laugh out loud. And now she's going to combine Mystic Messenger with her shitty writing, because we genuinely have an entire fucking episode about it. Caitlin stops responding to Travis's texts and calls, and he's concerned, reasonably so, but he chooses not to act on it. He and Dante go out for groceries, so they overhear Caitlin and Kawaii-chan talking.
His voice is just so beautiful. Exotic. I can't describe it.
I'm just not sure how I feel about all this yet. I mean, he's really cute and I'm super into him. He sent me a picture last night of him after his workout.
But yeah, obviously these aren't real men that they're talking about. They're Mystic Messenger men. They also mention how Aphmau is pursuing a character named Jumin.
Oh, how do you think she's doing with her Yumin-senpai?
She's really into him. I think she's gonna go for him after all.
Really? Wait, does Aaron know?
Travis and Dante hear this and think that Aphmau's cheating on Aaron. Obviously, she's not. The boys go and tell Aaron, and he's like, guys, Jumin isn't real. And then, happy ending, Travis and Dante also become obsessed with Mystic Messenger. Look, I don't think there's anything inherently wrong with Mystic Messenger. I'm sure it was huge among her target audience around this time too. But also, again, just imagining her as a wife and a mother playing this in her free time makes me laugh a little bit. After a more pointless Lucinda shows up and asks Aphmau to help her move in. Aphmau asks why she can't just use her magics to move in with minimal effort, and Lucinda says magics doesn't work like that. The hell it does. She used her magics to teleport her entire house multiple times in Minecraft Diaries. Why can't she just do something similar now? Aphmau agrees to help and she brings Zane with her. While he's helping, Zane drops a box of potions onto himself and he gets turned into a baby. And I'm sure there's not some weird, deeper psychological meaning for why Aphmau put this into the plot. So now Aphmau has to watch over baby Zane for the day while Lucinda goes and finds a way to reverse this. Then Zane calls Aphmau mommy.
I think it's time for a nap.
Yes, mommy.
And Lucinda brings the potion to turn Zane back into an adult before this shit could get any weirder. Next episode opens with Aphmau and Kawaii-chan working at the Cookie Kawaii Maid Cafe.
Hi! Welcome to the Cookie Kawaii Maid Cafe.
So Aphmau learned one Japanese word while watching anime and she's running with that, is what I'm learning. Kawaii-chan gets hit on by a guy while working at the cafe and she's so distracted by it that she poisons another customer by accident and this gets her fired. Which is really bad because she needs to be able to pay her rent in this economy. She applied for a bunch of jobs, but she keeps getting told that she's not serious enough to be employed, so she goes to Zane for help. You know, the unemployed guy who watches My Little Pony and is addicted to sweets. But he says he'll help her, for better or for worse, and he begins teaching Kawaii-chan how to be more serious. Lesson 1 is to stop speaking in third person. Finally, someone f***ing says something. It's also brought up that Kawaii-chan speaking in third person is a personal choice and not even due to some language barrier or lack of education or anything.
Lesson 1 in being serious. Drop the talking in third person.
What? But it's how Kawaii-chan talks!
I understand that. However, some people find it annoying. I know it's a personal choice, but in a work environment, people prefer to be called Mr. or Mrs.
She just chooses to sound like a f***ing idiot and a racial stereotype. Maybe she's one of those people that doesn't believe in pronouns, but she actually takes it seriously and only refers to people by their names because she thinks that pronouns are liberal bullshit. It's probably not that though. Once Kawaii-chan's lessons are done, she speaks super formally and doesn't wear pink anymore because pink is too unserious. Zane also refers to her as Miss Chan, so implications that Chan is her last name, but it's not because... Okay, moving on. So now that Kawaii-chan is normal and employable, Aphmau decides that this is actually a downgrade and she misses being called senpai, so she needs Aaron to console her. And this causes Kawaii-chan to freak out over her ship, and now she's back to being a weirdo again. And this was all for naught, and Kawaii-chan is still unemployed. Next episode, Aphmau's mom and Caitlin's dad are in town. Sylvana finds out that Aphmau and Aaron are living together and she gets really mad. Like, she was so mad that she needed to be hospitalized. I don't even have the strength to complain about Sylvana anymore, just know that I f***ing hate her. And now Sylvana and Eric move into Squad's neighborhood because, again, it's that easy. While they're moving in, we see one of Caitlin's brothers for the first time, Casey. They have a cute little brother-sister relationship, but of course, Casey has a crush on Aphmau.
He was a good friend of mine in high school.
Yep,
And from what I remember, you had a little crush on Aphmau, didn't you, Squeakers? Still got a crush on your big sister's friend?
Just like everybody else. You're not f***ing special. Anyway, Kawaii-chan is still unemployed and she still hasn't told Caitlyn, which is insane. I feel like if I got fired, the first person that I would tell would probably be the people that I share financial responsibility with over our living situation. Instead, she goes to Aphmau for help. Aphmau says she'll try and talk to their boss about giving Kawaii-chan a second chance, but that shit does not work, obviously. Instead, Aphmau quits her job because their boss called Kawaii-chan annoying. Jesus Christ. And then Aphmau says they're going to open their own maid cafe. What the hell does Aphmau know about entrepreneurship? Actually, probably more than I'd think, considering I see her actual products everywhere I f***ing go. After searching, they find a place to set up shop and they buy it after multiple unfunny bits that I don't have the need to explain.
That doesn't sound so bad.
While all that's going on, Kawaii-chan's looking through applications for the cafe, and she sets up an interview with one applicant. That one applicant ends up being Jean. Of course. And he got the job. Of course. Next episode, we see everyone in the new building for the maid cafe setting things up and whatnot. Garth speaks with Eren privately and asks if Jean working with Aphmau makes him uncomfortable because of what happened between them all in high school. Eren assures Garth that that was 10 years ago and he's fine with Jean now, but Garth stands firm that he doesn't trust Jean, and he makes a comment about how he feels jealous despite Aphmau not being his girl. Like as if he has some kind of authority over her because of his 10-year-long crush. But not to worry, this serious moment is quickly diffused by an unfunny bit.
I'll be the handsomest boyfriend.
I believe in you, Garth.
Even after going home, Garth is still deeply bothered by Jean working with Aphmau, so he talks about it with Lawrence. Lawrence offers some comfort and then says, "Come here and we'll pay some bills together." And Garth says, "Oh Lawrence, you just know how to cheer me up."
Now come here and we'll pay some bills together.
No, Lawrence, you just know how to cheer me up.
And why did Aphmau unironically write, "In another life, I really would have liked doing laundry and taxes with you," like 6 years before Everything Everywhere All at Once even came out? Later, Jean and Aphmau talk privately about the maid cafe. She says she's grateful to have him helping her and whatever, and he says,
"Thanks, kitty."
In case you were wondering, yeah, we're still doing that. Anyway, Jean opens up about how he's falling on hard times and he's thankful to have Aphmau in the maid cafe to keep him stable and whatever. While they're talking, Lawrence and Garth sneak up on them and listen to their entire conversation. Aphmau and Jean share a comforting hug and they freak the f*** out for no reason. Then Zane approaches them because he has beef with Jean now too for some reason. Aphmau leaves Zane and Jean alone and they bicker, naturally. Zane says that he's onto Jean and that he knows he's been feeding Aphmau lies to get on her good side. And right now, he has no reason to believe that. Before either Jean or Zane can really elaborate, Aphmau shows up and somehow this leads Zane to apply to work at the maid cafe. Because obviously, what's the next step in this situation? Next episode begins with Kawaii-chan showing off the uniforms she made for all the employees of the maid cafe. So naturally, Aphmau's the model for the maid outfit and now everyone is horny.
Wow, has Aphmau been working out? Her legs look awesome.
Travis!
You look beautiful, babe.
Yeah.
What was that?
I said she looks pretty.
Guys, let's keep it together. Anyway, Lawrence, Eren, and Garth say that now they want to work at the maid cafe too. Once Aphmau finds out that all these guys want to apply, she says the guy-to-girl ratio is off.
That means our ratio of guys to girls is high.
Is this a f***ing frat party or something? A couple episodes later, it's the grand opening, and Aphmau's a werewolf now.
What is it with you and getting turned into animals?
Last episode, she used a potion to temporarily turn herself into one because she thought it would make Eren want her.
This time, I got him for sure. He can't resist this potion.
Why did you turn yourself into a werewolf anyway?
No reason!
There's no normal explanation for that, by the way. But now she's stuck as one on opening day. Jean walks in and says,
"Well, you look really cute as one. I might like you better this way. Maybe Eren does too."
Okay. Then Zane walks in and starts saying that her tail makes her look wide, but not in a bad way.
Plus the tail really brings out her hips, so she looks kinda wide, not in a bad way, but still.
And Jean calls her babe and tries to comfort her.
Oh, Aphmau, babe, come here.
Where even am I anymore? Next episode, Lawrence is babysitting his little brother Caleb, and he leaves him alone for just a few seconds. Garth sees Caleb and assumes that he's Lawrence, but turned into a baby.
Huh? What happened to you?
Yeah, I get that.
A potion from Lucinda.
Makes sense to me. So he brings Caleb to Zane and asks for help.
Are you sure this is Lawrence?
I'm sure as day. Look at him. Same hair color, same eyes, adorable smile. It's definitely him.
Then Zane reflects on when he was turned into a baby a few episodes ago, and then he starts blushing when he thinks about Aphmau taking care of him.
It was bad.
There must have been some good parts about it.
Well...
Aww, my little zany weenie.
Leave me alone, woman!
Well, maybe.
I don't think I need to explain why that's fucking insane. But otherwise, nothing else this episode matters. Next episode, it's Halloween, and Lucinda is throwing a party. And she says it's gonna be awesome. I'm a big fan of Halloween parties, so I'll be the judge of that. And as the judge, it's lame as fuck. But it's like a neighborhood community party with kids and stuff, so I guess that's why it's not lit. Anyway, Lucinda is approached by Ivan, and if you remember way back in Diaries, Ivan was Lucinda's evil warlock ex-boyfriend that tried to kill Aphmau. And he's here now, and he's trying to apologize to Lucinda. Because in this universe, he probably didn't kill a lot of people, but he did cheat on her. He's all in her business like, that was 7 years ago, I'm different now, and he won't leave her alone until Lawrence pulls up and tells him to fuck off. Later, Lawrence approaches Ivan and tries to get him to leave, and Ivan says he doesn't want to, so they come up with a bet. Ivan's going to pick a random partygoer, and whoever out of the two of them can scare them and make them scream the loudest wins. If Ivan wins, he gets to stay, but if Lawrence wins, he has to leave. And Lawrence agrees. And the person Ivan picks ends up being Aphmau. Obviously, who else? And right as they're both about to go off on their own, Ivan goes, "Oh, by the way, I'm a wizard and I can use magic to win. Okay, bye." And I'm not exaggerating.
Oh, by the way, I'm a wizard, so I can use witchcraft to win this. Ha 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 ha!
Then we get a montage of Lawrence and Ivan trying to scare Aphmau while Somebody's Watching Me plays in the background. Lawrence wins the competition and Aphmau's pissed off.
It was just a prank, bro.
Somehow everyone is babies again. I don't f***ing know. Later, Jean and Aphmau are hanging out alone, and Jean is kind of flirty, but it's pretty subtle so Aphmau doesn't notice. Then Aphmau has to leave, and Ivan shows up and approaches Jean once he's alone. Ivan makes a comment about how it's obvious Jean has feelings for Aphmau, and then Jean's like, "I don't tolerate that kind of tone," and Ivan says, "Tough talk for someone who's obviously trying to hide something."
I hope you know, bud. No one takes that kind of tone with me.
Tough talk coming from someone who is obviously trying to hide something.
Interesting. And Jean doesn't deny this either. He just says, "I've got things to do," and as he's about to leave, Ivan says,
Like fantasize about a girl you were just talking with?
"Ew, bro. Like, that shit kinda makes me sick to my stomach, I'll be real." Then Jean's all, "No, she's just a friend," while he's blushing, and Ivan continues and says that Jean is desperate for love and holding his feelings back, and he can tell he's just as underhanded as he is, and that they could be good partners in crime. And then Jean calls him a poser and leaves.
Poser.
What could this possibly be foreshadowing? Whatever you're thinking, wrong. Because it's nothing. Dead serious, by the way. Then Jean pretends to be a cat and Aphmau is petting him and he's blushing.
Good, Jean. That's a good kitty. Oh, so cute. Oh, yes, you are.
What the fuck? This ends up all being a dream, but I'm still weirded out. I wish I was filming my reactions as I was actually watching all of these episodes, because when I saw that, my jaw actually dropped. So while Aaron is working at the maid cafe, Melissa sits down and starts talking about their family business and whatever. Their family works in the entertainment industry, and she wants all Aphmau's employees, including Aphmau herself, to be on some reality TV Food Network-ass cooking competition. Before going to the studio to film the competition, Aphmau, Melissa, and Zane are all chatting, and Melissa asks if Aphmau wants to have Aaron's babies.
Do you want to have kids with him?
Where did that come from?
Then Zane butts in and is like,
she should probably get married to him first.
Because he is a good Christian priest like back in Diaries. And also because cooking competition ensues, Jean has a big crush on Aphmau.
This is what I've always liked about Aph. She's spunky, and she doesn't let anyone talk her down. Even in high school. I was always, at least what I've seen is, If she wants something, she'll take it. And I really like that.
I was asking you about what you guys were making.
Wait, you were recording that?
Etc., etc., nothing that interesting happens. Can you tell that I'm f***ing sick of this season? Like, I want it to be over so bad so that I can just get to the crazy werewolves next season. Next episode begins with Aphmau waking up in the morning and we see that she and Aaron share a room, but they have separate beds, which just makes me laugh. And then Pen Pineapple Apple Pen plays, which shot me in the brain. After a lot of fluff and shit that I couldn't force myself to care about, something interesting actually happens. For context, all of Aphmau's friend group is competing to make a viral video and everyone is really struggling to come up with a concept. Aphmau asks Aaron if she can take a shirtless picture of him for clickbait and he's like,
"That sounds conceited."
But then Aphmau has this monologue and I'll just insert the entire clip here.
Are you trying to do clickbait?
Yes. It's really hard to make something original, you know?
I understand, but you know what? At the end of the day, it's not about how many views you get.
It's about making the content you enjoy making and being true to yourself. It doesn't matter what you make as long as you're happy and you enjoy doing it. It doesn't have to be original, it can be whatever you want. It's creativity and everyone has it.
That's my girl. Now, go make the best video you can.
And this is really interesting to me considering the massive shift that her content underwent just a few years later. It makes me wonder which of these two versions of her content is what she really wants to pursue. It's obvious to me as an adult which seems to be more sellout-y and which seems to have more genuine care behind it. And it's even funnier when all this is followed up by Aphmau's character uploading this video.
Come here, kitty. Oh, look out. You have such a deep voice, kitty. You're so cute and edgy. Oh my god, you're so cute.
Meow, meow, meow. Meow, 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 meow.
And this gets her 100,000 views and she wins the competition. So yeah, follow your dreams and do what you're passionate about, I guess. So next episode, Ivan shows up to the maid cafe and Jean is his server, of course. Ivan makes more comments about Jean having a thing for Aphmau and Jean continues to deny it.
See that girl over there? The one I think you might have a thing for.
I don't have a thing for her. And yes, I see her.
Aw, denial is so ugly on you.
Get a room, guys. Why do they have more sexual tension than anyone in the ACU? Ivan continues and makes some comments about how Aphmau is so popular with the guys and offers that maybe Zane also has feelings for her.
They like her too, don't they? My, isn't she popular?
Then Jean starts to believe this and gets kinda jealous. I can't even complain about how stupid this is because at least something is happening. Next episode begins with Melissa relaxing at some cute little restaurant on her day off when she gets a call from her mom. Her mom is super, like, old money and bitchy.
Melissa, darling, just checking in.
Hey, Mom. I'm working hard. And you?
Oh, you know me. Working as hard as ever.
She tells Melissa that she needs to bring Aaron back home to help with the family business or else, and Melissa is kind of hesitant and acknowledges that it's going to be harder than she thinks. But alas, her mom insists and gives her a 2-week deadline before she does something, I don't know. Their phone calls over and then we see Michi, an employee at this restaurant. Michi approaches Melissa and says she's a huge fan, and Melissa is very dismissive of it, but Michi doesn't care and is still starstruck even though she's being kind of a bitch. But as seen previously, Michi is also a bitch, so I'm sure these two uniting won't cause any issue. Back at Aphmau and Aaron's house, Aaron's taking some business Skype calls with his family and whatnot, which is weird because I thought the whole previous segment with Melissa was because Aaron is not involved with the family business. Okay, whatever. Aphmau steps out because Aaron's busy and she goes to hang out with Zane. Jean happens to be passing by and he sees Zane and Aphmau leaving together and he takes great offense to this. He pulls up to Aaron and Aphmau's house and rings the doorbell and when Aaron answers, he's like, "Do you know where Aphmau is right now?" And Aaron insists he's overthinking it and shuts the door in his face. Jean is still adamant that Zane is toxic for Aphmau and says that if Aaron isn't gonna do anything, he needs to keep an eye out for her himself. And maybe Jean's right because Aphmau actually is about to do something that I think is overstepping. Kawaii-chan's about to go on a date with this guy Damien, and for moral support, Aphmau and Zane are going to fake date to make it a double date. Which just doesn't make any fucking sense. Damien is one of Aphmau's employees at the maid cafe. Surely he would know by now that she's dating Aaron? This by itself seems like something Aaron wouldn't really be bothered by, so it's fine, I guess. But it gets worse. Zane is making fun of Damien for the way he's tripping over himself trying to talk to Kawaii-chan since he's so nervous around her. Then Aphmau's like,
if you ever met someone you actually liked, you'd be just as nervous as Damien.
Then Zane's like, no way, I could make someone swoon over me if I needed to. And then it becomes some kind of challenge and Aphmau agrees to play into it. To me, that's definitely crossing some kind of line. Fake dating for the benefit of one of your mutual friends is one thing, but doing it to that extent is kind of insane. And it just keeps getting worse. The restaurant that they've gone to for their double date is the same one that Michi works at. Of f***ing course it is. And she sees them all hanging out and takes a picture of Aphmau and Zane together and sends it to Melissa. This is kind of tea, like thank God something is finally happening. So now Michi and Melissa are working together to break Aphmau and Aaron up so that Aaron will move back home and work with the family business. And while that's happening, Gene is also kind of getting in people's heads that Zane and Aphmau are more than just friends. He's got Caitlyn and Travis on his side now, and everyone else is kind of growing suspicious. Michi is stalking around the neighborhood gathering evidence of what she believes to be Aphmau cheating on Aaron, and she presents all of this to Melissa over dinner. They come up with a deal, and Melissa gets her hands on the photo of Aphmau and Zane on their date, and Melissa sends it to Aaron. Guys, the lore's getting kinda crazy. Aaron meets up with Melissa and they have a little chat about the family business and Aphmau. Aaron is still hesitant to believe that Aphmau would cheat on him, but Melissa kinda guilts him into feeling obligated to go back home. Still though, Aaron is loyal to his girl and shows no indication of wanting to leave. Until he does. Aphmau and Aaron have a little fight over whether or not to expand their cafe into a franchise, and also low-key over Zane. Aphmau leaves it thinking they're fine, but Aaron is still upset and he doesn't tell her that. Which is my least favorite thing ever. It's like little kids do, you know? Like, communicate, you are grown-ups. And now, because of it, their business is going to burn down. Genuinely. Ivan starts a f***ing fire at the maid cafe with a bunch of cats, and Aphmau accuses Aaron of starting it, and they get into a huge fight, which results in them taking some time apart. Aphmau is super upset about it, naturally, sitting at home watching The Walking Dead and eating ice cream while wearing Aaron's jacket. While Aaron is out with his sister making business deals with the Romaves company. So it cuts back and forth for a while, Aphmau missing Aaron and wallowing in her own sadness, and Aaron out making moves in his family's business, but occasionally, like, dramatically glancing at a picture of Aphmau and being all sad about her. Basically, they both miss each other, but they're both assuming that the other doesn't care, and neither of them are reaching out. And while this is happening, Caitlyn and Lucinda finally step up and are like, Zane, you're being too possessive over Aphmau, and they're right. Zane wants Aphmau to chill and stay at home rather than go out and do whatever she wants to do to get over Aaron. So Aphmau stands up for herself and tells Zane that they need some time apart too. So they do that. And with this newfound freedom, Aphmau texts Aaron, I miss you.
Aaron, I miss you.
And what's crazy is that Aaron doesn't have his phone on him, for whatever reason. And instead, Aaron's mom sees this text and is like, well, I can't let Aaron's friends convince him to leave the business now that he's here, so she just hides Aaron's phone from him. 2 days go by, and Aaron doesn't respond. He's been searching for his phone because he's worried that Aphmau might have tried to contact him, but he can't find it. His mom still has his phone, and she decides to block Aphmau's number. This is crazy stuff. Back at home, Caitlyn and Lucinda decide to take Aphmau out for a night out on the town, and it's actually kind of fun. Like, they get all dressed up and go out to a club. And of course, Gene is at the club. Aphmau opens up and he's the first person she's told so far that Aaron blocked her number. He's genuinely sweet about it, and he's like, this isn't your scene, come back to my place and we can eat hot wings and chill out. Which is a nice offer, but Aphmau declines and says she just wants to go home, so he walks her back to her house. The next day, Caitlyn tells her dad everything that went down, and he ends up telling Aphmau's mom. She's ecstatic, obviously, as Aaron's #1 hater since Phoenix dropped high. But when she sees the state that Aphmau's in, she starts to feel really bad, and then she tries to pull some strings to get them back together. She goes to Ziana because she knows Ziana's close with Aaron's family, and she says that they're gonna bring him back home. And they do. They literally pull up to Aaron's family's house unannounced and try to talk to Aaron's mom, and she's not budging. So Sylvana sneaks into their house and finds Aaron herself. Then she has a crazy lore dump about how the only reason she's been so mean to Aaron was because ever since Aphmau's dad left, what the fuck, she's been scared to lose her daughter too. And she thought Aaron was going to take Aphmau away from her. But now she's realized she's wrong and she wants his forgiveness and for him to go back to Aphmau. If Sylvana is so worried about Aphmau leaving her for a man, why is she continually trying to set Aphmau up with other guys? Why is Aaron the exception? So anyway, while Savan is talking to Aaron, his mom walks in and conveniently drops his phone on the ground. So he grabs it and opens it and realizes that Aphmau's number is blocked and all of their photos together have been deleted. So his mom is forced to tell the truth, and she admits that she was the one that did it for the business. And Aaron basically tells her to f off and leaves and goes home to Aphmau. And then he does this crazy scavenger hunt for her. He texts her and says, "Meet me where I first saw the real you," and he was referring to the music room at their old high school. So Aphmau goes, and for some reason their high school is closed and all run down and trashed now. Literally why? In this universe it's only been like 10 years. Whatever. They then have an emotional moment where they reunite and they hug and they cry and apologize and whatever. And everything's fine again. And by the end of the episode, just that everything's wrapped up in a nice little bow, Aphmau and Zane are good again too. And with that, season 3 is finally fucking over. You don't understand how much I've been through as a person between starting and finishing the script for this season. And I still don't really know why this season absolutely kicked my ass. By this point, I'm really slowing down, but thankfully for me, next season takes a fucking turn. We're finally about to get to all of the weird werewolf shit that I've been foreshadowing for the entire video so far. I actually can't wait. I am really conflicted by this season, honestly. Like I said before, it took me a really long time to get through it because it was so boring, but I also think it does still have good moments. I liked all the drama near the end, and I genuinely do like Gene's character a lot. I think he added a lot of intrigue, but we actually don't ever see Gene again after this season, so that's kind of a moot point. I think this entire season could have just not happened and it would have made literally no difference. Any changes that occurred during the season are made void by the end of it. Like, Aaron solidified his negative relationship with his parents when he tried to go back to the business just to get hurt again, but when we see his family again in later seasons of Mystreet, their personalities are completely different than what we saw here. Like I said a second ago, Gene stirs up some good tension, but he's gone after this season. The maid cafe was started just for it to burn down at the end. Nothing actually happens. The only good, lasting difference is that the men actually get a lot better to Aphmau. Lawrence, Garth, Dante, and Travis are all pretty much done pursuing her, which is great news to me. So even though I think this entire season could be removed and it would have no effect on the plot, I do like it more than Mystreet Season 1, so I'll give it a C. Fuck you. You thought we got to do fun shit? No, we're back on this shit again. Phoenix Drop High Season 2. I'm just as disappointed as you are. I was watching Mystreet Season 4 and writing the script and things were going really well, but then I got closer to the end and I was like, who are all these characters that I've never seen before? And then it clicked. They're from Phoenix Drop High Season 2. So right at the climax of Mystreet Season 4, you know, the werewolf season that I've been hyping up this entire time, I had to go back here to this shitty alternate universe. I almost don't know that I've ever been this disappointed in my entire life, and I've dated men to put that into perspective. If you can believe that. So Phoenix Drop High Season 2 is just Aphmau's sophomore year of high school. And if you remember in Season 1, Aaron graduated, so no more Aaron. It's devastating, I know. He'll live on in our hearts or something. If only it were that easy. Episode 1 starts with Caitlin's little brother Casey freaking out on his first day of high school. Aphmau finds him panicking and she's super cocky all of a sudden, like,
I'm assuming you're a freshman.
You're literally still 15. You were a freshman like 3 months ago. You're still not cool. But anyways, Aphmau and Casey recognize each other and everything's chill. Casey's like,
a cool sophomore like you shouldn't be seen with a lame freshman like me.
Let's not act like sophomores are at the top of the coolness hierarchy. Later, Aphmau and her lady friends are gossiping in the bathroom about their summer flings and whatnot. Aphmau gets asked about Aaron and she says that they decided to just be friends since he's going off to college. Let me remind you, she is a sophomore in high school and Aaron is a freshman in college. That's not okay. Breaking up is for the best. Okay, and immediately things are getting bad again. Aphmau's running an errand for someone when she gets tripped by Ivy and her bitchy friends. She drops all her books on the floor, and then some new cool hot guy shows up. And he's a cat boy. I mean, a mayfly. He saw everything that happened and he's like, that's not very nice. and scares off Ivy's gang. He picks up Aphmau's books for her and then she leaves. We don't even know his name at this point, but obviously he's going to become a love interest eventually because it's impossible for a man not to be a love interest in this universe. As Aphmau is heading to her homeroom, she drops her phone like a fucking idiot, and now another new love interest shows up and picks it up. This one is a werewolf with cool blue hair. Is this doing it for you guys? Once she realizes it's gone, she turns around to go get her phone. She retraces her steps, and once she reaches where she would have dropped it, she finds the guy who picked it up getting scolded by a teacher for his piercings. And if you hadn't caught on, this guy is the new bad boy with piercings and dyed hair and a tail. So Aphmau asks a nearby teacher if anyone's turned a phone into the lost and found, and the new guy hears this and doesn't speak up, and he just keeps Aphmau's phone. So now phoneless, Aphmau goes to their first day assembly or whatever and sits in front of Casey, who starts blushing. At the assembly, we find out that there's a hot new MILF principal. And that's pretty much it. After the assembly, Aphmau talks to the MILF principal alone, and she is asked to give a new transfer student a tour of the school. And who could this new transfer student be, I wonder? It's the werewolf guy from earlier, of course. While she's giving him a tour, she gets stopped by the representatives of the werewolf club, and they're like,
"Are you going to be picking an alpha male for us soon?"
Girl, what? Whatever happened to hello? And then while this is going on, another new character shows up and challenges Aphmau for the title of alpha female. Her name is Maria, and she might be the most annoying character so far by a long shot. She's only had a few lines and I'm already so sick of her.
My name is Maria, and I'm here to challenge you for the title of Alpha Female of the school!
Like, bro, shh, we can hear you. The Catboy shows back up and gets Aphmau out of this little quarrel, and then he helps her go look for her phone. While they're looking, Aphmau's approached by the werewolf class teacher, and he's like,
I was wondering if you were going to take werewolf class this year.
I don't want this. I'm not a werewolf. This was a mistake, and I just want to go back to being a normal human with normal human responsibilities.
Well, tough luck, kid. This isn't the way things work with us.
What a nice guy. But anyway, by the end of this, we find out the Catboy's name. He introduces himself as Kai, and he says goodbye to Aphmau with an uncomfortable, not reciprocated hug. At the end of the day, Aphmau's about to give up on looking for her phone when she's approached by the werewolf guy. He finally gives her phone after encountering her multiple times before this point, and very quickly starts picking on her. When she gets visibly frustrated, he says,
I can pet you if that would help.
Which is usually not an appropriate response when someone you just met is upset with you. Fun fact. Aphmau goes home and calls Aaron, and she tells him about her first day and how all of the werewolves were harassing her. She says she just wants to give the title of Alpha to someone else, but Aaron says,
If you do that, then they'll consider you to be the Omega. Remember? We learned it in class.
Huh?
It means they'll pretty much hate you.
And like, personally, if I were Aphmau, I would just do that. But of course, Aphmau refuses and says that she's going to consider staying the Alpha and enrolling in werewolf class. The next morning, Aphmau wakes up and her mom is still mad that she has to interact with boys, so her solution to this is that now Aphmau has to walk to school every morning with Caitlin and Casey. Flawed logic, since Casey is in fact a boy that likes Aphmau, but whatever. Casey and Aphmau keep having weird interactions. Like, once they go to school and Caitlin has to leave, Aphmau offers to walk Casey to class, and he starts blushing and is like,
Really?
Really? I enjoy walking with you.
Are you sure? I'm not that cool.
But Aphmau insists. Once she gets him to his class, he repeats the same "you're so cool" spiel, and Aphmau's like, "You're cool too." And then she leaves and he blushes again and says,
She thinks I'm cool.
Let's stop acting like Aphmau is the it girl of Phoenix Drop High. Then she gets a text from Catboy Kai. Aphmau literally gets bitches and it's insane. Actually, now that I think about it, the weird kids in high school were always the ones that were in and out of relationships, so maybe this actually is realistic. So anyway, Kai texts her and he says, "We should hang out more. It was fun meeting you yesterday, :3. And Aphmau's like, "So true, I'll text you later." Aphmau heads to her first period, which is creative writing, which I swore she took last year as a freshman. And Lawrence and Garth are in this class with her, as they were last year. They talk about their summers and catch up and whatnot. Garth says he was away at baseball camp, and Aphmau says that all she did was stay at home and play video games, because she's such a quirky little gamer girl. Then Lawrence is like, we should play together sometime, it's a date.
We should play games together sometime.
I would like that a lot.
Then it's a date?
Ooh, can I join?
You just had to interrupt.
And just as quickly as their class started, it's over, and Aphmau goes to her lunch period all by her lonesome. She's sitting by herself because she has no friends in the same lunch period as her when Kai shows up and asks to sit with her. After a bunch of chatting, Aphmau's like, I forgot my lunch money. Guess I'll just starve. And Kai's like, no, I'll save you. Have my tuna sandwich. And then they talk about tuna sandwiches for a long time, all the way until lunch is over. I'm on the edge of my seat, really. After her next class, a bunch of werewolves come up to her and are like, we're looking forward to seeing you at the werewolf club meeting tonight. See you there, Alpha. And then they just leave. Later, Aphmau has gym class again. Why are most of the classes she's been to so far repeats of her freshman year classes? The Shadow Knights are also in her gym class, and they go up to her and are like,
mind if we get a picture?
For what? For Jean.
Aw, he's been missing you!
Which makes me actually sick. At the very least, Jean is a very hateable villain, whose character ends up going nowhere and is never brought up outside of Mystreet Season 3 or Phoenix Drop High Season 2. So Aphmau keeps saying no, so they go to take a picture of her anyway, but Aphmau's new werewolf love interest gets in the way and protects her. And the Shadow Knights just take that and are like, rats, guess that's that, and they leave. So Aphmau and the werewolf get to talking, and she's like, oh hey, I didn't even notice you were in this class. And he's like, heh, I get that a lot.
Guess I'm in the same class as you.
You are? I didn't even notice.
Yeah, I get that a lot.
And I'm already fucking sick of this guy. So he asks her if she's joining the werewolf club, and she immediately gets all defensive and says,
so? What if I'm not?
And he responds,
do you not feel a sense of responsibility for your title? It's an honor to have it.
And then she starts yelling at him and causing a scene. He apologizes and gives her a pep talk, and then class is over. We do get his name this time around though, and it's Ian, but spelled E-I-N. When has Ian ever been spelled like that? Don't piss me off. That says I'm like the dog from Cowboy Bebop. Evidently, by the end of the day, Ian's pep talk worked, and Aphmau shows up to Werewolf Club and writes her name on the sign-up sheet. Jesus Christ, this season is gonna be a shit show. Next episode starts with Caitlin and Casey playing soccer. Casey's just not getting it, but Caitlin really wants him to do well and join the school's soccer team. Casey has one of those I'm not like you or dad moments. Like okay, Troy Bolton, join the theater club instead of making a fuss. So Caitlin gets frustrated with Casey and says, that's it, I'm calling in reinforcements. But the reinforcements are just Aphmau and Tioni. Casey starts to leave, but he falls into Aphmau's arms and gets all flushed and embarrassed. This kid is pissing me off. Can he have one personality trait outside of liking Aphmau? When he finds out that Aphmau's supposed to be his new soccer coach, he passes out. Be normal. And now that Aphmau's coaching him, suddenly Casey is super into soccer. Then we basically just get this huge montage of him being bad at sports and somehow Aphmau being super good despite being a loser recluse that plays Final Fantasy XI all day. At the end of their sesh, Aphmau leaves and Tioni confronts Casey and says,
you like her, don't you?
And he denies it, but obviously he's lying. And nothing really ever happens with Aphmau and Casey. It's all so fucking pointless, it makes me want to cry out of frustration. The next day, Aphmau meets up with Kai for lunch. During and after lunch, Kai and Aphmau share some banter. And low-key, they do have a lot of genuine chemistry, at least compared to all the other love interests in this universe. So the bar is pretty low. But alas, we all know none of it matters because she is destined to be with Aaron in the end anyway. Arguably the worst love interest just because he's her husband's self-insert. Then Ian kind of follows her around mysteriously for a little bit before he comes up to her and is like, we should hang out sometime, out of nowhere.
Maybe sometime you and I could hang out.
And it takes some convincing, but Aphmau's like, sure, why not? And now they have plans for tomorrow. That night, Aphmau and Aaron talk over the phone. She tells him about Ian, and Aaron is immediately kinda jealous.
There's this one guy who asked me to hang out this weekend.
Oh, he did. Well, cool.
Just absolutely dripping with malice. But he doesn't actually say anything to her about it, he just grumbles to himself once they hang up.
A werewolf guy?
Next morning, Aphmau wakes up to the sound of her mom yelling from downstairs, and it sounds like she's talking to Aphmau's dad and having some sort of custody dispute.
You aren't here to help raise your own daughter!
You don't get the benefit of having her whenever it suits your needs. She's more than just a trophy.
Aphmau goes downstairs to confront her, but her mom's already hung up and denying that anything even happened. But Aphmau doesn't care, she just tells her mom that she's going to hang out with a friend. At the mall where Aphmau and Ian plan to meet, she runs into a random werewolf from school.
I wasn't expecting to see anyone from school here.
It's your town mall. Of course there's going to be high schoolers there. So Ian and Aphmau finally meet up and their relationship is immediately a bit weird. She catches him staring at her and he plays it off as just looking for her ears and tail.
I didn't mean to stare. I'm just looking for your tail or ears.
Anyway, they're at this restaurant where Lawrence apparently works. When they go up to order, him and Aphmau start chatting and he asks if Ian is with her and she says yes. And immediately Lawrence is all jealous.
Is he with you, Aph?
Yeah, we're hanging out today.
Oh, I see. Well, what can I get for you, sir?
Ian and Aphmau sit down to eat and they're talking, it's whatever. Then that annoying ass Maria freak is here again. She plans on challenging Aphmau to a fight so she can become the alpha, but then Aphmau bribes her with food, and this whole interaction is driving me crazy.
I love tacos. Well, here, you can have it. Thanks.
Darn it! Ugh, so good!
I hate this character so much, I want to never see her again. After a montage of Aphmau and Ian hanging out all day, Ian gives Aphmau a scandalous little hug. Some other werewolf kids from their school see them and are like,
I knew you were up to something.
No, it's...
You were trying to mark her, weren't you?
You just want to use her to get recognized as alpha yourself.
What's going on?
Ian here's the Omega.
And I can't believe this series has me googling werewolf hierarchy as if it's normal. Apparently, Ian is like the lowest of the low of the werewolf ranks and he's being accused of marking Aphmau so that she'll make him the alpha. Whatever that fucking means. Ian denies that, but in a way that's extremely suspicious. And then he just runs off. Next morning, Aphmau and Aaron talk over the phone and Aphmau starts talking about her little hangout with Ian. She slips up and calls it a date and Aaron gets all jealous. Before they can talk anymore though, Aphmau has to go to school and Aaron's upset because he wanted to talk to her more about her date. Still on the topic of Aphmau's date, Caitlin brings it up on their walk to school. When she refers to it as a date, Aphmau gets all upset and Casey also takes personal offense to that.
So how'd your date with that werewolf boy go?
Date?
Apparently, Aphmau's date has been the talk of the school since they first planned it. The werewolves found out that their alpha was going out with the Omega and got all angry and started gossiping about it. I can't believe I have to actually just talk about alphas and omegas as if it's fucking normal. What the actual fuck? Later during lunch, Aphmau and Kai are low-key really good together. They have the most chemistry I think Aphmau has ever had with another male character in every single universe, aside from maybe her with Lawrence and Garth way back in Diaries. Still though, her and Kai have big friends to lovers potential. Kai makes a comment about how they've only known each other for a month, but she's already spilled her guts to him.
It's just we've only been friends for a month and you've spilled your guts out to me.
I'm being a little dramatic, but I think it's kinda cute. He also gives her a really cute speech about how everyone belongs somewhere and everyone has the potential to make the world better.
Learning about other people is a wonderful thing. In fact, I wish more people were like that. It makes it easier for everyone to understand each other.
But I feel like I don't belong.
Don't let that stop you. Look around. Everyone is a part of this world, and it doesn't matter who you are or where you're from. We should all strive to get to know each other in some way, shape, or form. So, even if you weren't interested at first, you are now, and knowing is half the battle.
I don't know, I just think it's really nice for this kids show that has generally had no takeaways up until this point to actually have a nice little message in there somewhere. I'm rooting for Kai, I don't care. But unfortunately, as I said before, Aaron is endgame even though nobody with a brain likes them together. And this entire moment is tainted by Aphmau saying she wants an anime body pillow via flashback. I don't know.
I've been thinking about getting one of those anime body pillows.
Later, Aphmau confronts Ian who's been avoiding her since their little debacle during their date. She goes up to him and says,
I found out what being the Omega means. I let all the other werewolves know to leave you alone.
And it's all cool. Nobody hates him anymore and Aphmau and Ian are friends again. Because it's that easy. The next day, Lawrence is being followed around by his fan club, featuring matching shirts. He starts venting to Garth about how he wants to tell him that he's not cool with having a fan club, but he doesn't want to hurt their feelings. And then it turns into a rant about, ugh, poor me. Literally every girl in the school wants me except for the one that I want.
They're kind of really obsessed with you.
Yeah, and so is like every other girl in this school. Except Aphmau. I don't get it. Why does life work like that? You're interested in no one and everyone wants to get with you, but the one person you wanted to get with turns out to be the person that doesn't want to get with you.
I can't believe that we're still on this, honestly. I feel like Garth and Lawrence had both moved on by the end of season 1, but now they're just right back at it. Garth's advice to Lawrence is to literally just lie to everyone and say that he has a girlfriend so they'll stop bothering him. And this isn't the worst idea, but let's be realistic. High school relationships are so messy, teenagers are not going to stop pursuing someone just because that person's already in a relationship. Later, Garth stumbles into this girl named Kim. She's your typical shy, nerdy, quiet girl, and she's gonna be recurring from here on out, especially in other series, for some reason. So Garth catches her watching Lawrence from afar, and when he asks her about it, she says,
I think he's cool, but I don't like him or anything like that.
But like, obviously she does. But it doesn't even matter much after this, just like everything else. So remember Garth's plan for Lawrence to lie about having a girlfriend? I hope so, because it wasn't even a full minute ago. Lawrence really took it to heart, so far into his heart that he just got a real girlfriend. And his girlfriend is none other than Michi. When I first watched this for my initial notes, I literally had to pause and just sit with my head in my hands so I could brace for the bullshit that I knew was about to ensue. But we'll put that on hold for a little. The next day, Aphmau has an assignment for art class. The assignment is just to draw something you love, and Aphmau ends up drawing a little orange cat. And wait a minute. Does this cat look familiar to you? It's Kai. The cat is Kai. Caitlin and Kawaii-chan quickly point this out to Aphmau, only for her to deny it while her face is flushed bright red. So during lunch, Aphmau decides she wants to surprise Kai by hiding in a tree at the beginning of lunch. When he spots her, he says,
"'Cause I can, see up your skirt."
Which makes Aphmau get all flustered. And then Kai makes a comment about enjoying the view.
I mean, I don't mind the view.
So now he's on probation, and I like him a little bit less. Aphmau can't get down on her own, so she jumps and he catches her, and it's all romantic, I guess. Even with all that awkwardness out of the way, they still go back to being all jokey with each other, and it's all cool. During lunch, Aphmau's drawing comes up, and Kai says that he really likes it and asks if he can keep it, which I think is really sweet.
Can I have it?
I didn't think I'd find myself getting genuinely attached to any of these pairings, but I hate to say it, I'm a car mouse shipper. I don't care. Sue me. Sue me. I just need one thing to hold on to so that I don't get up and lay down in the middle of a busy road. But don't worry, all good things must come to an end. And this moment is very quickly tainted when Aphmau asks Kai if he'd meow for her.
Can you? Meow?
She doesn't mean it in a sexual way, it's more in just a curious way since he is a literal cat boy, but that doesn't make it much less weird. They laugh it off and it's funny, I guess, but then you remember that Aphmau wrote it, so there is probably some kind of undertone to this. And that feeling is confirmed when Kai's response is, I can't even say it.
Only if you bark, Alpha.
Kai, I am trying so hard to defend you, but I can't when you say shit like that. And then he meows for her, so Jesus Christ.
Aphmau, wait. Yeah.
Next episode is a lot of Shadow Knight stuff. With Jean gone, Xenix and Sasha are struggling to maintain their reputation. They're running around and trying to get new members, but nobody wants anything to do with them because obviously they're f***ing losers. Except for, of course, Zane. Zane really wants to be a member of their little group, but they won't let him in because they think he's a poser. But for some reason, they won't just tell him to his face. I'm not sure why they're scared of hurting his feelings, that's kind of their whole thing. Eventually, they do tell him, and he gets all sad and takes it upon himself to graffiti the entire school with a bunch of Shadow Knight logos. The next day, the teachers find out and they say, oh, let's just review the security camera footage. And the new MILF principal says,
I'm afraid that won't be possible. We had to nix the security cameras due to budget cuts.
Really? Since when?
I didn't think it was necessary to tell the students. To be honest, the incidents at this school are so minimal. I thought it was something we could get away with.
Bro, You have a gang that is openly doing illegal things pretty frequently, and werewolves that constantly damage your property. Aphmau gets called to the front office because of her prior involvement with the Shadow Knights, and she gets told that she is going to be held responsible for tagging the cafeteria just because they can't find Xenix and Sasha. They literally say that the only reason she's being held responsible is because they can't find any evidence that she didn't do it.
I didn't do anything!
I'm afraid there's no evidence to prove you didn't do anything.
But there's also no proof that she did do it. This might be the dumbest thing I've ever heard. And it actually only gets worse somehow. Ian breaks into the principal's office to save Aphmau. It doesn't work. The principal says she expected this to happen since Aphmau's the alpha, so for the safety of the school, they're going to suspend Aphmau. And then, if this couldn't get any stupider, Ian tries to make a deal with the principal and says that he and Aphmau can find the other Shadow Knights by the end of the day so they won't have to punish Aphmau. And the principal agrees. Someone please fire this woman. Then we see Xenix and Sasha hiding out in the bathroom after they find out about the whole graffiti situation. They decide to call Gene to ask for his advice, and immediately he's like,
"So, where are the pictures?"
You gotta be kidding me. We can't.
I've been waiting for the Aphmau pictures.
Bro, literally for what? What could he possibly be using these pictures for? Quickly, quickly. I'm gonna actually be sick. Anyway, Gene tells them to just sneak out of school and fake being sick. Shocking that they couldn't come up with that on their own, but whatever. Aphmau and Ian are on the hunt for Sasha and Xenix when Kai shows up and asks Aphmau if she's down to hang out. She's just a little busy at the moment trying to save her own ass from the principal that's trying to suspend her, so she has to decline. But Ian gets kinda jealous. That's pretty short-lived though, because their hunt for the Shadow Knight continues and Ian's tracking leads them to Xenix's locker. As they're investigating, Xenix and Sasha stroll up, so Aphmau and Ian hide in the locker together. Somehow. High school lockers are not big enough to fit one person, let alone two. Of course, they end up stuck in there. The lock gets jammed and they're stuck in the locker for an undefined but presumably pretty long amount of time. They're there for so long that Aphmau gets tired and starts to fall asleep in Ian's arms, and he starts blushing. Immediately after though, Xenix just kicks the locker and that somehow makes it open and they both fall out. Then a teacher catches all four of them and brings them to the principal's office. The principal continues to say that Aphmau's at fault, and the fact that they were all found together is somehow proof that they're working together despite none of them even saying any real words to each other.
You found them, Aphmau. But I'm afraid it was in coordination with them.
Not to worry though, Zane just walks into the office and admits to being the perpetrator, and he has video evidence, and everyone else is free to go. And we just forget about all of this. So next episode, Aphmau is struggling to hide her massive crush on Kai. Caitlin and Tioni catch on that Aphmau has feelings for someone, but they don't know who. They start theorizing and they go on like a 2-minute rant about how Aphmau likes rugged guys, so she probably has a crush on a werewolf. And then they start questioning if Aaron was a werewolf. He was in werewolf class after all, and he does seem to know a suspicious amount of werewolf facts. I'm sure it's nothing though. Kawaii-chan bursts into the room and says, "Oh, the guy Aphmau likes isn't a werewolf, he's a Mayflaw, and his name is Kai." And Aphmau just runs off. On her own now, Aphmau runs into that girl from earlier, Kim. Aphmau, naturally, is speaking out loud about her dilemma of whether or not she should confess to Kai, and Kim overhears her. She says that she regrets not telling the guy she liked about her feelings because she waited too long and now he has a girlfriend. So she encourages Aphmau to not do the same thing, and she says that she should just risk it all and confess before it's too late. So Aphmau takes this to heart and sends Kai a text asking to meet up after school because she has something important to tell him. He says that he has something important to tell her, and they make plans to hang out. Then Aphmau has a weird little fantasy daydream about him confessing to her and meowing for her.
Yeah.
But her little fantasy is interrupted by Ian, who just randomly out of the blue tells Aphmau that she looked pretty today and starts blushing.
Look lovely today.
Someone free me from this hell. At the end of the day, Aphmau and Kai meet up and Aphmau jumps straight into the point.
Well, you see, there's this guy. I've liked him for a while, and I don't know how to tell him
I know how you feel. I have a crush on this girl, too. But she's a junior and I'm a senior. And I'm going to be graduating next year, so I'm not sure how it will work out.
So let's back up a little bit and review some things. So number one, obviously Kai is not talking about Aphmau. He said the girl he likes is a junior and Aphmau's a sophomore. And two, he's a senior. Maybe you've since forgotten, but my rule is if the grades don't touch, neither do you. And Aphmau won't stop crushing on older guys. Where are your fellow 15-year-olds? These are adults. Once Aphmau realizes Kai's not talking about her, she gets all sad and runs off. And I guess I feel a little bad for her. But it's not like she doesn't have at least 4 guys off the top of my head that would be willing to be with her if she asked. So I don't feel bad for very long. The next morning, she wakes up and can't bring herself to get out of bed because she's sobbing so hard. Eventually, she gives in and shows up to school, and she looks awful. When she gets to school, she wants to avoid Kai, which is reasonable, but he immediately finds her and starts asking her what's wrong, and she just runs away. When she finally finds somewhere to be alone, Ian pulls up and says,
"Who hurt you?"
But Aphmau just kind of brushes him off and goes back to her girlfriends. And they really don't offer much comfort.
Were you friends with him?
Yeah.
Then, as his friend, Aphmau, you should be happy for him.
Like it's that easy. But apparently it is. Because Aphmau's like, you guys are right, and now I'm fine, and she goes off to find and talk to Kai. Right. So they talk, and Aphmau offers to give Kai some advice about this girl he likes after school. And he's super happy about it. He pulls her into a hug, and he says,
"You're like a little sister to me."
Yay!
Yikes. Meanwhile, 3 werewolves break into the principal's office to find Aaron's file so they can call his personal phone and tell him about Aphmau and Ian, because they suspect that Aphmau has a crush on him, which she doesn't. So they call Aaron and explain, and this whole conversation is just so funny in a way that Aphmau definitely did not intend for it to be.
Alpha, Aphmau is in trouble.
We think that she's falling in love with Ian.
Wait, first off, who's Ian?
He's the Omega at our school. Here, let me send you a picture of him.
He's tall for an Omega.
Oh yeah, he looks like he should be an Alpha. But he acts like such an Omega.
Yeah, but I think he might like Aphmau. He's tried to mark her so many times.
It's annoying. She's almost smelling like him.
What the f am I watching, dude? After school, Kai and Aphmau are talking and Aphmau's giving him advice on his girl problems, when he reveals that he has a crush on Caitlin.
There she is.
The girl with the blue hair?
Yeah, that's her.
Caitlin?
Yes.
So Aphmau goes home and takes this to the extreme and decides she wants to dye her hair light blue to look like Caitlin's. Before she can go through with it though, she gets caught by her mom who tells her no. Aphmau's all disappointed when she gets a call from Aaron, and he says that the reason Aphmau has been dealing with so many issues is because she hasn't picked a male alpha yet. And throughout this entire werewolf lore info dump, Aaron keeps using the word "we" when referring to werewolves, for probably a reason that is not important. The next day at school, we finally get an update on Lawrence and Michi. Michi hasn't necessarily done anything wrong, she's just boring Lawrence, and he's starting to think that maybe he's not cut out to be in a relationship, at least with her. And now, you know how Garth was the one that told Lawrence to get a girlfriend in the first place? Garth's lie about having a girlfriend when he actually didn't caught up with him, so now he has a real girlfriend too. And his real girlfriend is Ivy, that freak weirdo mean girl. And now both Garth and Lawrence want out of their relationships. Sucks. So now that Aphmau has come to terms a little more with the fact that Kai likes Caitlin and not her, she decides she's going to help Kai confess. And then we get this little montage of Aphmau trying to introduce the two of them, but Kai keeps dodging Caitlin the entire time because he's too scared to even talk to her. How does this guy know he likes her if he can't even talk to her? And this goes on for weeks. Aphmau tries to introduce Kai and Caitlin, and Kai has still not even spoken a single word to her. At the end of the 4 weeks of this, Kai says, "Hey, I have an idea. Why don't you introduce us?"
Hey, wait a minute. Maybe you can introduce me.
Oh my god, what were they doing for these 4 weeks if not that? But Aphmau agrees, and now they're going on like a fake double date where Aphmau has to bring her own date. Do a shot for every fake double date in the ACU. And who else to be Aphmau's fake double date than Ian, of course. On the day of the date, Aphmau decides that this is her last chance to get Kai to see her as more than just a friend. So, her last resort is to go against her mom's will and dye her hair blue. And obviously, it doesn't work. She's never dyed her hair before, so she horribly fucks it up and ends up with a lime green streak in her hair. She freaks out and calls the only other person she knows with dyed hair, Ian. Once he arrives, he sees how badly she f***ed up and calls it cute.
It's just cute.
And then they get to it. To dyeing her hair, I mean. And this entire scene has extremely sexual undertones.
Ouch! Not so hard!
Sorry, this is my first time.
It's mine too, and this hurts!
Like, why would she make them say that? And the whole thing just gets worse and worse. He keeps calling her cute after he's finished fixing her hair, so I'll just throw in a good old-fashioned +3. Somehow, they both fall and he ends up on top of her, and of course, her mom walks in right at that very moment. They both explain the situation to Aphmau's mom, and Ian is extremely respectful the whole time, and that just gets Aphmau's mom to like him, despite her only character trait being boy hater. Initially, Aphmau got grounded for dyeing her hair and inviting a boy over without permission, but because Aphmau's mom likes Ian so much, she's still allowed to go out on her little double date with him tonight, as long as she dyes her hair back to black. So if we go back to the end of Mystreet Season 3, where Sylvana tells Aaron that the only reason she was upset with him was because she was scared he would take Aphmau away from her, how is this situation with Ian any different? Like, he would also be taking Aphmau away from Sylvana, right? How is this any different than Aaron? The answer is that it isn't. Why would it be? Shut the fuck up. So Aphmau and Ian meet up with Kai for the date at the arcade, and Caitlin has yet to arrive. When it's just the three of them, Kai calls Aphmau's hair adorable.
Your blue streak, it's adorable.
And Aphmau is fawning over Kai to the point where Ian is outwardly jealous. Caitlin arrives shortly after, and we just get some uncomfortable dialogue between her and Kai.
You're pretty excited, Catboy.
Actually, his name is...
You can call me whatever you want.
I've been calling him a catboy up until this point just as a funny haha joke, but Caitlin actually calls him a catboy and he's like into it. So I retract all my previous uses of catboy. And this just kind of confirms that this is definitely a thing for Aphmau. As the date progresses, Kai and Caitlin are getting along really well, to Aphmau's dismay. He tells Aphmau that he's going to tell Caitlin how he feels, and Aphmau gets so overwhelmed that she just has to leave. Kai works up the courage to confess to Caitlin, and right when he does, Caitlin realizes that Kai is the same guy that Aphmau was crying about just the other day. So like a real friend, Caitlin turns Kai down. But like a less real friend, she tells Kai that Aphmau has a crush on him.
Aphmau... She has a major crush on you.
And I know she had good intentions, but I feel like that's overstepping just a little. It works out though because she encourages Kai to give Aphmau a chance and he seems down with it. While all that is happening, Ian and Aphmau are talking and Aphmau says that she's not feeling too great and she's upset that Kai doesn't like her. Ian reassures her that she's fine and has no reason to worry about whether or not people like her because he likes her. And he gives her a kiss on the cheek and walks her home. The next episode begins with the staff meeting at the school, and the MILF principal concludes it by saying,
Again, staff meetings this year are completely optional.
Huh? All of them? The principal talks to the werewolf teacher, Mr. Gavin, and he says that he needs her to talk to Aphmau about the lack of a male alpha, because it's starting to have a lot of negative consequences and starting a lot of fights. But the principal just gets really angry and says that werewolf matters don't concern her and that he needs to deal with it himself.
Those are werewolf matters and out of my control. You need to deal with it yourself.
And she leaves. What kind of institution is this woman running? Mr. Gavin's frustrated and he resorts to asking some of his students if he can use their phones to call Aaron and get him to tell Aphmau to pick an alpha, which feels like kind of a big overstep of boundaries as a teacher, but whatever. He also says if that doesn't work, he'll just have to make Aphmau resign as the alpha, which would make her an omega. And I feel like all evidence up until this point would lead us to believe that it's not as simple as just being able to resign, but okay. The next day, after all that bullshit, Aphmau finally decides she's going to pick an alpha. She makes a bunch of posters about alpha tryouts and hangs them up all over the school. And by tryouts, she means she's literally just going to interview a bunch of guys until she finds one that she thinks is fit to be the alpha. This is fucking insane, by the way. The second guy she interviews is Blaze, the insignificant character from the end of Diaries Season 3. And you immediately know he's cool because he has bright red hair and 2 different colored eyes and scars. He begins his interview by fucking launching someone out of the window and ripping his shirt off. And then their teacher rips his shirt off. And that's pretty much it. Only 2 people showed up to the interview, which I find hard to believe after she had lines of werewolves approaching her back in Season 1. And after all this, she still hasn't picked an alpha by the end of the episode. Next episode, Aaron gets home from college for his spring break, and when he walks into his house, he's interrupted by his mom, who says that his school notified them that he left campus.
And we got a call from the school saying you had left the campus.
Why is his school watching him? And why would they care if he left campus? That's kind of like what college students do. Like all the time. Aaron goes to talk to his dad, who gets really pissed at him for coming home. He tells him that he knows he came home to see Aphmau and that being his son comes with a huge responsibility and that he's not ready to be with anyone yet. So he's being forced to go back to campus the next night. Then Aaron goes back to his room and either punches the wall or bashes his head into it.
I won't give up. I need to see her tomorrow.
It's kind of unclear. But either way, why did he do that? At school, Aphmau is now being forced to just pick an alpha from a lineup of a few werewolf students. This whole thing was organized by the principal, and the werewolf teacher mentions that the principal might have an alternate agenda.
Honestly, that woman seems to have an alternate agenda.
So, whatever that could mean. Spoiler alert, say it with me now, it doesn't matter, that's right. Also, somehow Kai is trying out to be the alpha. Ian suddenly gets really territorial and tries to threaten Kai to get him to leave. And it's kinda just a dick measuring contest for a bit until they finally cut it out and leave. So this alpha choosing thing is set up like a game show. There's only 3 guys that are interested, one of them being Blaze from the last episode, and the other 2 don't matter. Basically, Aphmau just asks them a bunch of hypothetical questions, and they all give stupid answers. While all this is happening, Aaron just walks right into the school during school hours. Someone stop him? He's here because this is his only chance to see Aphmau before he's being forced to go back to college. So he shows up with a bouquet of flowers for her. But then he sees her and Ian being all buddy-buddy, and he starts having a tragic flashback of their time together and starts crying and leaves. Bro, you are a college student. Find some weirdo your own age. Normally I don't add to the tally when it comes to Aaron, but this is just so f***ing stupid that I'm gonna add +5. At the alpha picking event, Aphmau is really struggling. The questions she asked aren't helping her decide, and suddenly she's super invested in the fate of the werewolves at the school. So much so that she's referring to them all as her pups.
I'm afraid I don't want to give up my pups to you.
Which is just a little weird. But don't worry, the action picks up because now the alpha contenders are going to compete in an obstacle course. This is just so bullshit, I don't even know what to say. Before they're about to start the competition, that annoying bitch Maria shows up and tries to fight Aphmau, but it doesn't work, obviously, so what a waste of my 2 minutes. For every minute that she's on screen, I actually lose double that amount of time from my lifespan, because she's just so fucking annoying that my cells start killing themselves. So the obstacle course ends up being so easy that everyone runs it 3 times without a clear winner, and the werewolf teacher gets so frustrated that he tells Aphmau if she can't pick an alpha in the next 20 minutes, he's going to pick for her. I think we should have come to that conclusion so long ago. While all of that is going on, Aaron's been going around asking the werewolves about Ian and Aphmau and being all mopey and sad. Like, I watched all of this in 1.75 times speed, and Aaron is still walking so fucking slow. Eventually, he runs into the werewolf teacher, and he tells Aaron,
"You especially need to be watched. We don't need anyone else getting turned into a werewolf."
Huh? For now, they don't elaborate, and instead, Aaron just says,
"Name Ian my successor,"
as this dramatic fucking music is playing in the background. So with that, Mr. Gavin heads back to the students and reveals that Ian is the new alpha. And despite everyone hating him, they're all chill with him being the alpha. Literally nobody complains. Everyone starts cheering and celebrating. Like, no. At the end of the episode, we see that Aaron left the bouquet of flowers on the desk that him and Aphmau shared in werewolf class last year, and this swooping, dramatic music plays. And I'm eating glass. The next day, Aphmau and Ian are asked to pick a new Omega since Ian is the alpha now. Which is just... I don't know how this Omega-verse works, and I am sure as hell not about to Google it, but that can't be right. Like, they just have to pick someone that everyone's going to bully until they graduate? Like, why? I don't understand. Immediately, Ian is acting kind of weird. Like, he's throwing his authority around when he doesn't really need to, kind of showing off and taking control unnecessarily.
Huh? Are they running in the halls? I'll take care of this.
But I'm sure it's nothing. It's something. So the same day, we see Jean, who works at Hot Topic by the way, on the phone negotiating with someone.
These pictures you got better be good. Perfect. Then bring them to me and I'll give you more of the dye.
Now, this should immediately be raising some red flags. I don't know about you, but even though this is my first time watching this, I do have a brain. So my mind went straight to the other person on the phone, being Ian. The pictures Jean is talking about are obviously of Aphmau, since he has previously expressed a desire for pictures of her, and who else dyes their hair but Ian? So, not to spoil it for you guys, but I think something fishy is going on here. Later at school, Ian finds these 3 werewolves that have kind of been on Aphmau's side for this entire season. They weren't super important before, but they kind of are now. Aphmau was pretty close with the 3 of them, and they offered her a lot of help and support, and now Ian has just asked them to sacrifice one of themselves to be the Omega. They say that they can't choose one of themselves, so they don't, and Ian picks the one with the yellow hair. Green hair? Whatever. His name is Daniel. Daniel immediately protests and says he's the weakest of the 3 of them and can't hold his own in a fight. The other 2 say that they'll be the Omega instead, but Ian says his decision is final. Guys, I'm starting to think that Ian might be the villain. Then, via flashback, we find out that back when Aaron was the alpha, he was also forced to pick between the same 3 kids for who should be the Omega. But instead of doing as he was told, he just said that he'll be the Omega and the alpha.
There's already an Omega, and he's going to stay the Omega. And that's me.
And he just got away with that, and it worked. Literally, what is the point of establishing anything in your fictional world if your main characters can just disregard all of that and do whatever they want without consequences? Back in the present, Ian is getting really f***ed up. We see him talking to some other werewolves, and even his voice is evil now.
No need. He was weak.
He's off just encouraging other people to f*** up the new Omega. It's unclear what his plan is right now, but he talks about how it's difficult to get werewolves to act according to their true nature.
Trying to get werewolves to act true to their nature is difficult.
And says that Aphmau would be perfect if she were a werewolf.
But if only she was a werewolf, she would be perfect.
Blaze overhears this, and before thinking about the implications of what Ian's saying, he has to stop and agree and say that Aphmau would be cute as a werewolf.
Aphmau is a werewolf? Hey, she'd make a cute werewolf.
But hold on, drop everything, lock back in if you're doing something else and listening to this in the background. Kai just asked Aphmau on a date. Out of nowhere.
Would you like to go out this weekend?
And she says yes. I hate to say I'm still a Kai supporter. The next day, Aphmau's all giddy about her date to the point where she's giggling out loud about it to herself. Garth goes up to her and asks what's got her so happy, and she says it's because of the date. And then he gets jealous, and lies about not being jealous.
Jealous.
Me? Nah.
Aphmau goes on and says that the date is at an ice skating rink, and she says she's never been before, to which Garth responds,
Well, you definitely got the legs for it.
Okay, whatever that means. And now, things are getting even crazier in the werewolf community. Some of Ian's lackeys, which he has now by the way, found out about Aphmau and Kai's date and inform Ian about it. He gets super mad and goes to find Kai himself, and when he asks him about it, Kai says that it's none of his business. And then Ian gets racist and calls him a filthy mayflois.
Don't you talk to me like that, you filthy mayflois.
What? Kai does the smart thing and just leaves without starting a fight, and Ian goes straight to the source to ask Aphmau about the date. Before he can ask her though, they start talking about werewolf things. Aphmau makes a comment that she'll never understand what it's really like to be a werewolf because she isn't one herself, and Ian responds,
I'll try to find a way to fix that eventually.
And we just brush that off and move on. Ian finally asks Aphmau about the date, and she tells him all about it, including when and where it is. Which is probably fine. Then Ian mentions that he's also going to be at the ice skating rink at the same day and time, which is probably fine. And now he's suddenly being super avoidant. Aphmau asks if he has time to talk more about werewolf stuff, but he makes up a bunch of lies about being busy, so they go their separate ways. At the local mall, we see Gene working his post at Hot Topic and speaking to none other than Ian, no last name. They're discussing this deal that I mentioned a little bit ago. Ian has a bunch of pictures of Aphmau and he's giving them to Gene in exchange for hair dye. But the pictures of Aphmau are not exactly what Gene wanted. Ian took the liberty to draw werewolf ears and tails onto Aphmau in every single picture. When Gene expresses his displeasure with this, Ian says,
You asked for pictures of her. I delivered. Besides, she looks better that way. These pictures are her perfect form.
Gene still refuses though, and the deal is off until Ian can get regular pictures of Aphmau. I'm just gonna add plus 20 for all of this, and honestly that's being pretty lenient because there is no normal explanation for writing any of this about yourself. Again, it's one thing to write all this about some external character that has nothing to do with you. Still weird, but better than the fact that Aphmau is writing this about herself. This is the dark timeline. At the ice skating rink, Aphmau and Kai meet up and head inside and all seems well. But alas, nothing good can happen to a love interest that isn't Aaron. So Garth, Ivy, Lawrence, and Michi show up. After Aphmau told Garth where she was going on her date, Garth and Lawrence took it upon themselves to also go on dates to the ice rink because they want to watch over her and make sure nothing goes wrong. Right. And then Ian and his goons show up too because Ian's trying to sabotage the date. Like, I have nothing to say. You get it by now. And as the cherry on top, the next episode is a special, clocking in at over half an hour. All of the episodes up until now have been about 15 to 20 minutes, and as I was initially watching this, when I found out that I would have to pay attention to this same episode for 33 minutes, I audibly gasped. It cannot be overstated how much watching this shit made me want to rip my eyes out. Once the date begins, you can tell that Kai genuinely really thought this cute little date out. I'm still coming to terms with the fact that I am a true, genuine, unironic Kai supporter. He is the best love interest in the modern ACU without question. The bar is so low. Once Garth and Lawrence arrive with their dates, they get a second alone, just the two of them, where they both admit that they still have feelings for Aphmau, while they're both here on dates with their girlfriends. I'm gonna be sick. Like, just break up? Aphmau and Kai's date is going pretty well. Apparently Kai is like a pro ice skater, which I'm going to attribute to the fact that Yuri on Ice came out not even a full year before this episode aired, and Aphmau is a loser. But so am I for even acknowledging this. Kai is doing all these cool tricks and trying to teach Aphmau to skate, but Ian's goons keep sabotaging him and knocking him over and shit to make him look bad. But it takes him and Aphmau a really long time to realize that it's all on purpose. Like, we get a whole montage of bad shit happening to them before Aphmau finally confronts them. I don't know, I feel like if I were Kai, I would probably be suspicious after the first incident. Especially since him and Ian have been enemies for a while now. It's not fucking rocket science. And here's where I start to get really pissed off. Right. This episode absolutely ruins everything good about Kai's character. I didn't think character assassination to this degree and this quickly was even possible. But leave it to Aphmau. The entire date, even without the influence of the werewolves, he's pushing Aphmau to do things she's not comfortable with. Not sexually, just like ice skating. And he's on his phone all the fucking time. While they're at dinner, Aphmau makes a lighthearted joke about, like, Mayfwa's calling the toilet the litter box or something, and Kai is so lame about it.
Do Mayfwa call the bathroom the litter box?
Can we, not talk about the bathroom at the dinner table? It's kinda immature.
Like, when did he become such a fucking square? It's not like him and Aphmau weren't close before this. They had lunch together every single day for several months at this point, and he gave absolutely no prior indication of being such a fucking bore. Him and Aphmau had great chemistry early on, and now it's like they don't even know each other. And I'm going to light myself on fire. Aphmau goes to use the restroom, and while she's away, Ian walks up to their table and straight up asks Kai what his problem is.
You've been acting not interested in Aphmau ever since you've been on this date.
He says that he saw him sitting on his phone instead of talking to Aphmau, and that that's no way for a Mayfwa to treat a werewolf.
That's no way for a Mayfwa to treat a werewolf.
When Kai says that Aphmau isn't a werewolf, Ian says,
"Not yet, she isn't."
And we just move on. Again. Ian asks Kai what's with his sudden switch up, and Kai says he likes Aphmau as a friend, but he can't see her romantically because she's too immature.
Aphmau is a sweet friend, but I guess she's kinda immature?
And like, I want to be mad, because that feeling doesn't excuse the way that he's been treating her for this entire date. He should have just been honest from the start. And he showed no indication of feeling this way for the entire time that they've been friends. But this is the first time that someone too old for Aphmau has actually said that. Aaron, at least a year older than Kai, has still yet to realize this. But of course, the first character to genuinely be honest about their not so nice feelings about Aphmau has to be painted in a bad light somehow. Aphmau overhears what Kai says to Ian and gets super upset. She starts crying and asks Kai if he even likes her. He says of course he likes her as a friend, and then she asks what he even knows about her. And the only things he can say are that she likes tuna sandwiches and she's a human.
What do you even know about me?
I know that you like tuna sandwiches. You're definitely a human.
Literally, why would they write him this way? It's not like they never spoke. They hung out all the time. They should know a lot of things about each other by this point, and we've even seen them knowing more about each other than this.
It's just we've only been friends for a month and you've spilled your guts out to me.
Kai has literally said that he sees Aphmau as a little sister and that she spilled all of her guts to him. He knows Aphmau. There is genuinely no reason for him to be acting this way. Then Aphmau says to Kai,
"This whole time you've been treating me like a kid."
Well, you're not gonna want to hear this, but sophomores in high school are kids. But it gets worse. Kai can't get out of all of this unscathed. What were you thinking? During this fight, Kai defends himself by saying,
Aph, I really want a girlfriend.
So basically, Kai, this incredibly friendly guy. The entire school looks up to him. One of Aphmau's really good friends. They had great chemistry together. Out of the blue, says that he just wants to date Aphmau for the sake of having a girlfriend. Give me a fucking break, dude. I am so disappointed. So Kai leaves, and of course, Ian swoops in. And he immediately begins by being racist.
Mayfwa, am I right?
Bro, what? And his next line is,
I really like you, Aphmau, as more than an alpha.
And if you thought this would work, wrong. When asked, he can't name anything he really likes about Aphmau either. This time though, it actually does make a little bit of sense because we know Ian is a piece of shit, so I can't really complain about that. With that, Aphmau realizes that Ian was only hanging around her because he wanted to use her to become the alpha, and she leaves. But then, on her way out, she runs into Lawrence and Gareth, and when she realizes they were spying on her, she gets really upset and has dramatic flashbacks to season 1 when she kissed both of them. She comes to the conclusion that they were using her too.
Everyone has just been using me this whole time.
I don't know, feels like a bit of a reach. I think that they both genuinely liked her, they just moved too quickly for her. I don't think the fact that they both rushed to kiss her means that they used her. But Aphmau doesn't think this, and she goes home and cries about all 4 of her love interests while her gray Fullbuster poster watches over her in the background. But aren't we forgetting someone? Of course, our old friend and everyone's favorite love interest, Aaron. Aphmau decides to give Aaron a call, and when he wakes up to answer, his eyes are looking very red and creature-like. I'm sure it's just allergies. Aphmau just unloads all of her baggage onto him and tells him everything. She says that she realizes every guy she's spoken to in the past 2 years hasn't known her any more than just quote-unquote eyeing her up.
They didn't even care about me past just eyeing me up.
And of course, Aaron uses this as an opportunity to call her beautiful.
I mean, you are beautiful.
Thanks, but not the time. Again, Aphmau asks Aaron the same questions she asked Ian and Kai.
What do you know about me?
And this time, Aaron gives decent answers.
Well, when you pout, you make this small smirk that kinda looks like a cat face.
What?
You totally do, and you know it. You're doing it right now, aren't you?
What else?
Well, you hate getting up in the mornings. Your favorite subject is creative writing because you have this box filled with OCs you drew in middle school, and you can't wait to share them with the world. And whenever you go to Olive Garden, you always order 3 plates of stuffed mushrooms because you love them. And when you're sick, you love to drink poopsies because they make you feel better.
So Aphmau and Aaron keep talking. Aphmau asks Aaron if she'll ever heal from this devastating heartbreak, and Aaron says she will with time, and they're all sappy and they fall asleep on the phone together. Whatever. At school, Lawrence and Garth go up to Aphmau and apologize to her for intruding on her date. Aphmau says that's not the apology she's looking for, and the boys realize that she means she wants them to apologize for kissing her before she was ready. So they do, and it seems genuine, and Aphmau forgives them. So yay, problem solved. During lunch, Kai apologizes too. Aphmau says it'll take some time, but this issue is also resolved. Maybe resolved a little too quickly though. I feel like what Kai did is actually really f***ed up and we're moving on a little too fast. But we can't have too many conflicts at once, and Ian is the big villain now, so I get it. Speaking of Ian, back at home, Aphmau is chilling on the phone with Aaron, being all flirty, when her mom calls her downstairs because she has a visitor. Her mom starts getting mad at her and says,
"You didn't tell me you had a boyfriend!"
And Aphmau is really confused because obviously she doesn't have a boyfriend. Turns out, the visitor at the door is Ian, no last name, and he told Aphmau's mom that he is her boyfriend. What the f***? Aphmau's mom gives them a couple minutes alone before she kicks Ian out because of her no boy policy, and Ian says that they should just date because they're both alphas and it would make it easy for him to watch over her.
If you're my girlfriend, it just makes it easier to keep track of you. You can learn to love me.
Before Aphmau can even really retort, Aphmau's mom makes Ian leave and then grounds Aphmau. And Aphmau doesn't even bother trying to tell her mom that Ian is not actually her boyfriend. Like, why wouldn't you in this scenario? This is weird and predatory and creepy. She just angrily goes back upstairs to her room and tells Aaron everything, and he punches a wall out of frustration.
Huh? What was that?
Nothing. It was just a fly in the wall I had to get.
Why does he keep doing that? At school the next day, Aphmau asks around about where to find Ian, and she quickly finds out that Ian has already told everyone that they're dating. She runs into Caitlin, Tioni, and Kawaii-chan, who congratulate her on her new boyfriend, and Aphmau doesn't even bother to correct them or explain the situation to them. She just angrily runs off. Why does she keep doing this? Me personally, I would make it very well known that Ian is a freak and a liar. Kawaii-chan complains about her ship being sunken, and then Caitlin and Tioni lecture her about how she can ship fictional characters but not real people.
Yeah, you can ship fictional characters, not real people.
Which is a lesson that Aphmau's target audience probably should be taught, considering Aphmau herself has shipped real people. Eventually, Aphmau finds Ian and tells him to stop lying to everyone, and he just says no, basically. Then he tries to gaslight her and he says,
"Did you ever think about my feelings?"
And the whole thing just ends up going nowhere, and he's going to continue to lie, and Aphmau is still going to suffer the consequences. Bro, at this point, f*** your feelings, you're a weirdo. I don't care about you anymore. You're f***ing fired. We see Aaron's dad, who's named Derek, by the way, talking to some secret agent that he hired to keep track of Aaron. The agent tells him that Aaron's been talking to some girl a lot more frequently recently, and obviously the girl in question is Aphmau. At school, now that Ian's the alpha, all the other werewolves are getting angrier and more violent. One day, Aphmau's being bullied by some werewolves and they steal her phone. When she asks them to give it back because she's the alpha and they have to listen to her, they say no, because Aphmau's not their only alpha, and if Ian was there, he probably wouldn't stop them. And while this is happening, Caitlin and Tioni pull Aphmau aside and confront her about her shitty boyfriend. Aphmau finally explains that she's not dating Ian, he's been lying, and he's the reason all the werewolves are acting crazy. So finally, Caitlin and Tioni are on Aphmau's side and working to help dispel the rumors. After some encouraging words from her friends, Aphmau goes up to the MILF principal to talk about Ian causing problems with the werewolves, and she literally could not give less of a fuck. She says that no humans or Mayflower are being harmed and that because the fighting is only between werewolves, this is just a werewolf matter.
But humans or Mayflower haven't been harmed. And from what I'm hearing is that the werewolves are keeping these quarrels to just werewolves. Therefore, this is a werewolf matter.
Which just sounds like real-life racism. And that's literally it. She offers no help, and now Aphmau has to deal with the entire werewolf situation on her own. And she goes home that day without her fucking phone. Those werewolves that took it from her just ran away and gave it to Ian. And surely Ian wouldn't do anything bad with it. Aphmau realizes pretty quickly that Ian was the one that took her phone, and the next day at school, she confronts him about it. He denies it, they start fighting, it escalates, and Aphmau challenges him to a duel. Not really, it's just another obstacle course. If Aphmau wins, Ian will resign from his role as alpha, and if Ian wins, Aphmau has to be his real girlfriend. When Blaze gets wind of this, he gets really angry and finds Ian and challenges him to a fight. For some reason. Then Ian's goons are like, "You'll have to get through me first." And while that's happening, Ian runs away with Aphmau's phone and starts texting Aaron a lot of really mean things. Aaron gets really upset, starts crying, blah blah blah, typical Aaron things. So Blaze lost his fight, and when he wakes up after being knocked unconscious, he calls Aaron and tells him about Aphmau and Ian's fight. Aaron gets really pissed off and says, "I'll be there," despite now being watched by like the government or whatever. And this dramatic ass music plays while Aaron suits the fuck up and sneaks out of his dorm. Guys, things are really heating up. So Aaron shows up to the school and meets up with Blaze, and they start devising a plan to bring Ian down. Aaron tells Blaze to enter the werewolf competition, which he can just do, I guess. And while the competition is about to start, Aaron's going to keep Ian distracted so he won't even be able to show up. The plan begins with Aaron texting Aphmau's phone, which Ian still has. Aaron texts him speaking as if him and Aphmau had a conversation that Ian doesn't know about, and he lures Ian to the gym under the guise that he'll be fighting Aphmau there. But what he doesn't know is that when he gets there, he'll actually be fighting Aaron. Then we get this montage of Aaron just beating the shit out of misbehaving werewolves with these magical sparkling punches. I don't really know. In the gym before Aaron arrives, Daniel finds Ian and challenges him to a fight. It doesn't go very well. Daniel gets the shit out of him bad when Ian finally realizes that he's about to be late for the games. Daniel uses the last bit of his strength to hold Ian back, and Ian is like literally about to kill him or something when Aaron jumps through the window and he challenges Ian. Apparently Aaron's just fucking invincible. He tanks literally every punch that Ian throws at him, and he uses his magical glowing punches to fucking destroy him. They're both being really dramatic and giving long ass speeches while they're fighting Final Fantasy style, and then, get this, Aaron transforms into a werewolf. It was only a matter of time, really. His werewolf form has black ears and a tail with dark red tips, and he has super cool, stronger than everyone powers. So what I'm seeing is that this grown-ass man took his DeviantArt ass OC straight out of 2012 and put it into this series. And of course, Aaron uses his werewolf abilities to destroy Ian, going as far to toss him into the field where the werewolf games are happening. Oh yeah, the werewolf games happened, by the way. Pretty unexciting compared to the physical fight going on. But there was a fun montage, I guess. Blaze won, by the way. After Ian got thrown into the field by Aaron, everyone's like, "Wow, that was awesome. Whoever did that should be the alpha." But obviously Aaron can't be seen here, so he throws Daniel out of the window too, and everyone just assumes Daniel was the one who beat the shit out of Ian, and now everyone wants Daniel and Blaze to fight for the title of Alpha. But Blaze doesn't want to fight, so he just resigns, and now Daniel is the alpha male. And just to nicely tie everything up into a little bow, Ian gets expelled. And I'm sure that'll be the last we see of him, right guys? Right guys? After the werewolf games, Aaron and Aphmau finally meet up and go back to Aphmau's house. Aphmau starts patching Aaron up and it's all romantical. Aaron reveals that it was him that beat up Ian. Aphmau realizes she doesn't want to wait to be done with high school before they get together, which makes me want to vomit. Aaron says he still wants to wait because of his whole crazy family situation, but not because he's an adult and she's a minor. But they promise to get together as soon as he's ready, and Aphmau says,
"You need to seal that promise."
What do you mean?
With a kiss.
So they do. And then Aphmau's mom barges in and gets really mad, and then they jump out of her bedroom window and run off into the sunset, and that's the season finale. Unlike most of the other seasons, I am not conflicted in my feelings about Phoenix Drop High Season 2. I do not like this season. This is the first season so far where I feel like I can see it being mass-produced and viewed by kids. In a bad way. The humor just feels very Disney Channel, Nickelodeon-esque compared to other seasons where the humor was more online, if that makes sense. Even though this makes it more palatable for a larger audience, I am personally not a fan. I don't know how else to describe it other than it feels overproduced. Obviously the production value is the highest we've seen thus far, but as I also bring up later on, I don't really like the heavily produced stuff. I know that's really an opinion thing, and I understand not everyone's gonna agree with that. I just prefer the stuff that's more true to base game Minecraft because it's more like what I grew up with. With this season specifically compared to later seasons, the production value makes it feel a little bit less genuine to me, if that makes sense. It's lost its quirky charm. Aside from production value though, I just am not a big fan of the story this season. The men are back to being creepy and now there's... oh, fuck me. The men are back to being creepy, and now there's double the amount of love interests compared to the first season. And in doing this, they made every single original love interest look like shit, and all of the new ones also suck. Kai was good in the beginning, and the way he just decided to become a dick halfway through was so frustrating. Ian sucks, obviously, but that's the point, so eh. I think I hate this season even more than Phoenix Drop High Season 1, so let me actually do some maneuvering here. Alright, that looks pretty good to me.